Chapter 21 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Schwartz. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Method and Foresight. Without a word, with merely a careless glance at Neeland, who remained seated under the leather thread of Ali Baba's pistol, the big handsome German removed his overcoat. Under it was another coat. He threw this off in a brisk, businesslike manner, unbuckled a brace of pistols, laid them aside, unwound from his body a long silk rope ladder which dropped to the floor at Ilse Dumont's feet. The girl had turned very pale. She stooped, picked up the silk ladder, and holding it in both hands, looked hard at Goldenbeard. "Johann," she said, "I gave my word of honor to this young man that if he came here no harm would happen to him." "I read the note you have shoved under his door," said Goldenbeard. "That is why we are here, Carl and I." Neeland remembered the wax in the keyhole then. He turned his eyes on Ilse Dumont, curiously less certain of her treachery now. Meanwhile, Goldenbeard continued busily unwinding things from his apparently too stout person, and presently disengaged 3 life belts. One of these he adjusted to his own person, then, putting on his voluminous overcoat, took the pistol from Ali Baba, who in turn adjusted one of the remaining life belts to his body. Neeland, deeply perplexed and uncomfortable, watched these operations in silence, trying to divine some reason for them. "Now then," said Goldenbeard to the girl, and his voice sounded cold and incisive in the silence. "This is not the way to do it," she said in a low tone. "I gave him my word of honor." "You will be good enough to buckle on that belt," returned Goldenbeard, staring at her. Slowly she bent over, picked up the life belt, and, looping the silk rope over her arm, began to put on the belt. Goldenbeard, impatient, presently came to her assistance. Then he unhooked from the wall a cloak and threw it over her shoulders. "Now, Carl," he said, "shoot him dead if he stirs." And he snatched his sheet from the bed, tore it into strips, walked over to Neeland and deftly tied him hand and foot and gagged him. Then Goldenbeard and Ali Baba between them lifted the young man and seated him on the iron bed and tied him fast to it. "Go out on deck," said Goldenbeard to Ilse Dumont. "Let me stay." "No, you have acted like a fool. Go to the lower deck where is our accustomed rendezvous." "I wish to remain, Johann. I shall not interfere." "Go to the lower deck, I tell you, and be ready to tie that rope ladder." Ali Baba, down on his knees, had pulled out a steamer trunk from under the bed, opened it, and was lifting out 3 big steel cylinders. These he laid on the bed in a row beside the tied man, and Goldenbeard, still facing Ilse Dumont, turned his head to look. The instant his head was turned, the girl snatched a pistol from the brace of weapons on the washstand and thrust it under her cloak. Neither Goldenbeard nor Ali Baba noticed the incident. The latter was busy connecting the 3 cylinders with coils of wire. The former, deeply interested, followed the operation for a moment or two. Then, walking over to the trunk, he lifted from it a curious little clock with 2 dials and set it on the railed shelf of glass above the washstand. "Carl, have you ship's time?" Ali Baba paused to fish out his watch, and the 2 compared timepieces. Then Goldenbeard wound the clock, set the hands of 1 dial at the time indicated by the watches, set the hands of the other dial at 2:13, and Ali Baba, carrying a reel of copper wire from the bed to the washstand, fastened one end of it to the mechanism of the clock. Goldenbeard turned sharply on Ilse Dumont. "I said go on deck. Did you not understand?" The girl replied steadily, "I understood that we had abandoned this idea for a better one." "There is no better one." "There is. Of what advantage would it be to blow up the captain's cabin and the bridge when it is not certain that the papers will be destroyed?" "Listen once," returned Goldenbeard, wagging his finger in her face. "Cabin and bridge are directly above us, and there remains not a splinter large like a pin. I know my bombs, I know." The soft voice of Ali Baba interrupted, and his shallow, lightish eyes peered around at them. "It is very excellent plan, Johann. We do not require these papers. It is to destroy them. We are much anxious." He bent his deathly stare on Neeland. "And this young gentleman who may again annoy us." He nodded confidently to himself and continued to connect the wires. Yes, he murmured absently. "It is very good plan. Very good plan to blow him into little pieces, so big as a pin." "It is a clumsy plan," said the girl desperately. "There is no need for wanton killing like this. When we can—" "Killing?" repeated Goldenbeard. "That makes nothing. This English captain, he is of the Naval Reserve, and this young man, nodding coolly toward Neeland, knows too much already. That is not wanton killing. Also, you talk too much. Do you hear? We are due to drop anchor about 2:30. God knows there will be enough rushing to and fro at 2:13. Go on deck, I say, and fasten that rope ladder. Weishelm's fishing smack will be watching, and if we do not swim for it, we are caught on board, and that is the end of it all for us." "Johann," she began tremulously, "listen to me." Nein, what for a Frauenzimmer have we here?" retorted Goldenbeard, losing his patience, and catching her by the arm. "Go out and fix for us our ladder, and keep it coiled on the rail, and lean over it, like you was looking at those stars once." He forced her toward the door. She turned, struggling, to confront him. "Then, for God's sakes, give this man a chance. Don't leave him tied here to be blown to atoms. Give him a chance, anything except this. Throw him out of the port there." She pointed at the closed port, evaded Goldenbeard, sprang upon the sofa, unscrewed the glass cover, and swung it open. The port was too small even to admit the passage of her own body. She realized it. Goldenbeard laughed and turned to examine the result of Ali Baba's wiring. For a second the girl gazed wildly around her, as though seeking some help in her terrible dilemma. Then she snatched up a bit of the torn sheeting, tied it to the screw of the porthole cover, and flung the end out where it fluttered in the darkness. As she sprang to the floor, Goldenbeard swung around in renewed anger at her for still loitering. "Sacraminton," he exclaimed, "it is time you do your part. Go to your post then. We remain here until 5 minutes is left us. Then we join you." The girl nodded, turned to the door. "Wait, you understand the plan?" "Yes." "You understand that you do not go overboard until we arrive, no matter what happens?" "Yes." He stood looking at her for a moment. Then with a shrug he went over and patted her shoulder. "That's my brave girl. I also do not desire to kill anybody. But when the fatherland is in danger, then killing signifies nothing, is of no consequence, poof. No lives are of importance then, not even our own." He laughed in a fashion almost kindly and clapped her lightly once more on her shoulder. "Go, my child, the fatherland is in danger." She went, not looking back. He closed and locked the door behind her and calmly turned to aid Ali Baba, who was still fussing with the wires. Presently, however, he mounted the bed where Neeland sat tight and gagged, pulled from his pockets an auger with its bit, a screw-eye, and block and tackle, and, standing on the bed, began to bore a hole in the ceiling. In a few moments he had fastened the screw-eye. rigged his block, made a sling for his bombs out of the blanket, and had hoisted the 3 cylinders up flat against the ceiling, from whence the connecting wires zagged over the foot of the bedstead to the alarm clock on the washstand. To give the clock more room on the glass shelf, Ali Baba removed the toilet accessories and set them on the washstand, but he had no room for a large jug of water, and casting about for a place to set it, noticed a railed bracket over the head of the bed and placed it there. Then, apparently satisfied with his labors, he sat down, Turkish fashion, on the sofa, lighted a cigarette, selected a bonbon from the box beside him, and calmly regaled himself. Presently, Goldenbeard tied the cord which held up the sling in which the bombs were slung against the ceiling. He fastened it tightly to the iron frame of the bed, stepped back to view the effect, then leisurely pulled out and filled his porcelain pipe, and seated himself on the sofa beside Ali Baba. Neither spoke. Twice Goldenbeard drew his watch from his waistcoat pocket and compared it carefully with the dial of the alarm clock on the washstand shelf. The third time he did this, he tapped Ali Baba on the shoulder, rose, knocked out his pipe, and flung it out of the open port. Together they walked over to Neeland, examined the gag and the ligatures as impersonally as though the prisoner were not there, nodded their satisfaction, turned off the electric light, and letting themselves out, locked the door on the outside. It lacked 5 minutes of the time indicated on the alarm dial. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of The Dark Star. This is a Livervox recording. All Livervox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit livervox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. 2:13. To Neeland, the entire affair had seemed as though it were some rather obvious screen picture at which he was looking, some photoplay, too crudely staged, and in which he himself was no more concerned than any casual spectator. Until now, Neeland had not been scared. Ali Baba and his automatic pistol were only part of this unreality. His appearance on the scene had been fantastically classical. He entered when his cue was given by Scheherazade, this oily hawk-nosed Eurasian, with his pale eye set too closely and his moustache hiding under his nose a la Enver Pasha, a faultless make-up, an entry properly timed and prepared. And then, always well-timed for dramatic effect, Goldenbeard had appeared. Everything was en règle, every unity nicely preserved. Scheherazade had protested, and her protest sounded genuine. Also entirely convincing was the building and gagging of himself at the point of an automatic pistol. And as for the rest of the business, it was practically all action and little dialogue, an achievement really in these days of dissertation. All, as he looked on it over the bandage which closed his mouth, had seemed unreal, impersonal, even when his forced attitude has caused him inconvenience and finally pain. But now, with the light extinguished and closing of the door behind Goldenbeard and Ali Baba, he experienced a shock which began to awaken him to the almost incredible and instant reality of things. It actually began to look as though these storybook conspirators, these hirelings of a foreign government who had not been convincing because they were too obvious, too well done, actually intended to expose him to serious injury. In spite of their sinister intentions in regard to him, in spite of their attempts to harm him, He had not, so far, been able to take them seriously or even to reconcile them and their behavior with the commonplaces of the 20th century in which he lived. But now, in the darkness, with the clock on the washstand shelf ticking steadily, he began to take the matter very seriously. The gag in his mouth hurt him cruelly. The bands of linen that held it in began to stifle him, so that his breath came in quick gasps through his nostrils. Sweat started at the roots of his hair. His heart leaped, beat madly, stood still, and leaped again, and he threw himself against the strips that held him and twisted and writhed with all his strength. Suddenly fear pierced him like a poniard. For a moment panic seized him, and chaos reigned in his bursting brain. He swayed and strained convulsively. He strove to hurl all the inward and inert reserve of strength against the bonds that held him. After what seemed an age of terrible effort, he found himself breathing fast and heavily as though his lungs would burst through his straining, dilating nostrils. Seated exactly as he had been without a band loosened and the icy sweat pouring over his twitching face, he heard himself trying to shout, heard the imprisoned groan shattered in his own throat, dying there within him. Suddenly a key rattled, the door was torn open, the light switched on. Goldenbeard stood there, his blue eyes glaring furious inquiry. He gave one glance around the room, caught sight of the clock, recoiled, shut off the light again, and slammed and locked the door. But in that instant Neeland's starting eyes had seen the clock. The fixed hands on one of the dials still pointed to 2:13. The moving hands on the other lacked 3 minutes of that hour. And seated there in the pitch darkness, he suddenly realized that he had only 3 minutes more of life on earth. All panic was gone. His mind was quite clear. He heard every tick of the clock and knew what each one meant. Also he heard a sudden sound across the room, as though outside the port something was rustling against the ship's side. Suddenly there came a click, and the room sprang into full light. An arm, entering the open port from the darkness outside, let go the electric button, was withdrawn, only to reappear immediately clutching an automatic pistol. And the next instant the arm and the head of Ilse Dumont were thrust through the port into the room. Her face was pale as death as her eyes fell on the dial of the clock. With a gasp she stretched out her arm and fired straight at the clock, shattering both dials and knocking the timepiece into the wash basin below. For a moment she struggled to force her other shoulder and her body through the port, but it was too narrow. Then she called across to the bound figure seated on the bed and staring at her with eyes that fairly started from their sockets. "Mr. Neeland, can't you move? Try to break loose." Her voice died away in a whisper as a flash of bluish flame broke out close to the ceiling overhead, where the 3 bombs were slung. "Oh God," she faltered, "the fuses are afire." For an instant her brain reeled. She instinctively recoiled as though to fling herself out into the darkness. Then, in a second, her extended arm grew rigid, slanted upward. The pistol exploded once, twice, the third time. The lighted bombs in their sling, released by the severed rope, fell to the bed, the fuses sputtering and fizzling. Instantly the girl fired again at the big jug of water on the bracket over the head of the bed. A deluge drenched the bed underneath. 2 fuses were out. One still snapped and glimmered and sent up little jets and rings of vapor, but as the water soaked into the match the cinder slowly died until the last spark fell from the charred wet end and went out on the drenched blanket. She waited a little longer. Then, with an indescribable look at the helpless man below, she withdrew her head, pushed herself free, hung to the invisible rope ladder for a moment, swaying against the open port. His eyes were fastened on her while she dangled there against the darkness betwixt sky and sea, oscillating with the movement of the ship. Her pendant figure now gilded by the light from the room, now phantom dim as she swung outward. As the roll of the ship brought her head to the level of the port once more, she held up her pistol, shook it, and laughed at him. "Now do you believe that I can shoot?" she called out. "Answer me some time when that mocking tongue of yours is free." Then climbing slowly upward in darkness, the light falling now across her body, now athwart her skirt, gilded at last the heels of her shoes. Suddenly she was gone. Then stars glittered through the meshes of the shadowy, twitching ladder which still barred the open port. And finally the ladder was pulled upward out of sight. He waited. After a little while, an interminable interval to him, he heard somebody stealthily trying the handle of the door. Then came a pause, silence, followed by a metallic noise as though the lock were being explored or picked. For a while the scraping metallic sounds continued steadily, then abruptly ceased as though the unseen meddler had been interrupted. A voice, evidently the voice of the lock-picker, pitched to a cautious key, was heard in protest as though objecting to some intentions evident in the new arrival. Whispered expostulations continued for a while. Then the voices became quarrelsome and louder, and somebody suddenly rapped on the door. Then a thick, soft voice that he recognized with a chill grew angrily audible. "I say to you, steward, that I forbid you to enter that room. I forbid you to disturb this young lady. Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are. I have authority. I shall employ it. You shall lose your berth. This young lady within this room is my fiancée. I forbid you to enter forcibly." "Haven't I knocked? What's spoiling you? I am doing my duty. Back away from this hair door, I tell you. You speak this away, so impolite. Get out of my way. Blind, do you think I'll stand here join any longer? I am member of parliament." And the defiant voice of Jim's own little cockney steward retorted, interrupting, "Ah, stow it! Don't I tell you as how a lady telephones me just now that my young gentleman is in there? Get away from that door, you blighter, or I'll bash your beak in." The door trembled under a sudden and terrific kick. The wordy quarrel ceased. Hurried steps retreated along the corridor. A pass key rattled in the lock, and the door was flung wide open. "Mr. Neiland, sir! Oh, my God! What ever have they gone and done, sir, to find you here in such a horrid state?" But the little cockney lost no time. Fingers and penknife flew. Neiland, his arms free, tore the bandage from his mouth and spat out the wad of the cloth. "I'll do the rest," he gasped, forcing the words from his bruised and distorted lips. "Follow that man who was outside talking to you. Find him if you can. He had been planning to blow up this ship." "That man, sir?" "Yes. Did you know him?" "Yes, sir. But I dursn't let on to him I knew him. What with hearing that you was in here." "You did know him?" "Yes, sir." "Who is he?" "Mr. Neiland, sir. That there cove is what he says he is." a member of parliament, and his name is Wilson. You are mad. He is an Eurasian, a spy. His name is Karl Breslau. I heard it from the others. And he tried to blow up the captain's cabin and the bridge with those 3 bombs lying there on the bed. My God, sir, what you tell me may be so, but what I say is true, sir. That gentleman you heard talking outside the door to me is Charles Wilson, Member of Parliament, representing Glebe and Wilderness. And I knew it when I handed him the odd stuff. Truth I did, sir, and took my chance you'd help me out if I got in too rotten with the company. Neeland said, Certainly you may count on me. You are a brick. He continued to rub and slap and pinch his arms and legs to restore the circulation, and finally ventured to rise to his shaky feet. The steward offered an arm. Together they hobbled to the door, summoned another steward, placed him in charge of the room, and went on in quest of Captain West, to whom an immediate report was now imperative. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. On his way. The sun hung well above the river mists and threw long, cherry-red beams across the choppy channel where clotted jets of steam and smoke from tug and steamer drifted with the fog. And still the captain of the Volhynia and young Neeland sat together in low-voiced conference in the captain's cabin. And a sailor, armed with cutlass and pistol, stood outside the locked and bolted door. Off the port bow, Liverpool spread as far as the eye could see through the shredded fog. To starboard, off Birkenhead, through a haze of pearl and lavender, the tall phantom of an old-time battleship loomed. She was probably one of Nelson's ships, now only an apparition. But to Neeland, as he caught sight of her dimly revealed, still dominating the water, the old ship seemed like a menacing ghost, never to be laid until the sceptre of the sea power fell from an enervated empire and the glory of Great Britain departed for all time. And in his Yankee heart he hoped devoutly that such disaster to the world might never come upon it. Few passengers were yet astir. The tender had not yet come alongside. The monstrous city beyond had not awakened. But a boat manned by Liverpool police lay off the Volhynia's port. Neeland's steamer trunk was already in it, and now the captain accompanied him to the ladder, where a sailor took his suitcase and the olive wood box and ran down the landing stairs like a monkey. "Good luck," said the captain of the Volhynia, "and keep it in your mind every minute that those 2 men and that woman probably are at this moment aboard some German fishing craft and headed for France. Remember too that they are merely units in a vast system, that they are certain to communicate with other units, that between you and Paris are people who will be notified to watch for you, follow you, rob you." Neeland nodded thoughtfully. The captain said again, "Good luck. I wish you were free to turn over that box to us. But if you've given your word to deliver it in person, the whole matter involves, naturally, a point of honor." "Yes, I have no discretion in the matter, you see," he laughed. "You are thinking, Captain West, that I haven't much discretion anyway." "I don't think you have very much," admitted the captain. smiling and shaking the hand which Neeland offered. "Well, this is merely one symptom of a very serious business, Mr. Neeland. That an attempt should actually have been made to murder you and to blow me to pieces in my cabin is a slight indication of what cataclysmic explosion may shatter the peace of the entire world at any moment now. Goodbye, and I warn you very solemnly to take this affair as a deadly serious one, and not as a lark." They exchanged a firm clasp. Then Neelan descended and entered the boat. The inspector of police took the tiller, the policeman bent to the oars, and the boat shot away through a mist which was turning to a golden vapor. It was within a few boat lengths of the landing stairs that Neeland, turning for a last look into the steaming golden glory behind him, saw the most splendid sight of his life, and that sight was the British Empire assuming sovereignty. For there before his eyes, militant, magnificent, the British fleet was taking the sea, gliding out to accept its fealty, moving majestically in mass after mass of steel under flowing torrents of smoke, with the phantom battle flags whipping aloft in the blinding smother of mist and sun, and the fawning cutwater hurrying too, as though even every littlest wave were mobilized and hastening seaward in the service of its mistress, ruler of all waters, untroubled by man-made keel. And now there was no more time to be lost, no more stops until he arrived in Paris. A taxicab rushed him and his luggage across the almost empty city. A train, hours earlier than the regular steamer train, carried him to London where, as he drove through the crowded, sunlit streets in a hansom cab, he could see news vendors holding up strips of paper on which was printed in great black letters, "The British fleet sails. Spy in the House of Commons. Charles Wilson, MP accused. Missing member supposed to be Karl Breslau, international spy." And he noticed knots of people pausing to buy the latest editions of the papers offered. But Neeland had no time to see much more of London than that, glimpses of stately grey buildings and green trees, of monuments and palaces where soldiers in red tunics stood guard, the crush of traffic in the city, trim, efficient police, their helmets strapped to their heads, disentangling the streams of vehicles, halting, directing everything with calm and undisturbed precision. A squadron of cavalry in brilliant uniforms leisurely emerging from some park between iron railings under stately trees, then the crowded confusion of a railroad station, but not the usual incidents of booking and departure, because he was to travel by a fast goods train under telegraphed authority of the British government. And that is about all that Neeland saw of the mightiest city in the world on the eve of the greatest conflict among the human races that the earth has ever witnessed, or ever shall. D.B. The flying goods train that took him to the Channel port whence a freight packet was departing offered him the luxury of a leather-padded armchair in a sealed and grated mail van. Nobody disturbed him, nobody questioned him. The train officials were civil and incurious, and went calmly about their business with all the traditional stolidity of official John Bull. Neeland had plenty of leisure to think as he sat there in his heavy chair, which vibrated but did not sway very much, and his mind was fully occupied with his reflections, for so far he had not had time to catalogue, index, and arrange them in proper order. So rapid and so startling had been the sequence of events since he had left his studio in New York for Paris via Brook Hollow, London, and other points east. One thing in particular continued to perplex and astonish him: the identity of a member of Parliament known as Charles Wilson, suddenly revealed as Karl Broslow, an international spy. The wildest flight of fancy of an irresponsible novelist had never created such a character in penny dreadful fiction. It remained incomprehensible, almost incredible to Neeland that such a thing could be true. Also, the young man had plenty of food for reflection, if not for luncheon, in trying to imagine exactly how Golden Beard and Ali Baba and that strange, illogical young girl, Ilse Demont, had escaped from the Bolhinia. Probably in the darkness, the fishing boat which they expected had signaled in some way or other. No doubt the precious trio had taken to the water in their life jackets and had been picked up even before armed sailors on the Bolhinia descended to their empty staterooms and took possession of what luggage could be discovered and of the three bombs, with their charred wicks still soaking on the sopping bed. And now the affair had finally ended, Neeland believed, in spite of Captain West's warnings, for how could three industrious conspirators in a fishing smack off the Lizard do him any further damage? If they had managed to relay information concerning him to their friends ashore by some set of preconcerted signals, possibly the regular steamer train to and out of London might be watched. Thinking of this, it presently occurred to Neeland that friends in France also might be stirred up in time to offer him their marked attentions. This, no doubt, was what Captain West meant, and Neeland considered the possibility as the flying train whirled him toward the channel. He asked if he might smoke, and was informed that he might, and he lighted a cigarette and stretched out on his chair, a little hungry from lack of luncheon, a trifle tired from lack of sleep, but, in virtue of his vigorous and youthful years, comfortable, contented, and happy. Never, he admitted, had he had such a good time in all his life, despite the fact that chance alone, and not his own skill and alertness and perspicacity, had saved his neck. No, he could not congratulate himself on his cleverness and wisdom. Sheer accident had saved his skin, and once the complex and unaccountable vagary of a feminine mind had saved him from annihilation so utter that it slightly sickened him to remember his position in Ilse Demont's stateroom as she lifted her pistol and coolly made good of her boast as a dead shot. But he forced himself to take it lightly. Good Lord, he thought to himself, was ever a man in such a hellish position except in melodrama? And what a movie that would have made! And what a shot that girl proved herself to be! Certainly she could have killed me there at Brook Hollow. She could have riddled me before I ducked, even with that nickel-plated affair about which I was ass enough to taunt her. Lying in his chair, cheek on arm, he continued to ponder on what had happened, until the monotonous vibration no longer interfered with his inclination for a nap. On the contrary, the slight rhythmic jolting soothed him and gradually induced slumber, and he slept there on the rushing train, his feet crossed and resting on the olive wood box. A hand on his arm aroused him. The sea wind blowing through the open doors of the mail van dashed in his face like a splash of cool water as he sat up and looked around him. As he descended from the van, an officer of the freight packet greeted him by name. A sailor piled his luggage on a barrow, and Neeland walked through the vista of covered docks to the pier. There was a lively wind whipping that notoriously bad-mannered tract of water known as the English Channel. Possibly, had it been christened the French Channel, its manners might have been more polite. But there was now nothing visible about it to justify its sentimental pseudonym of Silver Streak. It was a dirty color, ominous of ill temper beyond the great breakwater to the northward, and it fretted and fumed inshore and made white and ghastly faces from the open sea. But Neeland, dining from a tray in a port-holed pit consecrated to the use of a casual supercargo, rejoiced because he adored the sea, inland lover that he had been born, and where the tides of fate had stranded him. For to a New Yorker the sea seems far away, as far as it seems to the Parisian. And only when chance business takes him to the Battery does a New Yorker realize the nearness of the ocean to that vast volume of ceaseless dissonance called New York. Neiland ate cold meat and bread and cheese and washed it down with bitters. He was nearly asleep on his sofa when the packet cast off. He was sound asleep when somewhere in the raging darkness of the channel he was hurled from the sofa against the bunk opposite, into which he presently crawled and lay, still half asleep,
mechanically rubbing a maltreated shin.
Twice more the bad-mannered British Channel was violently rude to him. Each time he crawled back to stick like a limpet
In the depths of his bunk,
except when the Channel was too discourteous,
he slept as a seabird sleeps afloat.
tossing outside thundering combers which batter basalt
Rocks.
Even in his deep refreshing sea sleep, the subtle sense of exhilaration, of well-being, which contact with the sea always brought to him, possessed him, and deep within him the drop of Irish seethed and purred as the kettle purrs through the watches of the night over a banked but steady fire. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. The Road to Paris. Over the drenched sea wall, gulls whirled and eddied above the spouting spray. The gray breakwater was smothered under exploding combers. Quay, docks, whitewashed lighthouse, swept with spindrift, appeared and disappeared through the stormy obscurity as the tender from the Channel packet fought its way shoreward with Neeland's luggage lashed in the cabin, and Neeland himself sticking to the deck like a fly to a frantic mustang, enchanted with the whole business. For the sea at last was satisfying this young man. He savored now what he had longed for as a little boy, guiding a homemade raft on the waters of Neeland's mill pond in the teeth of a summer breeze. Before he had ever seen the ocean, he wanted all it had to give, short of shipwreck and early decease. He had experienced it on the Channel during the night. There was only one other passenger aboard, a tall, lean, immaculately dressed man with a ghastly pallor of fox face and ratty eyes who looked like an American and who had been dreadfully sick. Not caring for his appearance, Neeland did not speak to him. Besides, he was having too good a time to pay attention to anybody or anything except the sea. A sailor had lent Neeland some oilskins and a sou'wester, and he hated to put them off, hated the calmer waters inside the basin where the tender now lay rocking, longed for the gale and the heavy seas again, sorry the crossing was ended. He cast a last glance of regret at the white fury raging beyond the breakwater as he disembarked among a crowd of porters, gendarmes, soldiers, and assorted officials. Then, following his porter to the customs, he prepared to submit to the unvarying indignities incident to luggage examination in France. He had leisure, while awaiting his turn, to buy a novel, Les Bizarrettes, of Maurice Bertrand. Time, also, to telegraph to the Princess Mischenka. The fox-faced man, who looked like an American, was now speaking French like one to a perplexed official, inquiring where the Paris train was to be found. Neeland listened to the fluent information on his own account, then returned to the customs bench. But the unusually minute search among his effects did not trouble him. The papers from the olive wood box were buttoned in his breast pocket, and after a while the customs officials let him go to the train, which stood beside an uncovered concrete platform beyond the quay, and towards which the fox-faced American had preceded him on legs that still wobbled with seasickness. There were no Pullmans attached to the train, only the usual first, second, and third-class carriages with compartments, and a new-style corridor car with central aisle and lettered doors to compartments holding 4. Into one of these compartments Neeland stepped, hoping for seclusion, but backed out again, the place being full of artillery officers playing cards. In vain he bribed the guard, who offered to do his best, but the human contents of a Channel passenger steamer had unwillingly spent the night in the quaint French port, and the Paris-bound train was already full. The best Neeland could do was to find a seat in a compartment where he interrupted conversation between 3 men who turned sullen heads to look at him, resenting in silence the intrusion. One of them was the fox-faced man he had already noticed on the packet, tender, and customs dock. But Neeland, whose sojourn in a raw and mannerless metropolis had not blotted out all memory of gentler cosmopolitan conventions, lifted his hat and smilingly excused his intrusions in the fluent and agreeable French of student days, before he noticed that he had to do with men of his own race. None of the men returned his salute. One of them merely emitted an irritated grunt, and Neeland recognized that they all must be his own delightful countrymen, for even the British are more dignified in their stolidity. A second glance satisfied him that all 3 were undoubtedly Americans. The cut of their straw hats and apparel distinguished them as such. The nameless grace of Mart, Hafner, and Sharks marked the tailoring of the 3. Only honest Werner could have manufactured such headgear, only New York such footwear. And Neeland looked at them once more and understood that Broadway itself sat there in front of him, pasty, close-shaven, furtive, sullen-eyed, the New York-Paris Herald in its seal-ringed fingers, its fancy waistcoat pockets bulging with cigars. Sports, he thought to himself, and decided to maintain incognito and pass as a Frenchman, if necessary, to escape conversation with the 3 tired-eyed ones. So he hung up his hat, opened his novel, and settled back to endure the trip through the rain, now beginning to fall from a low-sagging cloud of watery gray. After a few minutes, the train moved. Later, the guard passed and accomplished his duties. Neeland inquired politely of him in French whether there was any political news, and the guard replied politely that he knew of none, but he looked very serious when he said it. Half an hour from the coast, the rain dwindled to a rainbow and ceased, and presently a hot sun was gilding wet green fields and hedges and glistening roofs, which steamed vapor from every wet tile. Without asking anybody's opinion, one of the men opposite raised the window, but Neeland did not object. The rain-washed air was deliciously fragrant, and he leaned his elbow on his chair arm and looked out across the loveliest land in Europe. "Say, friend," said an East Side voice at his elbow, "does smoking go?" He glanced back over his shoulder at the speaker, a little, pallid, sour-faced man with the features of a sick circus clown and eyes like 2 holes burnt in a lump of dough. "Pardon, monsieur," he said politely. "Can't you even pick a Frenchman, Ben?" sneered one of the men opposite, a square, smoothly shaven man with slow, heavy-lidded eyes of a greenish tinge. The fox-faced man said, "He had me fooled too, Eddie. If Ben Stull didn't get his number, it don't surprise me none, because he was on the damn boat I crossed in, and I certainly picked him for New York." "Ah," said the pasty-faced little man referred to as Ben Stull, "Eddie knows it all. He never makes no breaks, of course. You make 'em, Doc, but he doesn't." That's why me and him and you is traveling here this minute, because the great Eddie Brandis never makes no breaks. Go on and smoke and shut up, said Brandis with a slow sideways glance at Neeland, whose eyes remained fastened on the pages of Les Bizarrettes, but whose ears were now very wide open. Smoke, repeated Stull, when this here Frenchman may make a holler. Wait till I ask him, said the man addressed as Doc with dignity, and to Neeland. Pardon, monsieur, permettez-vous moi de fumer un cigare? Mais comment donc, monsieur, je vous en prie? He says politely, translated Doc, that we can smoke and be damned to us. They lighted 3 obese cigars. Neeland, his eyes on his page, listened attentively and stole a glance at the man they called Brandis. So this was the scoundrel who had attempted to deceive the young girl who had come to him that night in his studio, bewildered with what she believed to be her hopeless disgrace. This was the man, this short, square, round-faced individual with his minutely shaven face and slow greenish eyes and his hair combed back and still reeking with perfume tonic. This shiny, scented, and overgroomed sport with rings on his fat, plump fingers and the silk laces on his tan Oxford as fastidiously tied as though a valet had done it. Ben Stull began to speak, and presently Neeland discovered that the fox-faced man's name was Doc Kerfoot, that he had just arrived from London on receipt of a telegram from them, and that they themselves had landed the night before from a transatlantic liner to await him here. Doc Kerfoot checked the conversation, which was becoming general now, saying that they'd better be very sure that the man opposite understood no English before they became careless. Monsieur, he added suavely to Neeland, who looked up with a polite smile, parlez-vous anglais? Je parle français, monsieur. I get him, said Stull sourly. I knew it anyway. He's got the sissy manners of a Frenchie, even if he don't look the part. No white man tips his lid to nobody except a swell skirt. I seen 2 dudes do it to each other on Fifth Avenue, remarked Kerfoot, and spat from the window. Brandis, imperturbable, rolled his cigar into the corner of his mouth and screwed his greenish eyes to narrow slits. You got our wire, Doc. Why am I here if I didn't? Sure. Have an easy passage? Doc Kerfoot's foxy visage still wore traces of the greenish pallor. He looked pityingly at Brandis, self-pityingly. Say, Eddie, that was the worst I ever seen. A freight boat, too. God, I was that sick I hoped she'd turn turtle. And nab it from me, if you hadn't wired me SOS, I'd have waited over for the steamer train and the regular boat. Well, it's SOS all right, Doc. I got a cable from Quint this morning saying our place in Paris is ready and we're to be there and open up tonight. What place? Demanded Kerfoot. Sure, I forgot. You don't know anything yet, do you? Eddie, interrupted Stull, let me do the talking this time, if you please. And to Kerfoot, listen, Doc, we was up against it. You heard. Every little thing has went wrong since Eddie done what he done. Every damn thing. Look what's happened since Maxie Venom got sore and he and Minna started out to get him. Morris Stein takes away the Silhouette Theater from us, and we can't get no time for Lilith on Broadway. We go on the road and bust. All our Saratoga winnings goes. Also what we got invested with Parson Smalley when the Bulls pulled Quince. For the love of Mike, began Brandis. Can that stuff. All right, Eddie. I'm telling Doc, that's all. I ain't aiming to be no crepe hanger. I only want you both to listen to me this time. If you'd listened to me before, we'd have been in Saratoga today in our own machines. But no, you done what you done. God, did anyone ever hear of such a thing? Taking chances with that little rube from Brook Hollow, that freckle-faced mill hand, that yap skirt, and Minna and Max having you watched all the time. You big boob. No, don't interrupt. Listen to me. Where are you now? You had good money. You had a theater. You had backing. Quint was doing elegant. Doc and Parson and you and me had it all our way and coming faster every day. Wait, I tell you, this ain't a autopsy. This is business. I'm telling you two guys all this because I want you to realize that what Eddie done was against my advice. Come on now, wasn't it? It sure was, admitted Kerfoot, removing his cigar from his lean, pointed visage of a greyhound and squinting thoughtfully at the smoke eddying in the draught from the open window. Am I right, Eddie? Demanded Stull, fixing his black, smeary eyes on Brandis. Well, go on, returned the latter, between thin lips that scarcely moved. All right, then. Here's the situation, Doc. We're broke. If Quint hadn't staked us to this here new game we're playing, where'd we be, I ask you? We got no income now. Quint's is shut up. Maxi Venom and Miniminty fixed us at Saratoga, so we can't go back there for a while. They won't let us hitch a card on the liners. Every pug is leery of us since Eddie flim-flammed at Battling Smoke, and I told you he'd holler too, didn't I? Turning on Brandis, who merely let his slow eyes rest on him without replying. Go on, Ben, said Kerfoot. I'm going on. We guys gotta do something. We ought to have fixed Max Venom, said Kerfoot coolly. There was a silence. All three men glanced stealthily at Neeland, who quietly turned the page of his book as though absorbed in his story. That squealer Max, continued Kerfoot, with placid ferocity blazing in his eyes, ought to have been put away. Quint and Parson wanted us to have it done. Was it any stunt to get that dirty little shyster in some roadhouse last May? Brandis said, I'm not mixing with any gunmen after the Rosenthal business. Because a lot of squealers done an amateur job like that, does it say that an honest job can't be pulled? Demanded Kerfoot. Did Quint and me ask you to go to Dopey or Clabber or Pete the Wop or any of them cheap gangsters? Can the gun stuff, said Brandis. I'm not for it. It's punk. What's punk? Gunplay. Didn't you pull a pop on Maxi Venom the night him and Hyman Adams and Minna beat you up in front of the Knickerbocker? Eddie was stalling, interrupted Stull, as Brandis's face turned a dull beef red. You talk like a bad actor, Doc. There's other ways of getting Max in the wrong. Guns ain't what they was once. Gunplay is old stuff. But listen now. Quint has staked us and we gotta make good. And this is a big thing, though it looks like it was out of our line. Go on, what's the idea? Inquired Kerfoot, interested. Brandis, the dull red still staining his heavy face, watched the flying landscape from the open window. Stull leaned forward. Kerfoot bent his lean, narrow head nearer. Neeland, staring fixedly at his open book, pricked up his ears. Now, said Stull in a low voice, I'll tell you guys all Eddie and I know about this here business of Captain Quint's. It's like this, Doc. Some big feller comes to Quint after they close him up. He won't tell who. And puts up this here proposition. Quint is to open a elegant place in Paris on the QT. In fact, it's ready now. There'll be all the backing Quint needs. He's to send over 3 men he can trust. 3 men who can shoot at a pinch. He picks us 3 and stakes us. Get me? Doc nodded. Brandis said in his narrow-eyed, sleepy way, There was a time when they called us gunmen, Ben and me, but so help me God, Doc, we never did any work like that ourselves. We never fired a shot to croak any living guy, did we, Ben? All right, said Stull impatiently, and to Kerfoot, Eddie and I know what we're to do. If it's on the cards that we shoot, well, then we'll shoot. The place is to be small, select, private, and first class. Doc, you act as capper. You deal, too. Eddie sets him up. I deal or spin, all right? We 3 guys attend to anything American that blows our way. Get that? Kerfoot nodded. Then, for the foreigners, there's to be a guy called Carl Breslau. Neeland managed to repress a start, but the blood tingled in his cheeks, and he turned his head a trifle as though seeking better light on the open pages in his hand. This here man Breslau, continued Stull, speaks all kinds of languages. He is to have 2 friends with him, a fellow named Kestner and one called Weishelm. They trim the foreigners, they do, and, well, I don't see nothing new about this, began Kerfoot, but Stull interrupted. Wait, can't you? This ain't the usual. We run a place for Quint. The place is like Quint's. We trim guys same as he does, or did, but there's more to it. He let his eyes rest on Neeland obliquely for a full minute. The others watched him too. Presently, the young man cut another page of his book with his penknife and turned it with eager impatience, as though the story absorbed him. "Don't worry about Frenchie," murmured Brandis with a shrug. "Go ahead, Ben." Stull laid one hand on Kerfoot's shoulder, drawing that gentleman a trifle nearer and sinking his voice. "Here's the new stuff, Doc," he said, "and it's brand new to us, too. There's big money into it. Quint swore we'd get ours, and as we was on our uppers, we went in. It's like this. We lay for Americans from the embassy or from any of the consulates. They are our special game. It ain't so much that we trim them. We also get next to them. We make 'em talk right out in church. Any political dope they have, we try to get. We get it any way we can. If they'll accelerate, we accelerate 'em. If not, we dope 'em and take their papers. The main idea is to get a hold on 'em. That's what Quint wants. That's what he's paying for and getting paid for. Inside information from the embassy and consulates. What does Quint want of that?" demanded Kerfoot, astonished. "How do I know? Blackmail? Graft? I can't call the dope. But listen here. Don't forget, it ain't Quint who wants it. It's the big feller behind him who's backing him. It's some swell guy higher up who's paying Quint, and Quint, he pays us. So where's the squeal coming?" "Yes, but where's the holler?" insisted Stull. "I ain't hollerin', am I? Only this here is new stuff to me. Listen, Doc. I don't know what it is, but all these here European kings is settin' watchin' one another like toms in a back alley. I think that some foreign political high-upper wants dope on what our people are finding out over here. Like this, he says to himself, I hear this kink is building 10 super ferry boats. If that's right, I ought to know. And I hear that the Queen of Marmora has ordered 1,000,000 new 50-shot bean shooters for the Boy Scouts. That is indeed serious news. So he goes to his broker, who goes to a big feller, who goes to Quint, who goes to us. Flag me? Sure. That's all. There's nothing to it, Doc. Says Quint to us, trim a few guys for me and get their letters, says Quint, and there's something in it for me and you. And that's the new stuff, Doc. You mean we're spies? Spies? I don't know. We're on a salary. We get a big bonus for every letter we find on the carpet. He winked at Kerfoot and relighted his cigar. Say, said the latter, it's like a creeping joint. It's a panel game, Ben. It's politics like they play 'em in Albany, only it's ambassadors and kinks we trim and not corporations. We can't do it. What the hell do we know about kinks and attaches? No, Weishelm, Breslau, and Kestner do that. We lay for the attaches, or spin, or deal, or act handy at the bar and buffet with homesick Americans. Now, the fine work, the high-up stuff, is done by Breslau and Weishelm. And I guess there's some fancy skirts somewhere in the game, but they're silent partners. And anyway, Weishelm manages that part. Kerfoot, one lank knee over the other, swung his foot thoughtfully to and fro, his ratty eyes lost in dreamy reverie. Brandis tossed his half-consumed cigar out of the open window and set fire to another. Stull waited for Kerfoot to make up his mind. After several minutes, the latter looked up from his cunning abstraction. Well, Ben, put it any way you like, but we're just plain political spies. And what the hell did they hand us over here if we're pinched? I don't know. What of it? Nothing. If there's good money in it, I'll take a chance. There is. Quint backs us when we get him coming. Ah, said Doc with a wry face. That's all right for the cards or the wheel, but this pocket picking... Say, that ain't what I mean. It's like this. Young Fitznoodle of the embassy staff gets soused and starts out looking for a quiet game. We furnish the game. We don't go through his pockets. We just pick up whatever falls out and take shorthand copies. Then back go the letters into Fitznoodle's pocket. Yes, who reads them first? Breslau, or some skirt maybe. What's Breslau? Search me. He's a Dutchman or a Russian or some sort of dodo. What do you care? I don't. All right, then. You've got to show me, that's all. Show you what? Spot cash. You're in when you handle it? If you show me real money, yes. You're on. I'll cash a check of quints for you at Monroe's soon as we hit the asphalt. And when you finish counting out your gold nickels, put 'em in your pants and play the game. Is that right? Yes. They exchanged a wary handshake. Then one after another they leaned back in their seats with an air of honest men who had done their day's work. Kerfoot blinked at Brandis, at his excessively groomed person, at his rings. You look prosperous, Eddie. It's his business to, remarked Stull. Brandis yawned. It would be a raw deal if there's a war over here, he said listlessly. Ah, said Kerfoot, there won't be none. Why? The Jews and bankers won't let these kinks mix it. That's right, too, nodded Brandis. But Stull said nothing, and his sour, pasty visage turned sourer. It was the one possibility that disturbed him, the only fly in the amber, the only mote that troubled his clairvoyance. Also, he was the only man among the three who didn't think a thing was certain to happen merely because he wanted it to happen. There was another matter, too, which troubled him. Brandis was unreliable, and who but little Stull should know how unreliable? For Brandis had always been that, and now Stull knew him to be more than that, knew him to be treacherous. Whatever in Brandis had been decent, or had, blindly perhaps, aspired toward decency, was now in abeyance. Something within him had gone to smash since Miniminty had struck him that night in the frightened presence of Rue Carew. And from that night, when he had lost the only woman who had ever stirred in him the faintest aspiration to better things, the man had gradually changed. Whatever in his nature had been unreliable became treacherous. His stolidity became sullenness. A slow ferocity burned within him. Embers of a rage which no brooding ever quenched slumbered red in his brain until his endless meditation became a monomania. And his monomania was the ruin of this woman who had taken from him in the very moment of consummation all that he had ever really loved in the world. A thin, awkward, freckled, red-haired country girl in whom, for the first and only time in all his life, he saw the vague and phantom promise of that trinity which he had never known: a wife, a child, and a home. He sat there by the car window, glaring out of his dull green eyes at the pleasant countryside, his thin lips tightening and relaxing on his cigar. Kerfoot, still pondering over the new stuff offered him, brooded silently in his corner, watching the others out of his tiny bright eyes. Do anything in London? Inquired Stull. No. Who was you working for? A jock in a swell skirt, but Scotland Yard got next and chased the main guy over the water. What was your lay? Same thing. I dealt for the jock and the skirt trimmed the squabs. Anybody holler? The kind we squeezed was too high up to holler. Them young lords take their medicine like they wanted it. They ain't like the home bunch that is named after swell hotels. After a silence, he looked up at Brandis. Whatever became of Miniminty, he asked. Brandis's heavy features remained stolid. She got her divorce, didn't she? Insisted Kerfoot. Yes. Alimony? No, she didn't ask any. How about Venom? Brandis remained silent, but Stull said, I guess she chucked him. She wouldn't stand for that snake. I gotta hand it to her, she ain't that kind. What kind is she? I tell you, I gotta hand it to her. I can't complain of her. She acted white all right until Venom stirred her up. Eddie's got himself to blame. He got in wrong, and Venom had him followed and showed him up to Minna. You got tired of her, didn't you? Said Kerfoot to Brandis, but Stull answered for him again. Like any man, Eddie needed a vacation now and then, but no skirt understands. Brandis said slowly, I'll live to fix Minna yet. What fixed you, snapped Stull, was that there Brook Hollow stuff. Can it? Retorted Brandis, turning a deep red. Don't hand me the true love stuff, Eddie. If you'd meant it with that little haymaker, you'd have respected her. Brandis' large face became crimson with rage. You say another word about her and I'll push your block off, you little dough-faced kike. Stull shrugged and presently whispered to Kerfoot, That's the play he always makes. I've waited 2 years, but he won't ring down on the love stuff. I guess he was hit hard that trip. It took a little red-headed, freckled country girl to stop him. But it was coming to Eddie Brandis, and it certainly looks like it was there to stay for a while. He's still stuck on her? I guess she's still the flypaper, nodded Stull. Suddenly, Brandis turned on Stull with such a look of concentrated hatred that the little gambler's pallid features stiffened with surprise. Ben, said Brandis in a low voice, which was too indistinct for Neelan to catch, I'll tell you something now that you don't know. I saw Quint alone. I talked with him. Do you know who was handling the big stuff in this deal? Who? Asked Stull, amazed. The Turkish embassy in Paris. And do you know who plays the fine Italian hand for that bunch of Turks? No. Minna! You're crazy! Brandis took no notice, but went on with a sort of hushed ferocity that silenced both Stull and Kerfoot. That's why I went in, to get Minna, and I'll get her if it costs every cent I've got or ever hope to get. That's why I'm in this deal. That's why I came. That's why I'm here telling you this. I'm in it to get Minna, not for the money, not for anything in all God's world except to get the woman who has done what Minna did to me. Neeland listened in vain to the murmuring voice. He could not catch a word. Stull whispered, for God's sake, Eddie, that ain't the game. Do you want to double-cross Quint? I have double-crossed him. What? Do you mean to sell him out? I have sold him out. Jesus, who to? To the British Secret Service, and there's to be $100,000 in it, Doc, for you and me to divide, and 50,000 more when we put the French bulls onto Minna and Breslau. Now, how does 150,000 against 5,000 apiece strike you two poor cheap guys? But the magnitude of Brandis's treachery and the splendor of the deal left the two gamblers stunned. Only by their expressions could Neelan judge that they were discussing matters of vital importance to themselves and probably to him. He listened. He could not hear what they were whispering, and only at intervals he dared glance over his book in their direction. Well, said Brandis under his breath, go on, spit it out. What's the squeal? My God, whispered Stull, Quint will kill you. Brandis laughed unpleasantly. Not me, Ben. I've got that geezer where I want him on a dirty deal he pulled off with the police. Kerfoot turned his pointed muzzle toward the window and sneered at the sunny landscape. A few minutes later, far across the rolling plain set with villas and farms and green with hedgerows, gardens, bouquets of trees, and cultivated fields, he caught sight of a ferry structure outlined against the sky. Turning to Brandis, there's the Eiffel Tower, remarked Kerfoot. Where are we stopping, Eddie? Café des Bulgars. Where's that? It's where we go to work, Rue Vilna. Stull's smile was ghastly, but Kerfoot winked at Brandis. Neelan listened, his eyes following the printed pages of his book. End of chapter 24. Read by Kate Adams, New York, New York, September 15th, 2023.
Chapter 25 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Cup and Lip. Through the crowded Paris terminal, Neelan pushed his way, carrying the olive wood box in his hand, and keeping an eye on his porter, who preceded him carrying the remainder of his luggage and repeating, Place, s'il vous plaît, monsieur, dame. To Neeland it was like a homecoming after many years' exile. The subtle but perfectly specific odor of Paris assailed his nostrils once again. The rapid, emphatic, lively language of France sounded once more delightfully in his eager ears. Vivacity and intelligence sparkled in every eye that met his own. It was a throng of rapid movement, of animated speech, of gesticulation. And as it was in the beginning when he first arrived there as a student, he fell in love with it at first sight and contact. All around him moved porters, passengers, railroad officials. The red capus of soldiers dotted the crowd, a priest or two in shovel hat and buckled shoes. A sister of charity from the Rue de Bac lent graver accents to the throng. And everywhere were the pretty bourgeois women of the capital, gathered to welcome relatives or friends, or themselves starting on some brief summer voyage, so dear to those who seldom find it in their hearts to leave Paris for longer than a fortnight at a time. As he pressed onward, he witnessed characteristic reunions between voyagers and friends who awaited them, animated, cordial, gay scenes complicated by many embraces on both cheeks. And of a sudden he noticed the prettiest girl he had ever seen in his life. She was in white with a black straw hat, and her face and figure were lovely beyond words. Evidently she was awaiting friends. There was a charming expectancy on her fresh young face, a slight forward inclination of her body, as though expectancy and happy impatience alone controlled her. Her beauty almost took his breath away. Lord, he thought to himself, if such a girl as that ever stood waiting for me. At that same moment her golden gray eyes, sweeping the passing crowd, met his. A sharp thrill of amazement passed through him as she held out both gloved hands with a soft exclamation of recognition. Jim Nealon! Rue Carew! He could scarcely credit his eyesight where he stood, hat in hand, holding both her little hands in one of his. No, there is no use in trying to disguise his astonishment. He looked into the face of this tall young girl, searched it for familiar features, recognized a lovely paraphrase of the freckled face and thin figure he remembered, and remained dumb before this radiant reincarnation of that other, unhappy, shabby, and meager child he had known 2 years ago. Bruhana, laughing and flushed, withdrew her hands. Have I changed? You haven't. And I always thought you the most wonderful and ornamental young man on this planet. I knew you at once, Jim Nealon. Would you have passed without recognizing me? Perhaps I wouldn't have passed after seeing you. Jim Nealon, what a remark, she laughed. Anyway, it's nice to believe myself attractive enough to be noticed, and I'm so glad to see you. Naya is here, somewhere, watching for you, turning her pretty eager head to search for the Princess Mischenka. Oh, there she is. She doesn't see us. They made their way between the passing ranks of passengers and porters. The princess caught sight of them, came hastily toward them. Jim, it's nice to see you. Thank you for coming. So you found him, Rue. How are you, Jim? And where's the olive wood box? I'm well, and there's that devilish box, he replied, laughing and lifting it in his hand to exhibit it. Naya, the next time you want it, send an escort of artillery and 2 battleships. Did you have trouble? Trouble? I had the time of my life. No moving picture can ever again excite me. No bestseller. I've been both since I had your cable to get this box and bring it to you. He laughed as he spoke, but the princess continued to regard him very seriously, and Rue Carew's smile came and waned like sunlight in a wood, for she was not quite sure whether he had really encountered any dangers on this mission which he had fulfilled so well. Our car is waiting outside, said the princess. Where's your porter, Jim? Nealon glanced about him, discovered the porter, made a sign for him to follow, and they moved together toward the entrance to the huge terminal. I haven't decided where to stop yet, began Nealon, but the princess checked him with a pretty gesture. You stop with us, Jim. Thank you so much, but please, must I beg of you? Do you really wish it? Certainly, she replied absently, glancing about her. She added, I don't see my car. I don't see my footman. I told him to wait here. Rue, do you see him anywhere? No, I don't, said the girl. How annoying, said the princess. He's a new man. My own footman was set upon and almost killed by Apaches a week ago, so I had to find a substitute. How stupid of him. Where on earth can he be waiting? They traversed the court of the terminal. Many automobiles were parked there or just leaving. Liveried footmen stood awaiting masters and mistresses. but nowhere was the car of the Princess Mischenka in sight. They stood there, Neelan's porter behind with his suitcase and luggage, not knowing whether to wait longer or summon a taxicab. "I don't understand," repeated the princess impatiently. "I explained very carefully what I desired. That new groom is stupid. Caron, my chauffeur, would never have made a mistake unless the idiot groom misunderstood his instructions." "Let me go and make some inquiries," said Neelan. "Do you mind waiting here? I'll not be long." He went off, carrying the olive wood box, which his grasp never quitted now, and presently the princess and Ruhana saw him disappear among the ranks of automobiles and cabs. "I don't like it, Rue," repeated the princess in a low voice. "I neither understand nor relish this situation." "Have you any idea?" "Hush, child, I don't know. That new groom, Verdier, was recommended by the Russian embassy. I don't know what to think of this." "It can't be anything queer, can it, dear?" asked Rue. "Anything can have happened. Nothing is likely to have occurred, however, unless those Apaches were—" "Naya, it's possible, I suppose. They may have attacked Pickard as part of a conspiracy. The Russian embassy may have been deceived in Verdier. All this may be part of a plan, but I scarcely believe it. All the same, I dislike to take a taxicab." She caught sight of Neelan returning. Both women moved forward to meet him. "I've solved the mystery," he said. "Naya, your car was run into outside the station a few minutes after you left it, and I'm sorry to say that your chauffeur was badly enough hurt to require an ambulance." "Where on earth did you learn that?" "The official at the taxicab control told me. I went to him because that is where one is likely to receive information." "Caron hurt?" murmured the princess. "What a shame. Where did they take him, Jim?" "To the Charité. I'll go this afternoon. But where is that imbecile groom of mine?" "It appears that he and a policeman went to a garage on the repair truck that took your car." "Was he arrested?" "I believe so." "What a contretemps!" exclaimed the Princess Mischenka. "We shall have to take a taxicab after all." "I've ordered one from the control. There it comes now," said Neelan, as a brand-new taxicab, which looked like a private car, drew up at the curb, and a smiling and very spick-and-span chauffeur saluted. Neelan's porter hoisted trunk and suitcase on top. The princess stepped into the limousine, followed by Rue and Neelan. The chauffeur took the order, started his car, wheeled out into the square, circled the traffic policeman, and whizzed away into the depths of the most beautiful city in the world. Neelan, seated with his back to the driver, laid the olive wood box on his knees, unlocked it, drew from his breast pocket the papers he carried, locked them in the box once more, and looked up laughingly at the princess and Ruhana as he placed it at his feet. "There you are," he said. "Thank heaven my task and your affair have been accomplished. All the papers are there, and," to Ruhana, "that pretty gentleman you call the Yellow Devil is inside, along with some assorted firearms, drawing instruments, and photographs. The whole business is here, intact, and so am I, if that irrelevant detail should interest you." Rue smiled her answer. The princess scrutinized him keenly. "Did you have trouble, Jim?" "Yes, I did." "Serious trouble?" "I tell you, it was like a movie in 5 reels. Never before did I believe such things happened outside a Yonkers studio. But they do, Naya, and I've learned that the world is full of more excitingly melodramatic possibilities than any novel or scenario ever contained." "You're not serious, of course," began Rue Carew, watching the varying expressions on his animated features. But the Princess Mischenka said, unsmiling, "A film melodrama is a crude and tawdry thing compared to the real drama so many of us play in every moment of our lives." Neelan said to Rue, lightly, "That is true as far as I have been concerned with that amazing box. It's full of the very devil, of that yellow devil." When I pick it up now, I seem to feel a premonitory tingling all over me. Not entirely disagreeable," he added to the princess, "but the sort of half-scared exhilaration a man feels who takes a chance and is quite sure he'll not have another chance if he loses. Do you understand what I mean?" "Yes," said the princess unsmilingly, her clear, pleasant eyes fixed on him. In her tranquil, indefinite expression there was something which made him wonder how many such chances this pretty woman had taken in her life of intellectual pleasure and bodily ease. And now he remembered that Ilse de Mont apparently knew about her, about Rohana too, and Ilse de Mont was the agent of a foreign government. Was the Princess Mischenka, patron and amateur of the arts, another such agent? If not, why had he taken this journey for her with this box of papers? The passage of the boulevard was slow. At every square traffic was halted. All Paris crowded the streets in the early afternoon sunshine, and the taxicab in which they sat made little speed until the Place de la Concorde opened out and the Great Arc, a tiny phantom of lavender and pearl, spanned the vanishing point of a fairy perspective between parallel and endless ramparts of tender green. "There was a lot of war talk on the Volhynia," said Nealon, "but I haven't heard any since I landed, nor have I seen a paper. I suppose the chancelleries have come to some agreement." "No," said the princess. "You don't expect trouble, do you? I mean a general European free-for-all fight?" "I don't know, Jim." "Haven't you," he asked blandly, "any means of acquiring inside information?" She did not even pretend to evade the good-humored malice of his smile and question. "Yes, I have sources of private information. I have learned nothing so far." He looked at Rue, and the smile had faded from her face, and she returned his questioning gaze gravely. "There is great anxiety in Europe," she said in a low voice, "and the tension is increasing. When we arrive home, we shall have a chance to converse more freely." She made the slightest gesture with her head toward the chauffeur, a silent reminder and a caution. The princess nodded slightly. "One never knows," she remarked. "We shall have much to say to one another when we are safely home." But Nealon could not take it very seriously here in the sunshine, with two pretty women facing him, here speeding up the Champs-Élysées, between the endless green of chestnut trees and the exquisite silvery gray facades of the wealthy, with motors flashing by on every side, and the cool leafy alleys thronged with children and nursemaids, and Monsieur Goguenal squeaking and drumming in his red-curtained box. How could a young man believe in a sequel to the almost incredible melodrama in which he had figured, with such a sane and delightful setting, here in the familiar company of two charming women he had known? Besides, all Paris and her police were at his elbow, the olive-wood box stood between his knees, a smartly respectable taxi and its driver drove them with the quiet éclat and precision of a private employé. The Arc de Triomphe already rose splendidly above them, and everything that had once been familiar and reassuring and delightful lay under his grateful eyes on every side. And now the taxicab turned into the Rue Soleil d'Or, a new street to Nealon, opened since his student days, and only 1 square long, with a fountain in the middle, and young chestnut trees already thickly crowned with foliage lining both sides of the street. But although the Rue Soleil d'Or was a new street to him, Paris construction is also a rapid affair. The street was faced by charming private houses built of gray Caen stone. The fountain with its golden sundial, with the seated figure, a life-size replica of Manship's original in the Metropolitan Museum, serenely and beautifully holding its place between the Renaissance facades and rows of slender trees. Summer had not yet burned foliage or flowers. The freshness of spring itself seemed to reign there. 3 blue-bloused street sweepers with hose and broom were washing the asphalt as their cab slowed down, sounding its horn to warn them out of the way. And, the sprouting hose still in their hands, the street cleaners stepped out of the gutter before the pretty private hotel of Madame la Princesse. Already a butler was opening the grille. Already the chauffeur had swung Neelan's steamer trunk and suitcase to the sidewalk. Already the princess and Rue were advancing to the house, while Neelan fumbled in his pocket for the fare. The butler, bowing, relieved him of the olive wood box. At the same instant, the blue-bloused man with the hose turned a powerful stream of water directly into the butler's face, knocking him flat on the sidewalk, and his two comrades tripped up Neelan, passed a red sash over his head, and hurled him aside, blinded, half-strangled, staggering at random, tearing furiously at the wide band of woolen cloth which seemed to suffocate him. Already the chauffeur had tossed the olive wood box into the cab. The three blue-bloused men sprang in after it. The chauffeur slipped into his seat, drew in the clutch, and, driving with one hand, turned a pistol on the half-drowned butler, who had reeled to his feet and was lurching forward to seize the steering wheel. The taxicab, gathering speed, was already turning the corner of the Rue de la Lune when Neelan managed to free throat and eyes from the swath of woolen. The butler, checked by the leveled pistol, stood dripping, still almost blinded by the force of water from the hose, but he had plenty of pluck, and he followed Neelan on a run to the corner of the street. The street was absolutely empty, except for the sparrows and the big fat slate-colored pigeons that strutted and cuckooed under the shadow of the chestnut trees. End of section 25, read by Brize Cries, Ohio.
Chapter 26 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ehsan Ahmed Mehedi. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Rue Soleil dehors. Marot, the butler, in dry clothes, had served luncheon. A silent, respectable, self-respecting man, calm in his fury at the incredible outrage perpetrated upon his person. And now luncheon was over. The princess at her telephone in her boudoir, Rue in the music room with Neelan, still excited, anxious, confused. Astonishment, mortification, anger had left Neelan silent, and the convention known as luncheon had not appealed to him. But very little was said during that formality, and in the silence, the serious nature of the episode which so suddenly had deprived the princess of the olive wood box and the papers it contained impressed Neelan more and more deeply. The utter unexpectedness of the outrage, the helpless figure he had cut, infuriated him, and the more he reflected, the madder he grew when he realized that all he had gone through meant nothing now, that every effort had been sterile, every hour wasted, every step he had taken from Brook Hollow to Paris to the very doorstep where his duty ended had been taken in vain. It seemed to him in his anger and humiliation that never had any man been so derided, so heartlessly mocked by the gods. And now, as he sat there behind lowered blinds in the cool half-light of the music room, he could feel the hot blood of resentment and chagrin in his cheeks. "Nobody could have foreseen it," repeated Rue Carew in a pretty bewildered voice. "And if Princess Naya had no suspicions, how could I harbor any, or how could you? I've been sufficiently tricked, or I thought I had been, to be on my guard, but it seems not. I ought to never have been caught in such a disgusting trap. Such a simple, silly, idiotic cage. But, good Lord, how on earth was a man to suspect anything so naturally planned and executed, so simply done? It was an infernal masterpiece, Rue. But that is no consolation to a man who has been made to appear like a monkey." The princess entering overheard, and she seated herself and looked tranquilly at Neelan as he resumed his place on the sofa. "You were not to blame, Jim," she said. "It was my fault. I had warning enough at the railroad terminal when an accident to my car was reported to me by the control through you," she added calmly. "There was no accident." "No accident?" exclaimed Neeland, astonished. "None at all. My new footman, who followed us to the waiting salon for incoming trains, returned to my chauffeur, Caron, saying that he was to go back to the garage and await orders. I have just called the garage and I had Caron on the wire. There was no accident. He has not been injured, and the new footman has disappeared." "It was a clear case of treachery?" exclaimed Neeland. "Absolutely a plot. The pretended official at the terminal control was an accomplice of my footman, of the taxicab driver, of the pretended street cleaners, and of whom else I can perhaps imagine." "Did you call the terminal control?" "I did. The official in charge and the starter had seen no such accident, had given no such information. Some masquerader in uniform must have intercepted you, Jim. I found him coming toward me on the sidewalk, not far from the kiosk. He was in uniform. I never dreamed he was not the genuine thing." "There is no blame attached to you." "Naya, it actually sickens me to discover how little sense I possess. I've been through enough to drive both suspicion and caution into this wooden head of mine." "What have you been through, Jim?" asked the princess calmly. "I'll tell you. I didn't play a brilliant role, I'm sorry to admit. Not common sense, but sheer luck pulled me through as far as your own doorstep. And there," he added disgustedly, "the gods no doubt grew tired of such an idiot, and they handed me what was coming to me." He was so thoroughly and so boyishly ashamed and angry with himself that a faint smile flitted over the Princess Naya's lips. "Proceed, James." "All right. Only first may I ask, who is Ilse Dumont?" For a moment the princess sat silent, expressionless, intent on the man whose clear, inquiring eyes still questioned her. The princess finally answered with a question. "Did she cause you any trouble, Jim?" "Every bit I had was due to her. Also, and here is a paradox, I shouldn't be here now if Ilse Dumont had not played square with me. Who is she?" The Princess Naya did not reply immediately. Instead, she dropped one silken knee over the other, lighted a cigarette, and sat for a few moments, gazing into space. Then, "Ilse Dumont," she said. "She is a talented and exceedingly pretty young woman who was born in Alsace of one German and one thoroughly Germanized parent. She played 2 seasons in Chicago in light opera under another name. She had much talent, an acceptable voice, and she became a local favorite." The princess looked at her cigarette, continued speaking as though addressing it. "She sang at the Opera Comique here in Paris the year before last and last year. Her roles were minor ones. Early this spring, she abruptly broke her contract with the management and went to New York," Neeland said bluntly. "Ilse Dumont is an agent in the service of the Turkish government." The princess nodded. "Did you know it, Naya?" "I began to suspect it recently." "May I ask how?" The princess glanced at Rue and smiled. "Ruhana's friend, Colonel Izzet Bey, was very devoted to Mina Minty." "To whom?" exclaimed Neeland, astounded. "To Ilse Dumont. Mina Minty is her stage name," said the princess. Neeland turned and looked at Rue, who, conscious of his excitement, flushed brightly, yet never suspecting what he was about to say. The princess said quietly, "Yes, tell her, Jim. It is better she know. Until now, it has not been necessary to mention the matter, or I should have done so." Rue, surprised, still prettily flushed with expectancy, looked with new curiosity from one to the other. Neeland said, "Ilse Dumont, known on the stage as Mina Minty, is the divorced wife of Eddie Brandes." As the mention of a name so long hidden away, buried in her memory, and almost forgotten, the girl quivered and straightened up as though an electric shock had passed through her body. Then a burning color flooded her face as at the swift stroke of a lash, and her grey eyes glimmered with starting tears. "You will have to know it, darling," said the princess in a low voice. "There is no reason why you should not. It no longer can touch you. Don't you know that?" "Yes." Rohana's slowly drooping head was lifted again, held high, and the wet brilliancy slowly dried in her steady eyes. "Before I tell you," continued Neeland, "what happened to me through Ile de Mont, I must tell you what occurred in the train on my way to Paris. May I have a cigarette, Princess Naya?" "At your elbow in that silver box." Rue lighted it for him with a smile, but her hand still trembled. "First," he said, "tell me what particular significance those papers in the olive-wood box have. Then I can tell you more intelligently what happened to me since I went to Broke Hollow to find them. They are the German plans for the fortification of the mainland commanding of the Dardanelles, and for the forts dominating the Gallipoli Peninsula." "Yes, I know that. But of what interest? To England or France or Russia, if there is to be war, can't you understand the importance to us of those plans?" asked the princess in a low, quiet voice. "To us?" he repeated. "Yes, to us. I am Russian, am I not?" "Yes, I now understand how very Russian you are, princess. But what has Turkey?" "What is Turkey?" "An empire." "No, a German province." "I did not know." "That is what the Ottoman Empire is today," continued the Princess Michenka. "A Turkish province fortified by Berlin, governed from Berlin through a Germanized Turk, Enver Pasha. The army organized, drilled, equipped, officered, and paid by the Kaiser Wilhelm. Every internal resource and revenue and development and projected development mortgaged to Germany under German control, and the Sultan a nobody." "I did not know it," repeated Neeland. "It is a truth, mon ami. It is inevitable that Turkey fights if Germany goes to war. England, France, Russia know it. Ask yourself, then, how enormous to us the value of those plans, tentative, sketchy perhaps, yet the inception and foundation of those German-made and German-armed fortifications which today line the Dardanelles and the adjacent waters within the sphere of Ottoman influence. So that is why you wanted them," he said, with an unhappy glance at Rue. "What idiotic impulse prompted me to put them back in the box I can't imagine. You saw me do it, there in the taxicab." Ruhana said, "The chauffeur saw you too. He was looking at you in his steering mirror. I saw his face, but it never entered my mind that anything except idle curiosity possessed him." "Perhaps," said the princess to Neeland, "what you did with the papers saved your life. Had that chauffeur not seen you place them in the box, he might have shot and robbed you as you left the cab, merely on the chance of your having them on your person." There was a silence. Then Neeland said, "This is a fine business. As far as I can see, murder seems to be the essence of the contract." "It is often incidental to it," said the Princess Michenka serenely. "But you and Ruhana will soon be out of this affair." "I?" said the girl, surprised. "I think so." "Why, dear?" "I think there is going to be war, and if there is, France will be concerned, and that means that you and Ruhana too will have to leave France." "But you?" asked the girl anxiously. "I expect to remain. How long can you stay here, Jim?" Neeland cast an involuntary glance at Rue as he replied, "I intended to take the next steamer. Why, can I be of any service to you, Princess Naya?" The Princess Michenka let her dark eyes rest on him for a second, then on Rue. "I was thinking," she said, "that you might take Ruhana back with you if war is declared." "Back to America?" exclaimed the girl. "But where am I to go in America? What am I to do there? I don't think I was quite ready to earn my own living." Looking anxiously at the Princess Naya, "Do you think so, dear?" The princess said, "I wanted you to remain, and you must not worry, darling. Someday I shall want you back. But if there is to be war in Europe, you cannot remain here." "Why not? In the first place, only useful people would be wanted in Paris. But Naya, darling, couldn't I be useful to you? The girl jumped up from the sofa and came and knelt down by the Princess Michenka, looking into her face. The princess laid aside her cigarette and put hands on Rue's shoulders, looking her gravely tenderly in the eyes. Dear, she said, I want James Neelan to hear this too, for this is partly a confession. When I first saw you, Rue, I was merely sorry for you, and willing to oblige Jim Neeland by keeping an eye on you until you were settled somewhere here in Paris. Before we landed, I liked you, and because I saw wonderful possibilities in the little country girl who shared my stateroom, I deliberately made up my mind to develop you, make use of your excellent mind, your quick intelligence, your amazing capacity for absorbing everything that is best, and your very unusual attractions for my own purposes. I meant to train you, educate you, to aid me. There was silence. The girl looked up at her, flushed, intent, perplexed. The Princess Michenka, her hands on the girl's shoulders, looked back at her out of grave and beautiful dark eyes. This is the truth, said Princess. My intention was to develop you along the lines which I follow as a profession, teach you to extract desirable information through your wit, intelligence, and beauty, using your youth as a mask. But I cannot do it. She shook her head slightly. Because I have lost my heart to you, and the business I follow is a rotten game. Again silence fell among those three. Rue, kneeling at the elder woman's feet, looked up into her face in silence. Neeland, his elbows resting on his knees, leaned slightly forward from the sofa, watching them. I'll help you if you wish, said Rue Carew. Thank you, dear. No. Let me, I owe you everything since I have been here. No, dear. What I said to you and to James is true. It's merciless, stealthy, treacherous business. It's dangerous to a woman, body and soul. It is one long lifetime of experience with treachery, with greed, with baser passions, with all that is ignoble in mankind. There is no reason for you to enter such a circle, no excuse for it. No duty urges you. No patriotism incites you to such self-sacrifice. No memory of wrong done to your nearest and dearest inspires you to dedicate your life to aiding, if only a little, in the downfall and destruction of the nation and the people who encompassed it. The Princess Michenka's dark eyes began to gleam, and her beautiful face lost its color, and she took Rue's little hands in both of hers and held them tightly against her breast. Had I not lost my heart to you, perhaps I should not have hesitated to develop and make use of you. You are fitted for the role I might wish you to play. Men are fascinated by you. Your intelligence charms, your youth and innocence, worn as a mask, might make you invaluable to the Chancellery, which is interested in the information I provide for it. But Rue, I have come to understand that I cannot do this thing. No. Go back to your painting and your clever drawing and your music, and one of these is certain to give you a living in time. And in that direction alone your happiness lies. She leaned forward and kissed the girl's hair while it was fine and blonde, close to the snowy forehead. If war comes, she said, you and James will have to go home, like two good children when the curfew rings. She laughed, pushed Rue away, lighted another cigarette, and, casting a glance, partly ironical, partly provocative, at the good-looking young man on the sofa, said, As for you, James, I do not worry about you. Impudence will always carry you through where diplomacy fails you. Now tell me all about these three unpleasant sporting characters who occupied the train with you. Neeland laughed. It seems that a well-known gambler in New York called Captain Quint is backing them, and somebody higher up is backing Quint. Probably the Turkish embassy at Washington, interposed the princess coolly. I'm sorry, Jim. Pray go on. The Turkish embassy, he repeated, surprised that she should guess. Yes, and the German embassy is backing that. There you are, Jim. That is the sequence as far as your friend Captain Quint. Now, who comes next in the scale? This man, Brandis, and the little chalk-faced creature, Stahl, and the other one with the fox face, Doc Carfoot. I see. And then? Then I gathered there are several gentlemen wearing Teutonic names who are to go into partnership with them. One named Kastner, one called Theodor Weiselm, and an exceedingly oily Eurasian gentleman with whom I became acquainted on the Volhynia, one Karl Broslow. Broslow! Exclaimed the princess. Now I understand. Who is he, princess? He is the most notorious international spy in the world, a protean individual with aliases, professions, and experiences sufficient for an entire jail full of criminals. His father was a German Jew, his mother a Circassian girl. He was educated in Germany, France, Italy, and England. He has been a member of the socialist group in the Reichstag under one name, a member of the British Parliament under another. He did dirty work for Abdul Hamid, dirtier for Anwar Bey. He is here, there, everywhere. He turns up in Brazil one day and is next in evidence in Moscow. What he is so eternally about, God only knows. With chancellery he serves, which he betrays, is a question that occupies many uneasy minds this very hour, I fancy. But of this I personally am now satisfied. Karl Breslau is responsible for the robbery of your papers today, and the entire affairs was accomplished under his direction. And yet I know, said Neeland, that after he and Kastner tried to blow up the captain's cabin at the bridge aboard the Volhynia yesterday morning, at a little after 2 o'clock, he and Kastner must have jumped overboard in the Mersey River off Liverpool. Without a doubt, a boat was watching your ship. Yes, Weishelm had a fishing smack to pick them up. Ils Dumont must have gone with them, too. All they had to do was to touch at some dock, go ashore, and telegraph to their man here, said the princess. That evidently is what they did, admitted Neeland ruefully. Certainly, and by this time they may be here too. They could do it. I haven't any doubt that Breslau, Kastner, and Ils Dumont are here in Paris at this moment. Then I'll wager I know where they are. Where? In the Hôtel des Bulgars, Rue Vilna. That's where they are to operate a gaming house. That is where they expect to pluck and fleece the callow and the aged who may have anything of political importance about them worth stealing. That is their plan. Agents, officials, employees of all consulates, legations, and embassies are what they are really after. I heard them discussing it. They are in the train today. The princess had fallen very silent, musing, watching Neeland's animated face as he detailed his knowledge of what had occurred. Why not notify the police? He added. There might be a chance to recover the box and the papers. The princess shook her pretty head. We have to be very careful how we use the police, James. It seems simple, but it is not. I can't explain the reasons, but we usually pit spy against spy and keep very clear of the police. Otherwise, she added smilingly, there would be the dues to pay among the embassies and legations. She added, it's a most depressing situation. I don't exactly know what to do. I have letters to write anyway. She rose, turned to Rue, and took both her hands. No, you must go back to New York and your painting and your music if there is to be war in Europe. But you have had a taste of what goes on in certain circles here. You have seen what a chain of consequences ensue from a chance remark of a young girl at a dinner table. Yes, it's amusing, isn't it? A careless and innocent word to that old busybody, Ahmed Mirka Pasha. At my table, that began it. Then another word to Izzet Bey, and I had scarcely time to realize what had happened. Barely time to telegraph James in New York before their entire underground machinery was set in motion to seize those wretched papers in Broke Hollow. Neeland said, You don't know even yet, Princess, how amazingly fast that machinery worked. Tell me now, James. I've time enough to write my warning since it is already too late. And she seated herself on the sofa and drew Ruhana down beside her. Listen, dear, she said with pretty mockery. Here is a most worthy young man who is simply dying to let us know how picturesque a man can be when he tries to. Neeland laughed. The only trouble with me, he retorted, is that I have a rather hopeless habit of telling the truth. Otherwise, there'd be some chance for me as a hero in what I'm going to tell you. And he began with his first encounter with Ilse Dumont in Rue Carrie's house at Brook Hollow. After he had been speaking for less than a minute, Rue Carrie's hands tightened in a clasp of the Princess Naya, who glanced at the girl and noticed that she had lost her color. And Neeland continued his partly playful, partly serious narrative of moving accident by flood and field, aware of the girl's deep, breathless interest, moved by it and conscious of it, the more inclined to avoid the picturesque and heroic, and almost ashamed to talk of himself at all under the serious beauty of the girl's clear eyes. But he could scarcely tell his tale and avoid mentioning himself. He was the center of it all, the focus of the darts of fate, and there was no getting away from what happened to himself. So he made the melodrama a comedy, and the moments of deadly peril he treated lightly. And one thing he avoided altogether, and that was how he had kissed Ilse Dumont. When he finished his account of his dreadful situation in the stateroom of Ilse Dumont, and how at the last second her unerring shots had shattered the bomb clock, cut the guy rope, and smashed the water jug which deluged the burning fuses, he added with a very genuine laugh, "If only some photographer had taken a few 100 feet of film for me, I could retire on an income in a year and never do another stroke of honest work." The princess smiled mechanically, but Rue Carrue dropped her white face on the Princess Naya's shoulder as though suddenly fatigued. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. From 4 to 5. The Princess Vishchenka and Rue Carrue had retired to their respective rooms for that hour between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, which the average woman devotes to catnaps, or to that aimless feminine fussing which must ever remain a mystery to man. The afternoon had turned very warm. Neeland, in his room, lay on the lounge in his undershirt and trousers, having arrived so far toward bathing and changing his attire. No breeze stirred the lattice blinds, hanging over both open windows. The semi-dusk of the room was pierced here and there by slender shafts of sunlight, which lay almost white across the carpet and striped the opposite wall. The Rue Soleil door was very silent in the July afternoon. And Neeland lay there, thinking about all that had happened to him, and trying to bring it home to himself and make it seem plausible and real, and could not. For even now, the last 10 days of his life seemed like a story he had read concerning someone else. Nor did it seem to him that he personally had known all those people concerned in this wild, exaggerated, grotesque story. They, too, took their places on the printed page, appearing, lingering, disappearing, reappearing, as chapter succeeded chapter in a romance too obvious, too palpably sensational, to win the confidence and credulity of a young man of today. Fed to repletion on noisy contemporary fiction, his finer perception blunted by the daily and raucous yell of the New York press, his imagination too long overstrained by Broadway drama, and now flaccid and incapable of further response to its leering or shrieking appeal, the din of 20th century art fell on nerveless ears and on a brain benumbed and skeptical. And so, when everything that he had found grotesque, illogical, labored, obvious, and clamorously redundant in literature, and the drama began to happen and continue to happen in real life to him, and went on happening and involving himself and others all around him in the pleasant July sunshine of 1914, this young man, made intellectually blasé, found himself without sufficient capacity to comprehend it. There was another matter with which his mind was struggling as he lay there, his head cradled on one elbow, watching the thin blue spirals from his cigarette mount straight to the ceiling, and that was the metamorphosis of Rue Carrue. Where was the thin girl he remembered, with her untidy chestnut hair and freckles and a rather sweet mouth, dressed in garments the only mission of which was to cover a flat chest and frail body, and limbs whose too rapid growth had outstripped maturity? To search for her, he went back to the beginning, where a little girl in a pink print dress, bare-legged and hatless, loitered along an ancient rail fence and looked up shyly at him as he warned her to keep out of the range of the fusillade from the bushes across the pasture. He thought of her again at the noisy party in Gayfield, on that white night in winter, visualized the tall, shy, overgrown girl who danced with him and made no complaint when her slim foot was trodden on. And again he remembered the sleigh and the sleigh bells clashing and tinkling under the moon, the light from her doorway, and how she stood looking back at him, and how, on the mischievous impulse of the moment, he had gone back and kissed her. At the memory, an odd sensation came over him, scaring him a little. How on earth had he ever had the temerity to do such a thing to her? And, as he thought of this exquisite, slender, clear-eyed young girl who had greeted him at the Paris terminal, this charming embodiment of all that is fresh and sweet and fearless, in her perfect hat and gown of mundane youth and fashion, the memory of his temerity appalled him. Imagine his taking an unencouraged liberty now! Nor could he dare imagine encouragement from the rougarou so amazingly revealed to him. Out of what, in heaven's name, had this lovely girl developed? Out of a shy, ragged, bare-legged child, haunting the wild blackberry tangles in Brook Hollow? Out of the frail, charmingly awkward, pathetic, freckled mill hand, in her homemade party clothes, the rather sweet expression of whose mouth once led him to impudent indiscretion? Out of what had she been evolved, this young girl whom he had left just now, standing beside her boudoir door, with the Princess Nea's arm around her waist? Out of the frightened, white-lipped, shabby girl who had come dragging her trembling limbs and her suitcases up the dark stairway outside his studio? Out of the young thing with sagging hair, crouched in an armchair beside his desk, where her cheap hat lay with 2 cheap hat pins sticking in the crown? Out of the fragile figure buried in the bedclothes of a stateroom berth, holding out to him a thin, bare arm in voiceless adieu? And Neelan lay there thinking, his head on his elbow, the other arm extended, from the fingers of which the burnt-out cigarette presently fell to the floor. He thought to himself, "She is absolutely beautiful. There's no denying that. It's not her clothes, or the way she does her hair, or her voice, or the way she moves, or how she looks at a man. It's the whole business. And the whole bally business is a miracle. That's all. Good Lord! And to think I ever had the nerve! The nerve!" He swung himself to a sitting posture, sat gazing into space for a few moments, then continued to undress by pulling off one shoe, lighting a cigarette, and regarding his other foot fixedly. That is the manner in which the vast majority of young men do their deepest thinking. However, before 5 o'clock, he had scrubbed himself and arrayed his well-constructed person in fresh linen and outer clothing, and now he sauntered out through the hallway and down the stairs to the rear drawing-room, where a tea-table had been brought in and tea paraphernalia arranged. Although the lamp under the kettle had been lighted, nobody was in the room except a West Highland terrier curled up on a lounge, who, without lifting his snow-white head, regarded Neelan out of the wisest and most penetrating eyes that a young man had ever encountered. Here was a personality! Here was a dog not to be approached lightly, or with flippant familiarity. No! That small, long, short-legged body, with its thatch of wiry white hair, was fairly instinct with dignity, wisdom, and uncompromising self-respect. That dog, thought Neelan, venturing to seat himself on a chair opposite, is a Presbyterian if ever there was one, and I, for one, haven't the courage to address him until he deigns to speak to me. He looked respectfully at the dog, glanced at the kettle, which had begun to sizzle a little, then looked out of the long windows into the little walled garden, where a few slender fruit trees grew along the walls in the rear of well-kept flower beds, now gay with phlox, larkspur, poppies, and heliotrope, and edged with the biggest and bluest pansies he had ever beheld. On the wall, a peacock butterfly spread its brown velvet and gorgeously eyed wings to the sun's warmth. A blackbird, with brilliant yellow bill, stood astride a peach twig and poured out a bubbling and incessant melody, full of fluted grace notes. And on the grass oval, a kitten frisked with the ghosts of last month's dandelions, racing after the drifting fluff, and occasionally keeling over to attack its own tail, after the enchanting manner of all kittens. A step behind him, and Neelan turned. It was Merat, the butler, who presented a thick, sealed envelope to him on his salver, bent to turn down the flame under the singing silver kettle, and withdrew without a sound. Neelan glanced at the letter in perplexity, opened the envelope and the twice-folded sheets of letter paper inside, and read this odd communication. Have I been fair to you? Did I keep my word? Surely you must now, in your heart, acquit me of treachery, of any premeditated violence toward you. I never dreamed that those men would come to my stateroom. That plan had been discussed, but was abandoned because it appeared impossible to get hold of you. And also, may I admit it without being misunderstood, I absolutely refuse to permit any attempt involving your death. When the trap shut on you, there in my stateroom, it shut also on me. I was totally unprepared. I was averse to murder, and also I had given you my word of honor. Judge, then, of my shame and desperation, my anger at being entrapped in a false position involving the loss, in your eyes, of my personal honor. It was unbearable, and I did what I could to make it clear to you that I had not betrayed you, but my comrades do not yet know that I had any part in it, do not yet understand why the ship was not blown to splinters. They are satisfied that I made a mistake in the rendezvous, and, so far, no suspicion attaches to me. They believe the mechanism of the clock failed them, and perhaps it is well for me that they believe this. It is, no doubt, a matter of indifference to you how the others and I reach safety. I have no delusions concerning any personal and kindly feeling on your part toward me. But one thing you cannot, dare not, believe, and that is that I proved treacherous to you and false to my own ideas of honor. And now, let me say one more thing to you. Let me say it out of a friendship for which you care nothing, could not care anything, and that is this. Your task is accomplished. You could not possibly have succeeded. There is no chance of recovery of those papers. Your mission is definitely ended. Now, I beg of you to return to America. Keep clear of entanglement in these events, which are beginning to happen in such rapid succession in Europe. They do not concern you. You have nothing to do with them, no interest in them. Your entry into affairs which cannot concern you would be insulting effrontery and foolish bravado. I beg you to heed this warning. I know you to be personally courageous. I suppose that fear of consequences would not deter you from intrusion into any affair, however dangerous. But I dare hope that, perhaps in your heart, there may have been born a little spark of friendliness, a faint warmth of recognition for a woman who took some slight chance with death to prove to you that her word of honor is not lightly given or lightly broken. So, if you please, our ways part here with this letter sent to you by hand. I shall not forget the rash but generous boy I knew who called me Scheherazade. End of chapter 27, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, May 4, 2023.
Chapter 28 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Chapter 28. Together. He sat there, holding the letter and looking absently over it at the little dog who had gone to sleep again. There was no sound in the room save the faint whisper of the tea kettle. The sunny garden outside was very still too. The blackbird appeared to doze on his peach twig. The kitten had settled down with eyes half closed and tail tucked under her flank. The young man sat there with his letter in his hand and eyes lost in retrospection for a while. In his hand lay evidence that the gang which had followed him, and through which he no longer doubted that he had been robbed, was now in Paris. And yet he could not give this information to the Princess Naya. Here was a letter which he could not show. Something within him forbade it, some instinct which he did not trouble to analyze. And this instinct sent the letter into his breast pocket, as a light sound came into his ears, and the next instant Rue Carew entered the further drawing-room. The little West Highland terrier looked up, wagged that section of him which did duty as a tail, and watched her as Neeland rose to seat her at the tea-table. "Sandy," she said to the little dog, "if you care to say 'down with the Sultan,' I shall bestow 1 lump of sugar upon you." "Yap, yap," said the little dog. "Give it to him, please." Rue handed the sugar to Neeland, who delivered it gravely. "That's because I want Sandy to like you," she added. Neeland regarded the little dog and addressed him politely. "I shouldn't dare call you Sandy on such brief acquaintance," he said. "But may I salute you as Alexander? Thank you, Alexander." He patted the dog, whose tail made a slight, sketchy motion of approval. "Now," said Rue Carew, "you are friends, and we shall all be very happy together, I'm sure. Princess Naya said we were not to wait. Tell me how to fix your tea." He explained. About to begin on a buttered croissant, he desisted abruptly and rose to receive the princess, who entered with the light, springy step characteristic of her, gowned in one of those Parisian afternoon creations which never are seen outside that capital, and never will be. "Far too charming to be real," commented Neeland. "You are a pretty fairy story, Princess Naya, and your gown is a miracle tale which never was true." He had not dared any such flippancy with Rue Carew, and the girl, who knew she was exquisitely gowned, felt an odd little pang in her heart as this young man's praise of the Princess Mitschenka fell so easily and gaily from his lips. He might have noticed her gown, as it had been chosen with many doubts, much hesitation, and anxious consideration, for him. She flushed a little at the momentary trace of envy. "You are too lovely for words," she said, rising. But the princess gently forced her to resume her seat. "If this young man has any discrimination," she said, "he won't hesitate with the golden apple, Rehana." Rue laughed and flushed. "He hasn't noticed my gown, and I wore it for him to notice," she said. "But he was too deeply interested in Sandy and in tea and croissant." "I did notice it," said Neeland. And to that young man's surprise and annoyance his face grew hot with embarrassment. What on earth possessed him to blush like a ploughboy? He suddenly felt like one, too, and turned sharply to the little dog, perplexed, irritated with himself and his behavior. Behind him the princess was saying, "The car is here. I shan't stop for tea, dear. In case anything happens, I am at the embassy." "The Russian embassy," repeated Rue. "Yes, I may be a little late. We are to dine here en famille at 8. You will entertain James." "James," she repeated, addressing him. "Do you think Rehana sufficiently interesting to entertain you while I am absent?" But all his aplomb, his lack of self-consciousness, seemed to be gone, and Neeland made some reply which seemed to him both obvious and dull, and hated himself because he found himself so unaccountably abashed, realizing that he was afraid of the opinions that this young girl might entertain concerning him. "I'm going," said the princess. "Au revoir, dear. Goodbye, James." She looked at him keenly when he turned to face her, smiled, still considering him as though she had unexpectedly discovered a new feature in his expressive face. Whatever it was she discovered seemed to make her smile a trifle more mechanical. She turned slowly to Rue Carew, hesitated, then, nodding a gay adieu, turned and left the room with Neeland at her elbow. "I'll tuck you in," he began, but she said, "Thanks, Marat will do that," and left him at the door. When the car had driven away down the Rue Soleil d'Or, Neeland returned to the little drawing-room where Rue was indulging Sandy with small bits of sugar. He took up cup and buttered croissant, and for a little while nothing was said, except to Sandy, who, upon invitation, repeated his opinion of the Sultan, and snapped in the offered emolument with unsatiated satisfaction. To Rue Carew, as well as to Neeland, there seemed to be a slight constraint between them, something not entirely new to her, since they had met again after 2 years. In the 2 years of her absence, she had been very faithful to the memory of his kindness, constant in the friendship which she had given him unasked, given him first, she sometimes thought, when she was a little child in a ragged pink frock, and he was a wonderful young man who had taken the trouble to cross the pasture and warn her out of range of the guns. He had always held his unique place in her memory and in her innocent affections. She had written to him again and again, in spite of his evident lack of interest in the girl to whom he had been kind. Rare, brief letters from him were read and reread, and laid away with her best-loved treasures. And when the prospect of actually seeing him again presented itself, she had been so frankly excited and happy that the Princess Mitschenka could find in the girl's unfeigned delight nothing except a young girl's touching and slightly amusing hero-worship. But with her first exclamation, when she caught sight of him at the terminal, something about her preconceived ideas of him, and her memory of him, was suddenly and subtly altered, even while his name fell from her excited lips, because she had suddenly realized that he was even more wonderful than she had expected or remembered, and that she did not know him at all, that she had no knowledge of this tall, handsome, well-built young fellow with his sunburnt features and his air of smiling aloofness and of graceful assurance, almost fascinating and a trifle disturbing, which had made the girl rather grave and timid, uncertain of the estimation in which he might hold her, no longer so sure of any encouragement from him in her perfectly obvious attitude of a friend of former days. And so, shyly admiring, uncertain, inclined to warm response at any advance from this wonderful young man, the girl had been trying to adjust herself to this new incarnation of a certain James Neeland, who had won her gratitude and who had awed her, too, from the time when, as a little girl, she had first beheld him. She lifted her golden-gray eyes to him. A little unexpected sensation, not wholly unpleasant, checked her speech for a moment. This was odd, even unaccountable. Such awkwardness, such disquieting and provincial timidity, wouldn't do. "Would you mind telling me a little about Brook Hollow?" she ventured. Certainly he would tell her. He laid aside his plate and teacup, and told her of his visits there when he had walked over from Neeland's mills in the pleasant summer weather. Nothing had changed, he assured her. Mill dam and pond and bridge, and the rushing creek below were exactly as she knew them. Her house stood there at the crossroads, silent and closed in the sunshine, and under the high moon. Pickerel and sunfish still haunted the shallow pond. Partridges still frequented the alders and willows across her pasture. Fireflies sailed through the summer night, and the crows congregated in the evening woods and talked over the events of the day. "And my cat? You wrote that you would take care of Adoniram." "Adoniram is an aged patriarch and occupies the place of honor in my father's house," he said. "He is well?" "Oh, yes. He prefers his food finely cut, that's all. I don't suppose he will live very long." "He's pretty old," admitted Neeland. She sighed and looked out of the window at the kitten in the garden. And after an interval of silence, "Our plot in the cemetery, is it pretty?" "It is beautiful," he said, "under the great trees. It is well cared for. I had them plant the shrubs and flowers you mentioned in the list you sent me." "Thank you." She lifted her eyes again to him. "I wonder if you realize how splendid you have always been to me." Surprised, he reddened and said awkwardly that he had done nothing. Where was the easy, gay, and debonair assurance of this fluent young man? He was finding nothing to say to Rue Carew, or saying what he said as crudely and uncouthly as any haymaker in Gayfield. He looked up exasperated and met her eyes squarely, and Rue Carew blushed. They both looked elsewhere at once, but in the girl's breast a new pulse beat, a new instinct stirred, blindly importuning her for recognition. A new confusion threatened the ordered serenity of her mind, vaguely menacing it with unaccustomed questions. Then the instinct of self-command returned. She found composure with an effort. "You haven't asked me," she said, "about my work. Would you like to know?" He said he would, and she told him, chary of self-praise, yet eager that he should know that her masters had spoken well of her. "And you know," she said, "every week now I contribute a drawing to the illustrated paper I wrote to you about. I sent one off yesterday. But," and she laughed shyly, "my nostrils are no longer filled with pride, because I am not contented with myself any more. I wish to do, so much better work." "Of course, contentment in creative work means that we have nothing more to create." She nodded and smiled. "The youngest born is the most tenderly cherished, until a new one comes. It's that way with me. I am all love and devotion and tenderness and self-sacrifice while fussing over my youngest. Then a still younger comes, and I become like a heartless cat, and drive away all progeny except the newly born." She sighed and smiled and looked up at him. "It can't be helped, I suppose. That is, if one's going to have more progeny. It's our penalty for producing. Only the newest counts, and those to come are to be miracles, but they never are." She nodded seriously. "When there is a better light, I should like to show you some of my studies," she ventured. "No, not now. I'm too vain to risk anything except the kindest of morning lights, because I do hope for your approval." "I know they're good," he said, and half laughingly, "I'm beginning to find out that you're a rather wonderful and formidable and overpowering girl, Rohana." "You don't think so?" she exclaimed, enchanted. "Do you? Oh dear. Then I feel that I ought to show you my pictures and set you right immediately." She sprang to her feet. "I'll get them. I'll be only a moment." She was gone before he discovered anything to say, leaving him to walk up and down the deserted room and think about her as clearly as his somewhat dislocated thoughts permitted, until she returned with both arms full of portfolios, boards, and panels. "Now," she said, with a breathless smile, "you may mortify my pride and rebuke my vanity. I deserve it. I need it. But, don't be too severe." "Are you serious?" he said, looking up in astonishment from the first astonishing drawing in color which he held between his hands. "Serious? Of course." She met his eyes anxiously. Then her own became incredulous, and the swift color dyed her face. "Do you like my work?" she asked in a fainter voice. "Like it?" He continued to stare at the bewildering grace and color of the work, turned to another and lifted it to the light. "What's this?" he demanded. "A monotype." "You did it?" "Yes." He seemed unable to take his eyes from it, from the exquisite figures there in the sun on the bank of the brimming river under an iris-tinted April sky. "What do you call it, Rue?" "Baroque." He continued to scrutinize it in silence, then drew another carton prepared for oil from the sheaf on the sofa. Over autumn woods, in a windy sky, high-flying crows were buffeted and blown about. From the stark trees a few phantom leaves clung, fluttering, and the whole scene was possessed by sinuous, whirling forms, mere glimpses of supple, exquisite shapes, tossing, curling, flowing through the naked woodland. A delicate finger caught at a dead leaf here. There, frail arms clutched at a bending, wind-tossed bough. Gray sky and ghostly forest were obsessed, bewitched, by the winnowing, driving torrent of airy, half-seen spirits. "The winds," he said mechanically. He looked at another, a sketch of the Princess Naya, and somehow it made him think of vast skies and endless plains, and the tumult of surging men and rattling lances. "A Cossack," he said half to himself. "I never before realized it." And he laid it aside and turned to the next. "I haven't brought any life studies or school drawings," she said. "I thought I'd just show you the results of them and of whatever is in me." "I'm just beginning to understand what's in you," he said. "Tell me, what is it?" she asked almost timidly. "Tell you?" He rose, stood by the window looking out, then turned to her. "What can I tell you?" he added, with a short laugh. "What have I to say to a girl who can do these after 2 years abroad?" Sheer happiness kept her silent. She had not dared hope for such approval. Even now she dared not permit herself to accept it. "I have so much to say," she ventured, "and such an appalling amount of work before I can learn to say it." "Your work is stunning," he said bluntly. "You don't think so?" she exclaimed incredulously. "Indeed I do. Look at what you have done in 2 years. Yes, grant all your aptitude and talents. Just look at what you've accomplished, and where you are. Look at you yourself, too. What a stunning, bewildering sort of girl you've developed into. Jim Neeland." "Certainly, Jim Neeland of Neeland's Mills, who has had years more study than you have, more years of advantage, and who now is an illustrator without anything in particular to distinguish him from the several thousand other American illustrators. Jim, your work is charming." "How do you know?" "Because I have everything you ever did. I sent for the magazines and cut them out, and they're in my scrapbook." She hesitated, breathless, smiling back at him out of her beautiful golden-gray eyes, as though challenging him to doubt her loyalty or her belief in him. It was rather curious, too, for the girl was unusually intelligent and discriminating, and Neeland's work was very, very commonplace. His face had become rather sober, but the smile still lurked on his lips. "Rue," he said, "you're wonderfully kind, but I'm afraid I know about my work. I can draw pretty well, according to school standards, and I approach pretty nearly the same standards in painting. Probably that's why I became an instructor at the Art League, but so far I haven't done anything better than what is called acceptable." "I don't agree with you," she said warmly. "It's very kind of you not to." He laughed and walked to the window again and stood there looking out across the sunny garden. "Of course," he added over his shoulder, "I expect to get along all right. Mediocrity has the best of chances, you know." "You are not mediocre." "No, I don't think I am. But my work is. And, do you know," he continued thoughtfully, "that is very often the case with a man who is better equipped to act than to tell with pen or pencil how others act. I'm beginning to be afraid that I'm that sort, because I'm afraid that I get more enjoyment out of doing things than in explaining with pencil and paint how they are done." But Rue Carew, seated on the arm of her chair, slowly shook her head. "I don't think that those are the only alternatives, do you?" "What other is there?" She said a little shyly, "I think it is all right to do things if you like, make exact pictures of how things are done if you choose, but it seems to me that if one really has anything to say, one should show in one's pictures how things might be or ought to be, don't you?" He seemed surprised and interested in her logic, and she took courage to speak again in her pretty, deprecating way. "If the function of painting and literature is to reflect reality, a mirror would do as well, wouldn't it? But to reflect what might be or what ought to be requires something more, doesn't it? Imagination, yes. A mind, anyway. That is what I have thought, but I'm not at all sure I'm right. I don't know. The mind ought to be a mirror reflecting only the essentials of reality." "And that requires imagination, doesn't it?" she asked. "You see, you have put it much better than I have." "Have I?" he returned, smiling. "After a while you'll persuade me that I possess your imagination, Rue, but I don't." "You do, Jim." "I'm sorry I don't. You construct, I copy. You create, I ring changes on what already is. You dissect, I skate over the surface of things. Oh, Lord, I don't know what's lacking in me," he added with gay pretense of despair, which possibly was less feigned than real. "But I know this, Rue Carew. I'd rather experience something interesting than make a picture of it. And I suppose that confession is fatal." "Why, Jim?" "Because with me the pleasures of reality are substituted for the pleasures of imagination. Not that I don't like to draw and paint, but my ambition in painting is and always has been bounded by the visible. And although that does not prevent me from appreciation, from understanding and admiring your work, for example, it sets an impregnable limit to any such aspiration on my part." His mobile and youthful features had become very grave. He stood a moment with lowered head, as though what he was thinking of depressed him. Then the quick smile came into his face and cleared it, and he said gaily, "I'm an artistic Dobbin, a reliable, respectable sort of Fido on whom editors can depend, that's all. Don't feel sorry for me," he added, laughing. My work will be very much in demand. The end of Chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Zito. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. En Famille. The Princess Mischenka came leisurely and gracefully downstairs a little before 8 that evening, much pleased with her hair, complexion, and gown. She found Neeland alone in the music room, standing in the attitude of the conventional Englishman with his back to the fireless grate and his hands clasped loosely behind him, waiting to be led out and fed. The direct glance of undisguised admiration with which he greeted the Princess Naya confirmed the impressions she herself had received from her mirror and brought an additional dash of color into her delicate brunette face. "Is there any doubt that you are quite the prettiest objet d'art in Paris?" he inquired anxiously, taking her hand, and her dark eyes were very friendly as he saluted her fingertips with the reverent and slightly exaggerated appreciation of a connoisseur in sculpture. "You hopeless Irishman," she laughed. "It's fortunate for women that you're never serious, even with yourself." "Princess Naya," he remonstrated, "can nothing short of kissing you convince you of my sincerity and impudence?" she interrupted smilingly. "Oh, yes, I'm convinced, James, that lacking other material, you'd make love to a hitching post." His hurt expression and protesting gesture appealed to the universe against misinterpretation. But the Princess Mischenka laughed again unfeelingly and seated herself at the piano. "Some day," she said, striking a lively chord or two, "I hope you'll catch it, young man. You're altogether too free and easy with your feminine friends. What do you think of Rue Soleil?" "An astounding and enchanting transformation. I haven't yet recovered my breath." "When you do, you'll talk nonsense to the child, I suppose." "Princess, have I ever—" "You talk little else, dear friend, when God sends a pretty fool to listen." She looked up at him from the keyboard over which her hands were nervously wandering. "I ought to know," she said. "I also have listened." She laughed carelessly, but her glance lingered for an instant on his face, and her mirth did not sound quite spontaneous to either of them. 2 years ago there had been an April evening after the opera, when, in taking leave of her in her little salon, her hand had perhaps retained his a fraction of a second longer than she quite intended, and he had, inadvertently, kissed her. He had thought of it as a charming and agreeable incident. What the Princess Naya Mischenka thought of it she never volunteered. But she so managed that he never again was presented with a similar opportunity. Perhaps they both were thinking of this rather ancient episode now, for his face was touched with a mischievous, reminiscent smile, and she had lowered her head a trifle over the keyboard where her slim, ivory-tinted hands still idly searched after elusive harmonies in the subdued light of the single lamp. "There's a man dining with us," she remarked, "who has the same irresponsible and casual views on life and manners which you entertain. No doubt you'll get along very well together." "Who is he?" "A Captain Singown, one of our attachés. It's likely you'll find a congenial soul in this same Cossack whom we call Alak." She added maliciously, "His only logic is the impulse of the moment, and he is known as Prince Ehrlich among his familiars. Ehrlich was the devil, you know." He was announced at that moment and came marching in, a dark, handsome, wiry young man with winning black eyes and a little black mustache just shadowing his short upper lip, and a head shaped to contain the devil himself, the most reckless-looking head, Neelan thought, that he ever had beheld in all his life. But the young fellow's frank smile was utterly irresistible, and his straight manner of facing one, and of looking directly into the eyes of the person he addressed in his almost too perfect English, won any listener immediately. He bowed formally over Princess Naya's hand, turned squarely on Neeland when he was named to the American, and exchanged a firm clasp with him. Then, to the princess, "I am late? No? Fancy, Princess, that great booby, Izzet Bey, must stop me at the club, and I exceedingly pressed to dress and entirely out of humour with all Turks. Ah bien, bon vieux, he said in his mincing manner of a nervous pelican. They're warming up the Balkan boilers with Austrian pine, but I hear they're full of snow. And I said to him, snow boils very nicely if the fire is sufficiently persistent, and I think Izzet Bey will find it so. With a quick laugh of explanation to Neeland, he meant Russian snow, you see, and that boils beautifully if they keep on stoking the boiler with Austrian fuel. The princess shrugged. What schoolboy repartee? Why did you answer him at all, Alack? Well, explained the attaché, as I was due here at 8, I hadn't time to take him by the nose, had I? Rue entered and went to the princess to make amends. I'm so sorry to be late, turned to smile at Neeland, then offered her hand to the Russian. How do you do, Prince Ehrlich? She said with the careless and gay cordiality of old acquaintance. I heard you say something about Colonel Izzet Bey's nose as I came in. Captain Singown bound over her slender white hand. The Mohammedan nose of Izzet Bey is an admirable bit of Oriental architecture, Miss Carew. Why should it surprise you to hear me extol its bizarre beauty? Anyway, said the girl, I'm contented that you left devilry for revelry. And, Marotte announcing dinner, she took the arm of Captain Singown as the princess took Neeland's. Like all Russians and some Cossacks, Prince Alack ate and drank as though it were the most delightful experience in life, and he did it with a whole-soul heartiness and satisfaction that was flattering to any hostess and almost fascinating to anybody observing him. His teeth were even and very white, his appetite splendid. When he did his goblet the honor of noticing it at all, it was to drain it. When he resumed knife and fork, he used them as gaily, as gracefully, and as thoroughly as he used his saber on various occasions. He had taken an instant liking to Neeland, who seemed entirely inclined to return it, and he talked a great deal to the American, but with a nice division of attention for the two ladies on either side. You know, Alack, said the princess, you need not torture yourself by trying to converse with discretion, because Mr. Neeland knows about many matters which concern us all. Ah, that is delightful, and indeed I was already quite assured of Mr. Neeland's intelligent sympathy in the present state of European affairs. He's done a little more than express sympathy, remarked the princess, and she gave a humorous outline of Neeland's part in the affair of the olive wood box. Fancy, exclaimed Captain Singown, that impudent canaille. Yes, I heard at the embassy what happened to that accursed box this morning. Of course it is a misfortune, but as for me personally, I don't care. It doesn't happen to concern you personally, Prince Ehrlich, said Princess Naya dryly. No, he admitted, unabashed by the snub. It does not touch me. Cavalry cannot operate on the Gallipoli Peninsula. Therefore, God be thanked, I shall be elsewhere when the snow boils. Rue turned to Neeland. His one idea of diplomacy in war is 1,000 Cuban Cossacks at full speed. And that is an excellent idea, is it not, Kazachka? He said, smiling impudently at the princess, who only laughed at the familiarity. I hope, added Captain Singown, that I may live to gallop through a few miles of diplomacy at full speed before they consign me to the Opolchina. Turning to Neeland, the reserve, the old man's home, you know, God forbid. And he drained his goblet and looked defiantly at Rue Carew. A Cossack is a Cossack, said the princess, be he Trek or Kuban, Don or Astrachan, and they all know as much about diplomacy as Prince Ehrlich, or Izzet Bey's nose. James, you are unusually silent, dear friend. Are you regretting those papers? It's a pity, he said. But he had not been thinking of the lost papers. Rue Carew's beauty preoccupied him. The girl was in black, which made her skin dazzling, and reddened the chestnut color of her hair. Her superb young figure revealed an unsuspected loveliness, where the snowy symmetry of neck and shoulders and arms was delicately accentuated by the filmy black of her gown. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. She seemed more wonderful, more strange, more aloof than ever, and this was what preoccupied and entirely engaged his mind, and troubled it, so that his smile had a tendency to become indefinite and his conversation mechanical at times. Captain Singown drained one more of numerous goblets, gazed sentimentally at the princess, then with equal sentiment at Rue. "As for me," he said with a carelessly happy gesture toward the infinite, "plans are plans, and if they're stolen, tant pis. But there are always Tartars in Tartary and Turks in Turkey. And while there's hope for a poor devil of a Cossack who wants to say a prayer in St. Sophia before he's gathered to his ancestors." "Have any measures been taken at your embassy to trace the plans?" asked Neeland of the princess. "Of course," she said simply. "Plans," remarked Singown, "are not worth the cherteska of an honest Caucasian. A Kirghiz pony knows more than any diplomat, and my Magaika is better than both." "All the same," said Rue, "with those stolen plans in your embassy, Prince Erlich, you might even gallop a sotnia of your Cossacks to the top of Achi Baba." "By heaven, I'd like to try!" he exclaimed, his black eyes ablaze. "There are dongas," observed the princess dryly. "I know it. There are dongas every 20 yards, and Turkish gores that would stop a charging bull. My answer is mount, trot, gallop, and hurrah for Achi Baba." "Very picturesque, Alak. But wouldn't it be nicer to be able to come back again and tell us all about it?" "As for that," he said with his full-throated, engaging laugh, "no need to worry, princess, for the newspapers would tell the story. What is this Gallipoli country, anyway, that makes our chancellery wag its respected head and frown and whisper in corners and take little notes on its newly laundered cuffs? I know the European and Asiatic shores with their forts, Khalid Bar, Chimalik, Kumkel, Dardanos. I know what those Germans have been about with their barbed wire and mobile mortar batteries. What do we want of their plans, then?" "Nothing, Prince Erlich," said Rue, laughing. "It suffices that you'll be appointed advisor in general to His Majesty the Tsar." Singown laughed with all his might. "And an excellent thing that would be, Miss Carew. What we need in Russia," he added, with a bow to the princess, "are first of all more Kazachki, then myself to execute any commands with which my incomparable princess might deign to honor me." "Then I command you to go and smoke cigarettes in the music room, and play some of your Cossack songs on the piano for Mr. Neeland until Miss Carew and I rejoin you," said the princess, rising. At the door there was a moment of ceremony. Then Singown, passing his arm through Neeland's with boyish confidence that his quickly given friendship was welcome, sauntered off to the music room, where presently he was playing the piano and singing some of the entrancing songs of his own people in a voice that, cultivated, might have made a fortune for him. "We are but horsemen, and God is great. We hunt on hill and fen, the fierce Karate. Naiman and Agor, Tartar and Kinau, leopard and tiger, flee at our view halloo. We are but horsemen, cleansing the hill and fen, where wild men hide, wild beasts abide, Mongol and Baigod, Turkoman and Tajgad, each in his den. The skies are blue, the plains are wide, over the fens the horsemen ride." Still echoing the wild air, and playing with both hands in spite of the lighted cigarette between his fingers, he glanced over his shoulder at Neeland. "A very old song," he explained, "made in the days of the Great Invasion when all the world was fighting anybody who would fight back. I made it into English. It's quite nice, I think." His naive pleasure in his own translation amused Neeland immensely, and he said that he considered it a fine piece of verse. "Yes," said Singown, "but you ought to hear a love song I made out of odd fragments I picked up here and there. I call it Samarkand, or rather Samarkand Mafuza, which means Samarkand the well-guarded. Outside my guarded door, whose voice repeats my name, the voice thou hast heard before under the white moon's flame, and thy name is my song, and my song is ever the same. How many warriors dead have sung the song you sing? Some by an arrow were sped, some by a dagger's sting. Like a bird in the night is my song, a bird on the wing. Ahmed and Yusuf bled, a dead king blocks my door. If thy halls and walls be red, shall Samarcand ask more? Or my song shall cleanse thy house, or my heart's blood foul thy floor? Now hast thou conquered me, humbly thy captive I, my soul escapes to thee, my body here must lie. Ride with thy song and my soul in thy arms, and let me die. Sengoun, still playing, flung over his shoulder. A Tartar song from the Turkoman. I borrowed it and put new clothes on it. Nice, isn't it? Enchanting, replied Neelan, laughing in spite of himself. Rue Carew, with her snowy shoulders and red gold hair, came drifting in, consigning them to their seats with a gesture, and giving them to understand that she had come to hear the singing. So Sengoun continued his sketchy, haphazard recital, waving his cigarette now and then for emphasis, and conversing frequently over his shoulder while Rue Carew leaned on the piano and gravely watched his nimble fingers alternately punish and caress the keyboard. After a little while, the Princess Mischenka came in saying that she had letters to write. They conversed, however, for nearly an hour before she rose, and Captain Sengoun gracefully accepted his congé. I'll walk with you if you like, suggested Neeland. With pleasure, my dear fellow. The night is beautiful, and I am just beginning to wake up. Ask Marat to give you a key, then, suggested the princess, going. At the foot of the stairs, however, she paused to exchange a few words with Captain Sengoun in a low voice, and Neeland, returning with his latchkey, went over to where Rue stood by the lamplit table, absently looking over an evening paper. As he came up beside her, the girl lifted her beautiful golden gray eyes. Are you going out? Yes, I thought I'd walk a bit with Captain Sengoun. It's rather a long distance to the Russian embassy. Besides... She hesitated, and he waited. She glanced absently over the paper for a moment, then, not raising her eyes, the theft of that box today. Perhaps my nerves have suffered a little, but do you think it quite prudent for you to go out alone at night? Why, I'm going out with Captain Sengoun, he said, surprised at her troubled face. But you will have to return alone. He laughed, but they both had flushed a little. Had it been any other woman in the world, he had not hesitated gaily to challenge the shy and charming solicitude expressed in his behalf, make of it his capital, his argument to force that pretty duel to which one day all youth is destined. He found himself now without a word to say, nor daring to entertain any assumption concerning the words she had uttered. Dumb, awkward, afraid, he became conscious that something in this young girl had silenced within him any inclination to gay effrontery, any talent for casual gallantry. Her lifted eyes, with their clear, half-shy regard, had killed all fluency of tongue in him, slain utterly that light good humor with which he had encountered women heretofore. He said, I hadn't thought myself in any danger whatever. Is there any reason for me to expect further trouble? Rue raised her troubled eyes. Has it occurred to you that they might think you capable of redrawing parts of the stolen plans from memory? It had never occurred to me, he admitted, surprised, but I believe I could remember a little about one or two of the more general maps. The princess means to ask you, tomorrow, to draw for her what you can remember. And that made me think about you now, whether the others might not suspect you capable of remembering enough to do them harm. And so, do you think it prudent to go out tonight? Yes, he replied quite sincerely. It is all right. You see, I know Paris very well. She did not look convinced, but Sengoun came up and she bade them both good night and went away with the Princess Mischenka. As, arm in arm, the two men sauntered around the corner of the Rue Soleil d'Or, two men who had been sitting on a marble bench beside the sundial fountain rose and strolled after them. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Zito. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Chapter 30, Jardin Russe. At midnight the two young men had not yet parted. For, as Sengaun explained, the hour for parting was already past, and it was too late to consider it now. And Neelan thought so too, what with the laughter and the music, and the soft night breezes to counsel folly, and the city's haunting brilliancy stretching away in bewitching perspectives still unexplored. From every fairy lamp the lustrous capital signaled to youth her invitation, her challenge, and her menace. Like some jeweled sorceress, some dreaming Circe by the riverbank, pondering new spells, so Paris lay in all her mystery and beauty under the July stars. Sengaun, his arm through Neelan's, had become affectionately confidential. He explained that he really was a nocturnal creature, that now he had completely waked up, that his habits were due to a passion for astronomy, and that the stars he had discovered at odd hours of the early morning were more amazing than any celestial bodies ever before identified. But Neeland, whose head and heart were already occupied, declined to study any constellations, and they drifted through the bluish luster of white arc lights and the clustered yellow glare of incandescent lamps toward a splash of iridescent glory among the chestnut trees, where music sounded and tables stood amid flowers and grass and little slender fountains which balanced silver globes upon their jets. The waiters were in Russian peasant dress, the orchestra was Russian gypsy, the bill of fare was Russian, and there was only champagne to be had. Balalaika orchestra and spectators were singing some evidently familiar song, one of those rushing, clattering, clashing choruses of the steppes, and Sengaun sang too, with all his might, when he and Neeland were seated, which was thirsty work. Two fascinating Russian gypsy girls were dancing, slim, tawny, supple creatures in their scarlet and their jingling bangles. After a deafening storm of applause, their flashing smiles swept the audience, and, linking arms, they sauntered off between the tables under the trees. "I wish to dance," remarked Sengaun. "My legs will kick over something if I don't." They were playing an American dance, a sort of skating step. People rose, couple after couple took the floor, and Sengaun looked around for a partner. He discovered no eligible partner likely to favor him without a quarrel with her escort, and he was debating with Neeland whether a row would be worthwhile, when the gypsy girls sauntered by. "Oh," he said gaily, "a pretty Tsigain can save my life if she will." And the girls laughed, and Sengaun led one of them out at a reckless pace. The other smiled and looked at Neeland, and, seating herself, leaned on the table watching the whirl on the floor. "Don't you dance?" she asked with a sidelong glance out of her splendid black eyes. "Yes, but I'm likely to do most of my dancing on your pretty feet." "Merci. In that case, I prefer a cigarette." She selected one from his case, lighted it, folded her arms on the table, and continued to gaze at the dancers. "I'm tired tonight," she remarked. "You dance beautifully." "Thank you." Sengaun, flushed and satisfied, came back with his gypsy partner when the music ceased. "Now I hope we may have some more singing," he exclaimed as they seated themselves and a waiter filled their great bubble-shaped glasses. And he did sing at the top of his delightful voice when the balalaikas swept out into a ringing and familiar song, and the two gypsy girls sang too, laughed and sang, holding the frosty goblets high in the sparkling light. It was evident to Neeland that the song was a favorite one with Russians. Sengaun was quite overcome. They all touched goblets. "Brava, my little Tsigains," he said with happy emotion. "My little compatriots, my little tawny panthers of the Caucasus. What do you call yourselves in this bandbox of a country where 2 steps backward take you across any frontier?" His dancing partner laughed till her sequins jingled from throat to ankle. "They call us Fifi and Nini," she replied. "Ask yourself why." "For example," added the other girl, "we rise from this table and thank you. There is nothing further. C'est fini. C'est Fifi, Nini. Comprenez-vous, Prince Erlich?" "Hi, what?" exclaimed Sengaun. "I'm known, it appears, even to that devilish name of mine." Everybody laughed. "After all," he said more soberly, "it's a gypsy's trade to know everybody and everything, Tiens." He slapped a gold piece on the table. "A kiss apiece against a louis that you don't know my comrade's name and nation." The girl called Nini laughed. We're quite willing to kiss you, Prince Ehrlich, but a louis d'or is not a copper penny. And your comrade is American, and his name is James. James, exclaimed Sengown. I said so. James. What else? Neelan. Neeland. I said so. Sengown placed the gold piece in Nini's hand and looked at Neeland with an uncomfortable laugh. I ought to know a gypsy, but they always astonish me, these Tziganes. Tell us some more, Nini. He beckoned a waiter and pointed indignantly at the empty goblets. The girls, resting their elbows on the table, framed their faces with slim and dusky hands and gazed at Sengown out of humorous, half-veiled eyes. What do you wish to know, Prince Ehrlich? They asked mockingly. Well, for example, is my country really mobilizing? Since the 25th. Tiens, and old Papa Kaiser and the clown Prince Futit, what do they say to that? It must be stopped. What? Sang Dieu. We must stop mobilizing against the Austrians? But we are not going to stop, you know, while Francis Joseph continues to pull faces at poor old Servian Peter. Neeland said, The evening paper has it that Austria is more reasonable and that the Servian affair can be arranged. There will be no war, he added confidently. There will be war, remarked Nini with a shrug of her bare brown shoulders over which her hair and her gilded sequins fell in a bright mass. Why? Asked Neeland, smiling. Why? Because, for one thing, you have brought war into Europe. Come now, no mystery, said Sengown gaily. Explain how my comrade has brought war into Europe, you little fraud. Nini looked at Neeland. What else except papers was in the box you lost? She asked coolly. Neeland, very red and uncomfortable, gazed back at the girl without replying, and she laughed at him, showing her white teeth. You brought the yellow devil into Europe, Monsieur Neeland. Ehrlich, the yellow demon. When he travels, there is unrest. Where he rests, there is war. You're very clever, retorted Neeland, quite out of countenance. Yes, we are, said Fifi, with her quick smile. And who but Monsieur Neeland should admit it? Very clever, repeated Neeland, still amazed and profoundly uneasy. But this yellow devil you say I brought into Europe must have been resting in America then. And, if so, why is there no war there? There would have been, with Mexico. You brought the yellow demon here, but just in time. All right, grant that, then. But, perhaps, he was a long time resting in America. What about that pretty gypsy? The girl shrugged again. Is your memory so poor, Monsieur Neeland? What has your country done but fight since Ehrlich rested among your people? You fought in Samoa, in Hawaii. Your warships went to Chile, to Brazil, to San Domingo. The blood of your soldiers and sailors was shed in Haiti, in Cuba, in the Philippines, in China. Good Lord, exclaimed Neeland. That girl is dead right. Sengown threw back his handsome head and laughed without restraint, and the gypsies laughed too, their beautiful eyes and teeth flashing under their black cascades of unbound hair. Show me your palms, said Nini, and drew Sengown's and Neeland's hands across the table, holding them in both of hers. See, she added, nudging Fifi with her shoulder, both of them born under the Dark Star. It is war they shall live to see, war. Under the Dark Star, Ehrlich, repeated the other girl, looking closely into the two palms. And there is war there. And death? Inquired Sengown gaily. I don't care if I can lead a Sotnia up Achibaba and twist the gullet of the Padisha before I say, Fifi, Nini. The gypsy searched his palm with intent and brilliant gaze. Zut, said Fifi, je ne vois rien qu'elle d'Elmore et la guerre aux dames. Tien fais pas, laughed Sengown. I ask no further favor of the fortune. I'll manage my regiment myself. And, listen to me, Fifi, he added with a frightful frown. If the war you predict doesn't arrive, I'll come back and beat you as though you were married to a Turk. While they still explored his palm, whispering together at intervals, Sengown caught the chorus of the air which the orchestra was playing, and sang it lustily and with intense pleasure to himself. Neeland, unquiet to discover how much these casual strangers knew about his own and intimate affairs, had become silent and almost glum. But the slight gloom which invaded him came from resentment toward these people who had followed him from Brookhollow to Paris, and who, in the very moment of victory, had snatched that satisfaction from him. He thought of Kestner, of Breslau, of Scheherazade, and the terrible episode in her stateroom. Except that he had seized the box in the Brook Hollow house, there was nothing in his subsequent conduct on which he could plume himself. He could not congratulate himself on his wisdom. Sheer luck had carried him through as far as the Rue Soleil door. Mere chance, and that capricious fortune which sometimes convoys the stupid, fatuous, and astigmatic. Then he thought of Rue, and, in his bosom, an intense desire to distinguish himself began to burn. If there were any way on earth to trace that accursed box. He turned abruptly and looked at the two gypsies, who had relinquished Sengaun's hand and who were still conversing together in low tones, while Sengaun beat time on the jingling tabletop and sang joyously at the top of his baritone voice. Hey, zoom, 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 boom, boom, boom. Here's to the artillery gaily riding by. Fetch me a distillery, let me drink it dry. Fill me full of sillery, here's to the artillery. Zoom, 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 boom, boom, boom. Fifi, monsieur, you're so clever. Where is that yellow devil now? Poof, giggled Fifi. On its way to Berlin, pardi. That's easy to say. Tell me something else more expensive. Nini said, surprised. What we know is free to Prince Erlich's friend. Did you think we sell to Russians? I don't know anything about you or where you get your information, said Neeland. I suppose you're in the secret service of the Russian government? Mon ami, Neeland, said Fifi, smiling. We should feel lonely outside the secret service. Few in Europe are outside, few in the world, fewer in the half-world. As for us Tziganes, who belong to neither, the business of everybody becomes our secret to sell for a silver piece, but not to Russians in the moment of peril, nor to their comrades. What do you desire to know, comrade? Anything, he said simply, that might help me to regain what I have lost. And what do you suppose? Exclaimed Fifi, opening her magnificent black eyes very wide. Did you imagine that nobody was paying any attention to what happened in the Rue Soleil door this noon? Nini laughed. The word flew as fast as the robber's taxicab. How many thousand secret friends to the Triple Entente do you suppose knew of it half an hour after it happened? From the Trocadero to Montparnasse, from Pont du Jour to Charenton, from the Bois to the Bièvre. The word flew. Every taxicab, omnibus, sapin, every bateau mouche, every train that left any terminal was watched. 5 embassies and legations were instantly under redoubled surveillance. Hundreds of cafes, bars, restaurants, hotels, all the theaters, gardens, cabarets, brasseries. Your pigs of Apaches are not neglected, va. But to my idea, they got out of Paris before we watchers knew of the affair at all. In an automobile, perhaps by rail. God knows, said the girl, looking absently at the dancing which had begun again. But if we ever lay our eyes on Minaminti, we wear toys in our garters which will certainly persuade her to take a little stroll with us. After a silence, Neeland said, Is Minaminti then so well known? Not at the Opera Comique, replied Fifi with a shrug, but since then. An artiste, that woman, added Nini. Why deny it? It appears that she has twisted more than one red button out of a broadcloth coat. She'll get the Seraglio medal for this day's work, said Fifi. Or the Croix de Fer, added Nini. Ah, zut, she annoys me. Did you ever hear of a place called the Café des Bulgars? Asked Neeland carelessly. Yes. What sort of place is it? Like any other. Quite respectable? Perfectly, said Nini, smiling. One drinks good beer there. Munich beer, added Fifi. Then is it watched? Asked Neeland. All German cafes are watched. Otherwise, it is not suspected. Sengaun, who had been listening, shook his head. There's nothing to interest us at the Café des Bulgars, he said. Then he summoned a waiter and pointed tragically at the empty goblets. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Zito. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. The Café des Bulgars. Their adieux to Fifi and Nini were elaborate and complicated by bursts of laughter. The Tziganes recommended Captain Sengoun to go home and seek further adventures on his pillow, and had it not been for the gay babble of the fountain and the persistent perfume of flowers, he might have followed their advice. It was after the two young men had left the Jardin Russe that Captain Sengoun positively but affectionately refused to relinquish possession of Neelan's arm. "Dear friend," he explained, "I am just waking up and I do not wish to go to bed for days and days." "But I do," returned Neelan, laughing. "Where do you want to go now, Prince Ehrlich?" The champagne was singing loudly in the Cossack's handsome head. The distant brilliancy beyond the Place de la Concorde riveted his roving eyes. "Over there," he said joyously. "Listen, old fellow, I'll teach you the skating step as we cross the Place. Then, in the first bal, you shall try it on the fairest form since Helen fell and Troy burned. Or Troy fell and Helen burned. It's all the same, old fellow. What you call 50-50, eh?" Neelan tried to free his arm, to excuse himself. Two policemen laughed. But Sengoun, linking his arm more firmly in Neelan's, crossed the Place in a series of Dutch rolls and outer edges, in which Neelan was compelled to join. The Russian was as light and graceful on his feet as one of the dancers of his own country. Neelan's knowledge of skating aided his own less agile steps. There was sympathetic applause from passing taxis and fiacres, and they might, apparently, have had any number of fair partners for the asking along the way, except for Sengoun's headlong dive toward the brightest of the boulevard lights beyond. In the Rue Royale, however, Sengoun desisted with sudden access of dignity, remarking that such gambles were not worthy of the best traditions of his embassy, and he attempted to bribe the drivers of a couple of handsome cabs to permit him and his comrade to take the reins and race to the Arc de Triomphe. Failing in this, he became profusely autobiographical, informing Neelan of his birth, education, aims, and aspirations. "When I was 12, he said, I had known already the happiness of the battle shock against Kurd, Mongol, and Tartar. At 18, my ambition was to slap the faces of 3 human monsters. I told everybody that I was making arrangements to do this, and I started for Brusa after my first monster, Fahim Effendi. But the Vali telegraphed to the Grand Vizier, and the Grand Vizier ran to Abdul the Damned, and Abdul yelled for Sir Nicholas O'Connor, and they caught me in the Para Palace and handed me over to my embassy." Neelan shouted with laughter. "Who were the other monsters?" he asked. "The other 2 whose countenances I desired to slap? Oh, one was Abdul Hauda, the Sultan's star reader, who chattered about my dark star horoscope in the Yildiz. And the other was the Sultan." "Who?" "Abdul Hamid." "What? You wished to slap his face?" "Certainly, but Kuchuk Said and Kamil Pasha requested me not to, accompanied by gendarmes." "You have lost your life," remarked Neelan. "Yes, but then war would surely have come, and today my emperor would have held the Dardanelles where the Turkish flag is now flying over German guns and German gunners." He shook his head. "Great mistake on my part," he muttered. "Should have pulled Abdul's lop ears. Now everything in Turkey is yasak, except what Germans do and say, and God knows we are farther than ever from St. Sophia. I am very thirsty with thinking so much, old fellow. Did you ever drink German champagne?" "I believe not." "Come on, then. You shall drink several gallons and never feel it. It's the only thing German I could ever swallow." "Prince Ehrlich, you have had considerable refreshment already." "Copain t'en fais pas." The spectacle of 2 young fellows in evening dress, in a friendly tug-of-war under the lampposts of the boulevard, amused the passing populace, and Sengoun, noticing this, was inclined to mount a boulevard bench and address the wayfarers, but Neelan pulled him down and persuaded him into a quieter street, the Rue Vilna. "There's a German place now!" exclaimed Sengoun, delighted. And Neelan, turning to look, perceived the illuminated sign of the Café des Bulgars. German champagne had now become Sengoun's fixed idea. Nothing could dissuade him from it. Nothing persuaded him into a homeward-bound taxi. So Neeland, with a rather hazy idea that he ought not to do it, entered the cafe with Singaun, and they seated themselves on a leather wall lounge before one of the numerous marble-topped tables. "Listen," he said in a low voice to his companion. "This is a German cafe, and we must be careful what we say. I'm not any too prudent, and I may forget this, but don't you." "Quite right, old fellow," replied Singaun, giving him an owlish look. "I must never forget I am a diplomat among these sales Boches." "Be careful, Singaun. That expression is not diplomatic." "Careful is the word, mon vieux," returned the other loudly and cheerfully. "I'll bet you $1, 3 kopecks and 2 sous that I go over there and kiss the cashier." "No, be a real diplomat, Singaun." "I'm sorry you feel that way, Neeland, because she's unusually pretty. And we might establish a triple entente until you find some Argive Helen to quadruple it. Aha! Here is our German champagne. Positively the only thing German or Russian can... Listen, this won't do. People are looking at us. Right, old fella, always right. You know, Neeland, this friendship of ours is the most precious, most delightful, and most inspiring experience of my life. Here's a full goblet to our friendship. Hurrah! As for Enver Pasha, may Ehrlich seize him. After they had honored the toast, Singaun looked about him pleasantly, receptive, ready for any eventuality, and observing no symptoms of any eventuality whatever, he suggested creating one. "Dear comrade," he said, "I think I shall arise and make an incendiary address." "No!" "Very well, if you feel that way about it. But there is another way to render the evening agreeable. You see that sideboard?" he continued, pointing to a huge carved buffet piled to the ceiling with porcelain and crystal. "What will you wager that I cannot push it over with one hand?" But Neeland declined the wager with an impatient gesture and kept his eyes riveted on a man who had just entered the cafe. He could see only the stranger's well-groomed back, but when, a moment later, the man turned to seat himself, Neeland was not surprised to find himself looking at Doc Kerfoot. "Singaun," he said under his breath. "That type who just came in is an American gambler named Doc Kerfoot, and he is here with other gamblers for the purpose of obtaining political information for some government other than my own." Singaun regarded the new arrival with amiable curiosity. "That worm? Oh, well, every city in Europe swarms with such maggots, you know. It would be quite funny if he tries any blandishments on us, wouldn't it?" "He may. He's a capper. He's looking at us now. I believe he remembers having seen me in the train." "As for an hour or two at chemin de fer, baccarat, or roulette," remarked Singaun, "I am not averse to—" "Watch him. The waiter who is taking his order may know who you are, may be telling that gambler. I believe he did. Now let us see what happens." Singaun, delighted at the prospect of an eventuality, blandly emptied his goblet and smiled generally upon everybody. "I hope he will make our acquaintance and ask us to play," he said. "I'm very lucky at chemin de fer, and if I lose I shall conclude that there is trickery, which would make it very lively for everybody," he added with a boyish smile, but his dark eyes began to glitter and he showed his beautiful even teeth when he laughed. "Ha," he said, "a little what you call a mix-up might not come amiss. That gives one an appetite. That permits one to perspire. That does good to everybody and makes one sleep soundly. Shall we, as you say in America, start something?" Neeland, thinking of Ali Baba and Golden Beard and of their undoubted instigation by telegraph of the morning's robbery, wondered whether the rendezvous of the robbers might not possibly be here in the Café des Bulgars. The gang of Americans in the train had named Kestner, Breslau, and Weishelm, the one man of the gang whom he had never seen, as prospective partners in this enterprise. Here, somewhere in this building, were their gambling headquarters. Was there any possible chance that the stolen box and its contents might have been brought here for temporary safety? Might it not now be hidden somewhere in this very building by men too cunning to risk leaving the city when every train and every road would be watched within an hour of the time that the robbery was committed? Leaning back carelessly on the lounge and keeping his eyes on the people in the cafe, Neeland imparted these ideas to Singaun in a low voice, told him everything he knew in regard to the affair, and asked his opinion. My opinion, said Sengown, who was enchanted at any prospect of trouble, is that this house is suspect and is worth searching. Of course, the prefect could be notified, arrangements made, and a search by the secret police managed. But Neelan, my friend, think of what pleasure we should be deprived. How do you mean? Why not search the place ourselves? How? Well, of course, we could be picturesque, go to my embassy, and fill our pockets with automatic pistols, and come back here and, well, make them stand around and see how high they could reach with both hands. Neelan laughed. That would be a funny jest, wouldn't it? Said Sengown. Very funny, but he nudged Sengown and directed his attention toward the terrace outside, where waiters were already removing the little iron tables and the chairs, and the few lingering guests were coming inside the café. I see, muttered Sengown. It is already Sunday morning and they're closing. It's too late to go to the embassy. They'd not let us in here when we returned. Neelan summoned a waiter with a nod. When do you close up inside here? Tomorrow being Sunday, the terrace closes now, monsieur, but the café remains open all night, explained the waiter with a noticeable German accent. Thank you. And to Sengown, I'd certainly like to go upstairs. I'd like to see what it looks like up there. Take a glance around. Very well, let us go up. We ought to have some excuse. We'll think of several on the way, rising with alacrity, but Neelan pulled him back. Wait a moment. It would only mean a fight. All fights, explained Sengown seriously, are agreeable, some more so. So if you are ready, dear comrade, but a row will do us no good. Pardon, dear friend, I have been in serious need of one for an hour or two. I don't mean that sort of good, explained Neelan, laughing. I mean that I wish to look about up there, explore. Quite right, old fellow, always right. But here's an idea. I could stand at the head of the stairs and throw them down as they mounted, while you had leisure to look around for your stolen box. My dear Prince Ehrlich, we've nothing to shoot with, and it's likely they have. There's only one way to get upstairs with any chance of learning anything useful, and that is to start a row between ourselves. And raising his voice as though irritated, he called for the reckoning, adding in a tone perfectly audible to anybody in the vicinity that he knew where roulette was played, and that he was going whether or not his friend accompanied him. Sengown, delighted, recognized his cue and protested in loud nasal tones that the house to which his comrade referred was suspected of unfair play, and a noisy dispute began, listened to attentively by the pretty but brightly painted cashier, the waiters, the gérant, and every guest in the neighborhood. As for me, cried Sengown, feigning to lose his temper, I have no intention of being tricked. I was not born yesterday, not I. If there is to be found an honest wheel in Paris, that would suit me. Otherwise, I go home to bed. It is an honest wheel, I tell you. It is not. I know that place. Be reasonable. Reasonable, repeated Sengown appealingly to the people around them. Permit me to ask these unusually intelligent gentlemen whether it is reasonable to play roulette in a place where the wheel is notoriously controlled and the management a dishonest one. Could a gentleman be expected to frequent or even to countenance places of evil repute? Messieurs, I await your verdict. And he folded his arms dramatically. Somebody said from a neighboring table, Vous avez parfaitement raison, monsieur. I thank you, cried Sengown with an admirably dramatic bow. Therefore, I shall now go home to bed. Neelan, maintaining his gravity with difficulty, followed Sengown toward the door, still pretending to plead with him, and the gérant, a tall, blond, rosy, and unmistakable German, stepped forward to unlock the door. As he laid his hand on the bolt, he said in a whisper, If the gentlemen desire the privilege of an exclusive club where everything is unquestionably conducted. Where? Demanded Neelan abruptly. On the 3rd floor, monsieur. Here? Certainly, sir. If the gentlemen will honor me with their names, and will be seated for one little moment, I shall see what can be accomplished. Very well, said Sengown with a short, incredulous laugh. I'm Prince Ehrlich of the Mongol Embassy, and my comrade is Mr. Neelan, Consul General of the United States of America in the Grand Duchy of Gerolstein. The gérant smiled. After he had gone away toward the further room in the café, Neeland remarked to Sengown that doubtless their real names were perfectly well known, and Sengown disdainfully shrugged his indifference. What can one expect in this dirty rat nest of Europe? Abdul the Damned employed 100,000 spies in Constantinople alone, and William the Sudden admired him. Why, Neeland, mon ami, I never take a step in the streets without being absolutely certain that I am watched and followed. What do I care, except that towns make me sick? But the only cure is a kurzig horse and 1,000 lances. God send them. I'm sick of cities. A few moments later, the Gérant returned and in a low voice requested them to accompany him. They passed leisurely through the café between tables where lowered eyes seemed to deny any curiosity. But guests and waiters looked after them after they had passed, and here and there people whispered together, particularly two men who had followed them from the sundial fountain in the Rue Soleil d'Or to the Jardin Russe, across the Place de la Concorde and into the Café des Bulgars in the Rue Vilna. On the stairs, Neeland heard Sengown still muttering to himself. Certainly I am sick of cities and narrow strips of sky. What I need is 1,000 lances at a gallop and a little kurzig horse between my knees. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Chapter 32. The Cercle Extranationale. The suite of rooms into which they were ushered appeared to be furnished in irreproachable taste. Except for the salon at the further end of the suite, where play was in progress, the charming apartment might have been a private one, and the homelike simplicity of the room, where books, flowers, and even a big gray cat confirmed the first agreeable impression, accented the lurking smile on Sengoun's lips. Doc Kerfoot, in evening dress, came forward to receive them, in company with another man, young, nice-looking, very straight, and with the high, square shoulders of oppression. "Bonsoir, messieurs," said Kerfoot genially. "J'ai l'honneur de vous faire connaître mon ami, Monsieur Wisehelm." They exchanged very serious bows with Monsieur Wisehelm, and Kerfoot retired. In excellent French, Wisehelm inquired whether they desired supper, and learning that they did not, bowed smilingly and bade them welcome. "You are at home, gentlemen. The house is yours. If it pleases you to sup, we offer you our hospitality. If you care to play, the salon is at your disposal, or, if you prefer, a private room. Yonder is the buffet. There are electric bells at your elbow. You are at home," he repeated, clicked his heels together, bowed, and took his leave. Sengoun dropped into a comfortable chair and sent a waiter for caviar, toast, and German champagne. Neeland lighted a cigarette, seated himself, and looked about him curiously. Over in a corner on a sofa, a rather pretty woman, a cigarette between her jeweled fingers, was reading an evening newspaper. Two others in the adjoining room, young and attractive, their feet on the fireplace fender, conversed together over a sandwich, a glass of the widely advertised Dubonnet, and another of the equally advertised Bon Lait Magie, as serenely and as comfortably as though they were by their own firesides. "Perhaps they are," remarked Sengoun, plastering an oblong of hot toast with caviar. "Birds of this kind nest easily anywhere." Neeland continued to gaze toward the salon where play was in progress. There did not seem to be many people there. At a small table, he recognized Brandis and Stoll playing what appeared to be bridge whist, with two men whom he had never before seen. There were no women playing. As he watched the round, expressionless face of Brandis, who was puffing a long cigar screwed tightly into the corner of his thin-lipped mouth, it occurred to him somewhat tardily what Rue Carew had said concerning personal danger to himself if any of these people believed him capable of reconstructing from memory any of the stolen plans. He had not thought about that specific contingency. Instinct alone had troubled him a little when he first entered the Café des Bulgars. However, his unquiet eyes could discover nothing of either Kestner or Breslau, and somehow he did not even think of encountering Ilse Dumont in such a place. As for Brandis and Stoll, they did not recognize him at all. So, entirely reassured once more by the absence of Ali Baba and Golden Beard, and of Scheherazade, whom he had no fear of meeting, Neeland ate his caviar with a relish and examined his surroundings. Of course, it was perfectly possible that the stolen papers had been brought here. There were 3 other floors in the building, too, and he wondered what they were used for. Sanguan's appetite for conflict waned as he ate and drank, and a violent desire to gamble replaced it. "You poke about a bit," he said to Neeland. "Talk to that girl over there and see what you can learn. As for me, I mean to start a little flirtation with Mademoiselle Fortuna. Does that suit you?" If Sanguan wished to play, it was none of Neeland's business. "Do you think it an honest game?" he asked doubtfully. "With negligible stakes, all first-class gamblers are honest. If I were you, Sanguan, I wouldn't drink anything more." "Excellent advice, old fellow," emptying his goblet with satisfaction. And, rising to his firm and graceful height, he strolled away toward the salon, where play progressed amid the most decorous and edifying of atmospheres. Neeland watched him disappear, then he glanced curiously at the girl on the sofa, who was still preoccupied with her newspaper. So he rose, sauntered about the room, examining the few pictures and bronzes, modern but excellent. The carpet underfoot was thick and soft, but as he strolled past the girl who seemed to be so intently reading, she looked up over her paper and returned his civil recognition of her presence with a slight smile. As he appeared inclined to linger, she said with pleasant self-possession, "These newspaper rumors, monsieur, are becoming too persistent to amuse us much longer. War talk is becoming vieux jeu." "Why read them?" inquired Neeland with a smile. "Why?" She made a slight gesture. "One reads what is printed, I suppose." "Written and printed by people who know no more about the matter in question than you and I, mademoiselle," he remarked, still smiling. "That is perfectly true. Why is it worthwhile for anyone to search for truth in these days when everyone is paid to conceal it?" "Oh," he said, "not everyone." "No, some lie naturally and without pay," she admitted indifferently. "But there are still others. For example, mademoiselle yourself." "I?" She laughed, not troubling to refute the suggestion of her possible truthfulness. He said, "This club is furnished in excellent taste." "Yes, it is quite new." "Has it a name?" "I believe it is called the Cercle Extranationale. Would monsieur also like to know the name of the club cat?" They both laughed easily, but he could make nothing of her. "Thank you," he said, "and I fear I have interrupted your reading." "I have read enough lies. I am quite ready to tell you a few. Shall I?" "You are most amiable. I have been wondering what the other floors in this building are used for." "Private apartments," she replied, smiling, looking him straight in the eyes. "Now you don't know whether I've told you the truth or not, do you?" "Of course I know." "Which, then?" "The truth." She laughed and indicated a chair, and he seated himself. "Who is the dark, nice-looking gentleman accompanying you?" she inquired. "How could you see him at all through your newspaper?" "I poked a hole, of course." "To look at him or at me?" "Your mirror ought to reassure you. However, as an afterthought, who is he?" "Prince Erlich of Mongolia," replied Neeland solemnly. "I supposed so. We of the infernal aristocracy belong together. I am the Contessa Diabletta de Enfer." He inclined gravely. "I'm afraid I don't belong here," he said. "I'm only a Yankee." "Hell is full of them," she said, smiling. "All Yankees belong where Prince Erlich and I are at home. Do you play?" "No. Do you?" "It depends on chance." "It would give me much pleasure." "Thank you, not tonight." And in the same level, pleasant voice, "Don't look immediately, but from where you sit you can see in the mirror opposite 2 women seated in the next room." After a moment he nodded. "Are they watching us?" "Yes." "Mr. Neeland." He reddened with surprise. "Get Captain Sanguan and leave," she said, still smiling. "Do it carelessly, convincingly. Neither of you needs courage, both of you lack common sense. Get up, take leave of me nicely but regretfully, as though I had denied you a rendezvous. You will be killed if you remain here." For a moment Neeland hesitated, but curiosity won. "Who is likely to try anything of that sort?" he asked, and a tingling sensation not wholly unpleasant passed over him. "Almost anyone here, if you are recognized," she said as gaily as though she were imparting delightful information. "But you recognize us, and I'm certainly not dead yet." "Which ought to tell you more about me than I am likely to tell anybody. Now, when I smile at you and shake my head, make your adieu to me, find Captain Sanguan, and take your departure. Do you understand?" "Are you really serious?" "It is you who should be serious. Now, I give you your signal, Monsieur Neeland." But the smile stiffened on her pretty face, and at the same moment he was aware that somebody had entered the room and was standing directly behind him. He turned on his chair and looked up into the face of Elsie Dumont. There was a second's hesitation, then he was on his feet, greeting her cordially, apparently entirely at ease, and with nothing on his mind except the agreeable surprise of the encounter. "I had your note," he said. "It was charming of you to write, but very neglectful of you not to include your address. Tell me, how have you been since I last saw you?" Elsie Dumont's red lips seemed to be dry, for she moistened them without speaking. In her eyes he saw peril, knowledge of something terrible, some instant menace. Then her eyes, charged with lightning, slowly turned from him to the girl on the sofa, who had not moved, but in her eyes, too, a little flame began to flicker and play, and the fixed smile relaxed into an expression of cool self-possession. Neelan's pleasant, careless voice broke the occult tension. "This is a pretty club," he said. "Everything here is in such excellent taste. You might have told me about it," he added to Elsie with smiling reproach. "But you never even mentioned it, and I discovered it quite by accident." Elsie Dumont seemed to find her voice with an effort. "May I have a word with you, Mr. Neelan?" she asked. "Always," he assured her promptly. "I am always more than happy to listen to you. Please follow me." He turned to the girl on the sofa and made his adieu with conventional ceremony and a reckless smile which said, "You were quite right, mademoiselle. I'm in trouble already." Then he followed Elsie Dumont into the adjoining room, which was lined with filled bookcases and where the lounges and deep chairs were covered with leather. Halting by the library table, Elsie Dumont turned on him a look such as he never before had encountered in any living woman's eyes, a dead gaze, dreadful, glazed, as impersonal as the fixed regard of a corpse. She said, "I came. They sent for me. I did not believe they had the right man. I could not believe it, Neeland." A trifle shaken, he said in tones which sounded steady enough, "What frightens you so, Scheherazade?" "Why did you come? Are you absolutely mad?" "Mad? No, I don't think so," he replied with a forced smile. "What threatens me here, Scheherazade?" regarding her pallid face attentively. "Death. You must have known it when you came." "Death? No, I didn't know it." "Did you suppose that if they could get a hold of you, they'd let you go? A man who might carry in his memory the plans for which they tried to kill you? I wrote to you to go back to America, and this is what you have done instead." "Well," he said in a pleasant but rather serious voice, "if you really believe there is danger for me if I remain here, perhaps I'd better go." "You can't go." "You think I'll be stopped?" "Yes. Who is your crazy companion? I heard that he is Alec Senguan, the headlong fool they call Prince Erlich. Is it true?" "Where did you hear all these things?" he demanded. "Where were you when you heard them?" "At the Turkish embassy. Word came that they had caught you. I did not believe it. Others present doubted it, but as the rumor concerned you, I took no chances. I came instantly. I had rather be dead than see you here." Her voice became unsteady, but she controlled it at once. Neeland, why did you come? Why have you undone all I tried to do for you?" He looked intently at Elsie Dumont, then his gaze swept the handsome suite of rooms. No one seemed to notice him. In perspective, men moved leisurely about the further salon, where play was going on, and there seemed to be no one else in sight, and as he stood there, free in full pride and vigor of youth and strength, he became incredulous that anything could threaten him which he could not take care of. A smile grew in his eyes, confident, humorous, a little hint of tenderness in it. "Scheherazade," he said, "you are a dear. You pulled me out of a dreadful mess on the Valhalla. I offer you gratitude, respect, and the very warm regard for you which I really cherish in my heart." He took her hands, kissed them, looked up half laughing, half in earnest. "If you're worried," he said, "I'll find Captain Senguan and we'll depart." She retained his hands in a convulsive clasp. "Oh, Neeland, there are men below who will never let you pass, and Breslau and Kessner are coming here later, and that devil, Damat Mahmud Bey." "Golden Beard and Ali Baba and the whole Arabian Nights," exclaimed Neeland. "Who is Damat Mahmud Bey, Scheherazade dear?" "The shadow of Abdul Hamid." "Yes, dear child, but Abdul the damned is shut up tight in a fortress." "His shadow dogs the spurred heels of Enver Pasha," she said, striving to maintain her composure. "Oh, Neeland, 100,000 Armenians are yet to die in that accursed shadow. And do you think Mahmud Damat will hesitate in regard to you?" "Nonsense. Does a murderous Muslim go about Paris killing people he doesn't happen to fancy? Those things aren't done. Have you and Sangwan any weapons at all? She interrupted desperately. Anything. A sword, cane. No. What the devil does all this business mean? He broke out impatiently. What's all this menace of lawlessness, this impudent threat of interference? It is war. War, he repeated, not quite understanding her. She caught him by the arm. War, she whispered. War, do you understand? They don't care what they do now. They mean to kill you here in this place. They'll be out of France before anybody finds you. Has war actually been declared? He asked, astounded. Tomorrow. It is known in certain circles. She dropped his arm and clasped her hands and stood there twisting them, white, desperate, looking about her like a hunted thing. Why did you do this? She repeated in an agonized voice. What can I do? I'm no traitor, but I'd give you a pistol if I had one. She checked herself as the girl who had been reading an evening newspaper on a sofa, and to whom Neeland had been talking when Ilse Dumont entered, came, sauntering into the room. The eyes of both women met, both turned a trifle paler. Then Ilse Dumont walked slowly up to the other. I overheard your warning, she said with a deadly stare. Really? Ilse stretched out her bare arm, palm upward, and closed the fingers tightly. I hold your life in my hand. I have only to speak. Do you understand? No. You are lying. You do understand. You take double wages, but it is not France you betray, nor Russia. Are you insane? Almost. Where do you carry them? What? Answer quickly. Where? I tell you, I'll expose you in another moment if you don't answer me. Speak quickly. The other woman had turned a ghastly white. For a second or two she remained dumb, then dry-lipped. Above the knee, she stammered, but there was scarcely a sound from the blanched lips that formed the words. Pistols? Yes. Loaded, both of them? Yes. Clips? No. Unstrap them. The woman turned, bent almost double, twisting her supple body entirely around, but Ilse Dumont was at her side like a flash and caught her wrist as she withdrew her hand from the hem of her fluffy skirt. Now, take your life, said Ilse Dumont between her teeth. There's the door. Go out, following her with blazing eyes. Stop. Stand where you are until I come. Then she came quickly to where Neelan stood, astonished, and thrust 2 automatic pistols into his hands. Get Sangwan, she whispered. Don't go downstairs, for God's sakes. Get to the roof if you can. Try. Oh, try, Neeland, my friend. Her voice trembled. She looked into his eyes, gave him in that swift regard all that a woman withholds until the right man asks. Her lips quivered. She turned sharply on her heel, went to the outer hallway where the other woman stood motionless. What am I to do with you? Demanded Ilse Dumont. Do you think you are going to get out of here to summon the police? Mount those stairs. The woman dropped her hand on the banisters, heavily set foot on the first stair, then slowly mounted as though her little feet in their dainty evening slippers were weighted with ball and chain. Ilse Dumont followed her, opened a door in the passage, motioned her to enter. It was a bedroom that the electric light revealed. The woman entered and stood by the bed as though stupefied. I'll keep my word to you, said Ilse Dumont. When it becomes too late for you to do to us any mischief, I'll return and let you go. And she stepped back across the threshold and locked the door on the outside. As she did so, Neeland and Sangwan came swiftly up the stairs, and she beckoned them to follow, gathered the skirts of her evening gown into one hand, and ran up the stairs ahead of them to the 5th floor. In the dim light, Neeland saw that the top floor was merely a vast attic full of debris from the café on the ground floor. Iron tables which required mending or repainting, iron chairs, great jars of artificial stone with dead bay trees standing in them, parts of rusty stoves and kitchen ranges, broken cutlery in boxes, cracked table china, and heavier kitchen crockery in tubs which once had held flowers. The only windows gave on a court. Through their dirty panes already the gray light of that early Sunday morning glimmered, revealing the contents of the shadowy place and the position of an iron ladder hooked to 2 rings under the scuttle overhead. Ilse Dumont laid her finger on her lips, conjuring silence, then, clutching her silken skirts, she started up the iron ladder, reached the top, and exerting all her strength, lifted the hinged scuttle leading to the leads outside. Instantly somebody challenged her in a guttural voice. She stood there a few moments in whispered conversation. Then, from outside, somebody lowered the scuttle cover. The girl locked it, descending the iron ladder backwards, and came swiftly across to where Neeland and Sangwan were standing, pistols lifted. They're guarding the roof, she whispered. 2 men. It is hopeless that way. The proper way, said Sangwan calmly, is for us to shoot our way out of this. The girl turned to him in a passion. "Do you suppose I care what happens to you?" she said. "If there were no one else to consider, you might do as you please, for all it concerns me." Sangwan reddened. "Be silent, you treacherous little cat," he retorted. "Do you imagine your riffraff are going to hold me here when I'm ready to depart? Me, a free Cossack? Bah!" "Don't talk that way, Sangwan," said Neelan sharply. "We owe these pistols to her." "Oh," muttered Sangwan, shooting a menacing glare at her. "I didn't understand that." Then his scowl softened and a sudden laugh cleared his face. "I'm sorry, mademoiselle," he said. "You're quite welcome to your low opinion of me, but if anyone should ask me, I'd say that I don't understand what is happening to us, and after a while I'll become angry and go downstairs for information." "They know nothing about you in the salle de jeu," she said, "but on the floor below they're waiting to kill you." Neelan, astonished, asked her whether the American gamblers in the salon where Sangwan had been playing were ignorant of what was going on in the house. "What Americans?" she demanded incredulously. "Do you mean Wisehelm?" "Didn't you know there were Americans employed in the salle de jeu?" asked Neelan, surprised. "No. I have not been in this house for a year until I came tonight. This place is maintained by the Turkish government." She flashed a glance at Sangwan. "You're welcome to the information now," she added contemptuously. And then to Neelan. "There was, I believe, some talk in New York about adding 1 or 2 Americans to the personnel, but I opposed it." "They're here," said Neelan dryly. "Do you know where they are?" "Yes. There's a man called Doc Kerfoot." "Who?" And suddenly, for the first time, Neelan remembered that she had been the wife of one of the men below. "Brandis and Stull are the others," he said mechanically. The girl stared at him as though she did not comprehend, and she passed one hand slowly across her forehead and eyes. "Eddie Brandis, here, and Stull? Kerfoot, here in this house?" "In the salon below." "They can't be," she protested in an odd, colorless voice. "They were bought soul and body by the British Secret Service." All three stood staring at one another. The girl flushed, clenched her hand, then let it fall by her side as though utterly overcome. "All this espionage," cried Sangwan furiously. "It makes me sick, I tell you. Where everybody betrays everybody is no place for a free Cossack." The terrible expression on the girl's face checked him. She said slowly, "It is we, others, who have been betrayed, it seems. It is we who are trapped here. They've got us all, every one of us. Oh my God, every one of us, at last." She lifted her haggard face and stared at the increasing light which was turning the window panes a sickly yellow. "With sunrise comes war," she said in a stunned voice, as though to convince herself. "We are caught here in this house, and Kessner and Wisehelm and Breslau and I—" She trembled, framing her burning face in slim hands that were like ice. "Do you understand that Brandis and Kerfoot, bought by England, have contracted to deliver us to a French court-martial?" The men looked at her in silence. "Kessner and Breslau knew they had been bought. One of our own people witnessed that treachery, but we never dreamed that these traitors would venture into this house tonight. We should have come here ourselves instead of going to the Turkish embassy. That was Mahmoud Dumat's meddling. His messenger insisted. God, what a mistake. What a deathly mistake for all of us." She leaned for a moment against one of the iron pillars which supported the attic roof and covered her face with her hands. After a moment, Neelan said, "I don't understand why you can't leave this house if you are in danger. You say that there are men downstairs who are waiting to kill us, waiting only for Kessner and Breslau and Mahmoud Damat to arrive." She said faintly, "I did not before understand Mahmoud's delay. Now I understand. He has been warned. Breslau and Kessner will not come. Otherwise, you now would be barricaded behind the breastwork of rubbish fighting for your lives. But you say there are men on the stairs below who are ready to kill us if we try to leave the house." "They too are trapped without knowing it. War will come with sunrise. This house has been under surveillance since yesterday afternoon. They have not closed in on us yet because they are leaving the trap open in hopes of catching us all. They are waiting for Breslau and Kessner and Mahmoud Damat. But they'll never come now. They are out of the city by this time. I know them. They are running for their lives at this hour, and we lesser ones caught here, trapped, reserved for a French court-martial and a firing squad in a barrack square." She shuddered and pressed her hands over her temples. Neelan said, "I'm going to stand by you. Captain Sangwan will do the same." She shook her head. "No use," she said with a shiver. "I am too well known. They have my dossier almost complete. My process will be a brief one. Can't you get away by the roof? There are 2 of your men up there. They themselves are caught and do not even know it. They too will face a squad of execution before the sun rises tomorrow, and they never dream of it up there." She made a hopeless gesture. "What is the use? When I came here from the Turkish embassy, hearing that you were here, but believing the information false, I discovered you conversing with a Russian spy, overheard her warn you to leave this house. And there, all the while unknown to me in the salle de jeu, were Kerfoot and that unspeakable scoundrel Brandes. Why, the place was swarming with enemies, and I never dreamed it. Yet I might have feared some such thing. I might have feared that man Brandes, who had betrayed me once, would do it again if he ever had the chance. And he's done it." There was a long silence. Elsie stood staring at the melancholy grayish light on the window panes. She said as though to herself, "I shall never see another daybreak." After a moment she turned and began to pace the attic, a strange, terrible figure of haggard youth in the shadowy light. "How horribly still it is at daybreak," she breathed, halting before Neelan. "How deathly quiet." The dry crack of a pistol cut her short. Then instantly in the dim depths of the house, shot followed shot in bewildering succession, faster, filling the place with a distracting tumult. Neelan jerked up his pistol as a nearer volley rattled out on the landing directly underneath. Sanguan, exasperated, shouted, "Well, what the devil is all this?" and ran toward the head of the stairs, his pistol lifted for action. Then in the garret doorway, Weishelm appeared, his handsome face streaming blood. He staggered, turned mechanically toward the stairs again with wavering revolver, but a shot drove him blindly backward and another hurled him full length across the floor, where he lay with both arms spread out, and the last tremors running from his feet to his twitching face. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. A Rat Hunt. The interior of the entire house was now in an uproar. Shots came fast from every landing. The semi-dusk of stairwell and corridor was lighted by incessant pistol flashes, and the whole building echoed the deafening racket. "What do you make of it?" shouted Sangoon furiously, standing like a baited and perplexed bull. "Who's fighting who in this fool of a place? By Ehrlich, I'd like to know who I'm to fire at." Ilse Dumont, creeping along the wall, looked fearfully down at Weishelm, who no longer moved where he lay on the dusty floor, with eyes and mouth open and his distorted face already half covered by a wet and crawling scarlet mask. "Brandes and Stahl are betraying us," she whispered. "They are killing my comrades on the stairs down there." "If that is true," called out Neeland in a low, cautious voice, "you'd better wait a moment, Sangoon." But Sangoon's rage for combat had already filled him to overflowing, and the last rag of patience left him. "I don't care who is fighting," he bellowed. "It's all one to me. Now is the time to shoot our way out of this. Come on, Neeland. Hurrah for the Terek Cossacks. Another town taken. Hurrah!" Neeland caught Ilse by the wrist. "You'd better get free of this house while you can," he said, dragging her with him after Sangoon, who had already reached the head of the stairs and was starting down, peering about for a target. Suddenly, on the landing below, Goldenbeard and Ali Baba appeared, caught sight of Sangoon and Neeland above, and opened fire on them instantly, driving them back from the head of the staircase flat against the corridor wall. But Goldenbeard, seeming to realize now that the garret landing was held and the weight of the roof cut off, began to retreat from the foot of the garret stairs with Ali Baba following, their restless, upward-pointed pistols searching for the slightest movement in the semi-obscurity of the hallway above. Sangoon, fuming and fretting, had begun to creep toward the head of the stairs again when there came a rattling hail of shots from below, a rush, the trample of feet, the crash of furniture, and startling slam of a door. Downstairs, straight toward the uproar, ran Sangoon with Neeland beside him. The halls were swimming in acrid fumes. The floors trembled and shook under the shock as the struggling, fighting knot of men went tumbling down the stairway below, reached the landing, and burst into the rooms of the Cercle Extranationale. Leaning over the banisters, Neelan saw Goldenbeard turn on Doc Kerfoot, raging, magnificent as a Viking, his blue eyes ablaze. He hurled his empty pistol at the American, seized chairs, bronzes, andirons, the clock from the mantel, and sent a storm of heavy missiles through the doorway among the knot of men who were pressing him and who had already seized Ali Baba. Then, from the banisters above, Neeland and Sangoon saw Brandis, moving stealthily, swiftly, edge his way to a further door. Steadying the elbow of his pistol hand in the hollow cup of his left palm, his weapon level swerving as his quarry moved, he presently fired at Goldenbeard and got him through the back. And then he shot him again deliberately through the body as the giant turned, made a menacing gesture toward him, took an uncertain step in his direction, another step, wavering, blindly grotesque, then stood swaying there under the glare of the partly shattered chandelier from which hung long shreds of crystal prisms. And Brandis, aiming once more with methodical and merciless precision, and taking what time he required to make a bullseye on this great reeling golden-crowned bull, fired the third shot at his magnificent head. The bronze bear lion dropped from Goldenbeard's nerveless fist. The towering figure, stiffening, fell over rather slowly and lay across the velvet carpet as rigid as a great tree. Brandis went into the room, leaned over the dying man, and fired into his body until his pistol was empty. Then he replaced the exhausted clip leisurely, leering down at his victim. There was a horrid sound from the stairs where Kerfoot and another man were killing a waiter. Strange, sinister faces appeared everywhere from the smoke-filled club rooms. Stull came out into the hallway below and shouted up through the stairwell. "Say, Eddie, for Christ's sake, come down here. There's a mob outside on the street and they're tearing the iron shutters off the cafe." Kerfoot immediately started downstairs. Brandis, pistol in hand, came slowly out of the club rooms, still leering, his slitted greenish eyes almost phosphorescent in the semi-obscurity. Suddenly he caught sight of Ilse Dumont standing close behind Sangoon and Neeland on the landing above. "By God," he shouted to Kerfoot, "here she is, Doc. Tell your men. Tell them she's up here on the next floor." Sangoon immediately fired at Brandis, who did not return the shot but went plunging downstairs into the smoky obscurity below. "Come on," roared Sangoon to Neeland, starting forward with leveled weapon. "They've all gone crazy, and it's time we were getting out of this." "Quick," whispered Neeland to Ilse Dumont. "Follow me downstairs. It's the only chance for you now." But the passageway was blocked by a struggling, cursing, panting crowd, and they were obliged to retreat into the club rooms. In the salle de jeu, Ali Baba, held fast by 3 men dressed as waiters, suddenly tripped up 2 of them, turned, and leaped for the doorway. The 2 men who had been tripped scrambled to their feet and tore after him. When they reached the hallway, the Eurasian was gone, but all of a sudden there came the crash of a splintered door from the landing above, and the dim corridor rang with the frightful screaming of a woman. "It's that Russian girl," stammered Ilse Dumont. "The girl I locked in. Oh, my God, Karl Breslau is killing her." Neeland sprang into the hall and leaped up the stairs, but the 3 men disguised as waiters had arrived before him. And there, across the threshold of a bedroom, backed up flat against the shattered door, Ali Baba was already fighting for his life, and the frightened Russian girl crept out from the bedroom behind him and ran to Neeland for protection. Twice Neeland aimed at Ali Baba, but could not bring himself to fire at the bleeding, rabid object which snarled and slavered and bit and kicked, regardless of the blows raining on him. At last, one of his assailants broke the half-demented creature's arm with a chair, and the bloody, battered thing squeaked like a crippled rat and darted away amid the storm of blows, descending, limping and floundering up the attic stairs, his broken arm flapping with every gasping bound. After him staggered his sweating and exhausted assailants, reeling past Neeland and Ilse Dumont and the terrified Russian girl who crouched behind them. But halfway up the stairs, all 3 halted and stood clinging to the banisters as though listening to something on the floor above them. Neeland heard it too. From the roof came a ripping, splintering sound as though people on the slates were prying up the bolted scuttle. The 3 men on the stairs hesitated a moment longer, then turned to flee. Too late. A hail of pistol shots swept the attic stairs. All 3 men came pitching and tumbling down to the landing. 2 of them lay still. One rose immediately and limped on again down the hallway, calling over the banisters to those below. "The Germans on the leads have busted into the garret. Breslau is up there. Send along those American gunmen or somebody what can shoot." He was a gray-haired Englishman, smooth-shaven and grim, and, as he stood there at the head of the further stairs, breathing heavily, awaiting aid from below, he said to Neeland coolly enough, "You'd better go below, sir. We had our orders to take this Breslau rat alive, but we can't do it now, and there's like to be a horrid mess here directly. Can we get through below?" "You can," said the man significantly, "but they'll be detaining one of them ladies at the door." "Do you mean me?" said Elsa Dumont. "Yes, ma'am, I do." She sprang toward the attic stairway, but the British agent whipped out a pistol and covered her. "No," he said grimly, "you're wanted below. Go down." She came slowly back to where Neeland was standing. "You'll have to take your chance below," he said under his breath. "I'll stand by you to the end." She smiled and continued on toward the stairs where the English agent stood. Neeland and the Russian girl followed her. The agent said, "There's hell to pay below, sir." The depths of the house rang with the infernal din of blows falling on iron shutters. A deeper, more sinister roar rose from the mob outside. There was a struggle going on inside the building, too. Neeland could hear the trampling and surging of men on every floor, voices calling from room to room, shouts of anger, the terrible outcry of a man in agony. "What a rat's nest den there was in this here blessed house, sir," said the British agent coolly. "If we get Breslau and the others on the roof, we've bagged 'em all." The Russian girl was trembling so violently that Neeland took her by the arm, but Ilse Dumont, giving her a glance of contempt, moved calmly past the British agent to the head of the stairway. "Come," she said to Neeland. The agent, leaning over the banisters, shouted to a man on the next floor. "Look sharp below there. I'm sending Miss Dumont down with Mr. Neeland, the American. Take her in charge, Bill." "Send her along," bawled the man, framing his face with both hands. "Keep Breslau on the roof a bit, and we'll have the beggar in a few moments." Somebody else shouted up from the tumult below. "It's war, Harry, have you heard? It's war this morning. Them Huns is declared war, and the police is a-killing of the Apaches all over Paris." Ilse Dumont looked curiously at the agent, calmly at Neeland, then dropping one hand on the banisters, she went lightly down the stairs toward the uproar below, followed by Neeland and the Russian girl clinging to his arm with both desperate little hands. The British agent hung far over the banisters until he saw his colleague join them on the floor below. Then, reassured and on guard again, he leaned back against the corridor wall, his pistol resting on his thigh, and fixed his cold gray eyes on the attic stairs once more. The secret agent, who now joined Neeland and Ilse Dumont on the 4th floor, had evidently been constructing a barricade across the hallway as a precaution in case of a rush from the Germans on the roof. Chairs and mattresses piled shoulder-high obstructed the passageway, blocking the stairs. And the secret agent, a very young man with red hair and in the garb of a waiter, clambered over it, revolver in one hand, a pair of handcuffs in the other. He lost his balance on top of the shaky heap, strove desperately to recover it, scrambled like a cat in a tub, stumbled, rolled over on a mattress. And there Neeland pinned him, closing his mouth with one hand and his throat with the other, while Ilse Dumont tore weapon and handcuffs from his grasp, snapped the latter over his wrists, snatched the case from a bedroom pillow lying among the mattresses, and with Neeland's aid, swathed the struggling man's head in it. "Into that clothes press," whispered Ilse, pointing along the hallway where a door swung open. "Help me lift him," motioned Neeland. Together they got him clear of the shaky barricade and, lugging him between them, deposited him on the floor of the clothes press and locked the door. So silent had they been that, listening, they heard no movement from the watcher on the floor above who stood guard at the attic stairs, and it was evident he had heard nothing to make him suspicious. The Russian girl, dreadfully pale, leaned against the wall as though her limbs scarcely supported her. Nealon passed his arm under hers, nodded to Ilse Dumont, and started cautiously down the carpeted stairs, his automatic pistol in one hand and the revolver taken from the imprisoned secret agent clutched tightly in the other. Down the stairs they crept, straight toward the frightened tumult still raging below, down past the rec club rooms, past a dead man sprawling on the landing across the blood-soaked carpets, down into the depths of the dusky building toward the lighted cafe floor, whence came the uproar of excited men, while from the street outside rose the frantic yelling of the mob, mingled with the crash of glass and the clanging dissonance of iron grills and shutters that were being battered into fragments. "It's my chance now," whispered Ilse Dumont, slipping past him like a shadow. For a moment he saw her silhouetted against the yellow electric glare on the stairs below. Then, half carrying the almost helpless Russian girl, he stumbled down the last flight of stairs and pushed his way through a hurrying group of men who seemed to be searching for something, for they were tearing open cupboards and buffets, dragging out table drawers and tumbling linen, crockery, and glassware all over the black and white marble floor. The whole place was ankle-deep in shattered glass and broken bottles, and the place reeked with smoke and the odor of wine and spirits. Nealon forced his way forward into the cafe, looked around for Sangoon, and saw him almost immediately. The young Russian, flushed, infuriated, his collar gone and his coat in tatters, was struggling with some men who held both his arms but did not offer to strike him. Behind him, crowded into a corner near the cashier's steel-grilled desk, stood Ilse Dumont, calm, disdainful, confronted by Brandes, whose swollen greenish eyes, injected with blood, glared redly at her. Stull had hold of him and was trying to drag him away. "For God's sake, Eddie, shut your mouth," he pleaded in English. "You can't do that to her, whatever she done to you." But Brandes, disengaging himself with a jerk, pushed his way past Sangoon to where Ilse stood. "I've got the goods on you," he said in a ferocious voice that neither Stull nor Kerfoot recognized. "You know what you did to me, don't you? You took my wife from me. Yes, my wife. She was my wife. She is my wife. For all you did, you lying, treacherous slut. For all you've done to break me, double-cross me, ruin me, drive me out of every place I went. And now I've got you. I've sold you out. Get that? And you know what they'll do to you, don't you? Well, you'll see when—" Kerfoot and Stull threw themselves against him, but Brandes, his round face pasty with fury, struggled back again to confront Ilse Dumont. "Ruined me," he repeated. "Took away from me the only thing God ever gave me for my own. Took my wife." "You dog," said Ilse Dumont very slowly. "You dirty dog." A frightful spasm crossed Brandes's features, and Stull snatched at the pistol he had whipped out. There was a struggle. Brandes wrenched the weapon free, but Nealon tore his way past Kerfoot and struck Brandes in the face with the butt of his heavy revolver. Instantly, the group parted right and left. Sangoon suddenly twisted out of the clutches of the men who held him, sprang upon Kerfoot, and jerked the pistol from his fist. At the same moment, the entire front of the cafe gave way, and the mob crashed inward with a roar, amid the deafening din of shattered metal and the clash of splintering glass. Through the dust and falling shower of debris, Brandes fired at Ilse Dumont, reeled about in a whirl of the inrushing throng engulfing him, still firing blindly at the woman who had been his wife. Nealon put a bullet into his pistol arm and it fell, but Brandes stretched it out again with a supreme effort, pointing at Ilse Dumont with jeweled and bloodied fingers. "That woman is a German spy! A spy!" he screamed. "You damn French mutts! Do you understand what I say? Oh my God! Will someone who speaks French tell them? Will somebody tell them she's a spy? La femme! C'est femme! Elle est espion! He fired again with his left hand. Then Sangoon shot him through the head. At the same moment, somebody stabbed Kerfoot in the neck, and the lank American gambler turned and cried out to Stull in a voice half strangled with pain and fury. "Look out, Ben! There are Apaches in this mob! That one in the striped jersey knifed me!" "Tiens, voilà pour toi, sale mec de malheur," muttered a voice at his elbow, and a blow from a slungshot crushed the base of his skull. As Kerfoot crumpled up, Stull caught him, but the tall gambler's dead weight bore Stull to his knees among the fierce Apaches. And there, fighting in silence to the end, his chalky face of a sick clown meeting undaunted the overwhelming odds against him, Stull was set upon by the Apaches and stabbed until his clothing was a heap of ribbons, and the watch and packet of French banknotes which the assassins tore from his body were dripping with his blood. Sengun and Neeland, their evening clothes in tatters, hatless, disheveled, began shooting their way out of the hell of murder and destruction raging around them. Behind them crept Ilse Dumont and the Russian girl. Dust and smoke obscured the place where the mob raged from floor to floor in a frenzy of destruction, tearing out fixtures, telephones, window sashes, smashing tables, bar fixtures, mirrors, ripping the curtains from the windows and the very carpets from the floor in their overwhelming rage against this German cafe. That Apaches had entered with them, the mob cared nothing. The red lust of destruction blinded them to everything except their terrible necessity for the annihilation of this place. If they saw murder done and robbery, if they heard shots in the tumult and saw pistol flashes through the dust and gray light of daybreak, they never turned from their raging work. Out of the frightful turmoil stormed Neeland and Sengun, their pistols spitting flame, the two women clinging to their ragged sleeves. Twice the Apaches barred their way with bared knives, crouching for a rush, but Sengun fired into them and Neeland's bullets dropped the ruffian in the striped jersey where he stood over Stull's twitching body, and the sinister creatures leaped back from the leveled weapons, turned, and ran. Through the gaping doorway sprang Sengun, his empty pistol menacing the crowd that choked the shadowy street. Neeland flung away his pistol and turned his revolver on those in the cafe behind him as Ilse Dumont and the Russian girl crept through and out into the street. The crowd was cheering and shouting, "Down with the Germans! To the Brasserie Schwartz!" An immense wave of people surged suddenly across the Rue Vilna, headed toward the German cafes on the boulevard, and then, for the first time, Neeland caught sight of policemen standing in little groups, coolly watching the destruction of the Café des Bulgars. Either they were too few to cope with the mob, or they were indifferent as to what was being done to a German cafe, but one thing was plain. The police had not the faintest idea that murder had been rampant in the place. For when suddenly a dead body was thrown from the door out on the sidewalk, their police whistles shrilled through the street, and they started for the mob resolutely, pushing, striking with white-gloved fists, shouting for right-of-way. Other police came running, showing that they had been perfectly aware that German cafes were being attacked and wrecked. A mounted inspector forced his horse along the swarming sidewalk, crying, "Allons, circulez, c'est défendu être peu dans la rue. Mais fichez-moi le camp, nom de Dieu, les Allemands ne sont pas encore dans la place." Along the street and on the boulevard, mobs were forming and already storming 3 other German cafes. A squadron of Republican Guard cavalry arrived at a trot, their helmets glittering in the increasing daylight, driving before them a mob which had begun to attack a cafe on the corner. A captain, superbly mounted, rode ahead of the advancing line of horses, warning the throng back into the Rue Vilna, up which the mob now recoiled, sullenly protesting. Neeland and Sengun and the 2 women were forced back with the crowd as a double rank of steel-helmeted horsemen advanced, sweeping everybody into the Rue Vilna. Up the street, through the vague morning light, they retired between ranks of closed and silent houses, past narrow, evil-looking streets and stony alleys still dark with the shadows of the night. Into one of these Neeland started with Ilse Dumont, but Sengun drew him back with a sharp exclamation of warning. At the same time, the crowd all around them became aware of what was going on in the maze of dusky lanes and alleys past which they were being driven by the cavalry, and the people broke and scattered like rabbits, darting through the cavalry, dodging, scuttling under the very legs of the horses. The troop, thrown into disorder, tried to check the panic-stricken flight. A brigadier, spurring forward to learn the cause of the hysterical stampede, drew bridle sharply, then whipped his pistol out of the saddle holster and galloped into an impasse. The troop captain, pushing his horse, caught sight of Sengun and Neeland in the remains of their evening dress, and he glanced curiously at them, and at the 2 young women clad in the rags of evening gowns. "Nom de Dieu!" he cried. "What are such people as you doing here? Go back! This is no quarter for honest folk." "What are the police doing in the alleys?" demanded Sangoon, but the captain cantered his horse up the street, pistol lifted, and they saw him fire from his saddle at a man who darted out of an alley and who started to run across the street. The captain missed every shot, but a trooper whose horse had come up on the sidewalk beside Deanland fired twice more after the running man and dropped him at the second shot. "A good business, too," he said calmly, winking at Neeland. "You bourgeois ought to be glad that we're ordered to clean up Paris for you. And now is the time to do it," he said, reloading his weapon. Sangoon said in a low voice to Neeland, "They're ridding the city of Apaches. It's plain enough that they have orders to kill them where they find them. Look," he added, pointing to the dead wall across the street. "It's here at last, and Paris is cleaning house and getting ready for it. This is war, Neeland, war at last." Neeland looked across the street where, under a gas lamp on a rusty iron bracket, was pasted the order for general mobilization, and on the sidewalk at the base of the wall lay a man face downward, his dusty shoes crossed under the wide flaring trousers, the greasy casquet still crowding out his lop ears, his hand clenched beside a stiletto which lay on the stone flagging beside him. "An Apache," said Sangoon coolly. "That's right, too. It's the way we do in Russia when we clean house for war." His face reddened and lighted joyously. "Thank God for my 1,000 lances," he said, lifting his eyes to the yellowing sky between the houses in the narrow street. "Thank God! Thank God!" Now, across the intersections of streets and alleys beyond where they stood, policemen and guard cavalry were shooting into doorways, basements, and up the somber, dusky lanes, the dry crack of their service revolvers re-echoing noisily through the street. Toward the boulevard below, a line of police and of cavalrymen blocked the Rue Vilna, and, beyond them, the last of the mob was being driven from the Café des Bulgars, where the first ambulances were arriving, and the police, guarding the ruins, were already looking out of windows on the upper floors. A cavalryman came clattering down the Rue Vilna, gesticulating and calling out to Sangoon and Neeland to take their ladies and depart. "Get us a taxicab, there's a good fellow," cried Sangoon in high spirits, and the cavalryman, looking at their disheveled attire, laughed and nodded as he rode ahead of them down the Rue Vilna. There were several taxicabs on the boulevard, their drivers staring up at the wrecked café. As Neeland spoke to the driver of one of the cabs, Ilse Dumont stepped back beside the silent girl whom she had locked in the bedroom. "I gave you a chance," she said under her breath. "What may I expect from you? Answer me quickly. What am I to expect?" The girl seemed dazed. Nothing," she stammered. The horror of that place, the killing, has sickened me. I want to go home." "You do not intend to denounce me?" "No! Oh, God, no!" "Is that the truth? If you are lying to me, it means my death." The girl gazed at her in horror. Tears sprang to her eyes. I couldn't, she stammered in a choking voice. "I've never before seen death, never seen how it came, how men die. This killing is horrible, revolting." She had laid one trembling little hand on Ilse Dumont's bare shoulder. "I don't want to have you killed. The idea of death makes me ill. I'm going home. That is all I ask for, to go home." She dropped her pretty head and began to sob hysterically, standing there under the growing daylight of the boulevard in her tattered evening gown. Suddenly, Ilse Dumont threw both arms around her and kissed the feverish, tear-wet face. "You weren't meant for this," she whispered. "You do it for money. Go home. Do anything else for wages. Anything except this. Anything, I tell you." Neeland's hand touched her arm. "I have a cab. Are you going home with her?" "I dare not," she said. "Then will you take this Russian girl to her home, Sangoon?" he asked, and added in a low voice, "She is one of your own people, you know." "All right," said Sangoon blissfully. "I'd take the devil home if you asked me. Besides, I can talk to her about my regiment on the way. That will be wonderful, Neeland. That will be quite wonderful. I can talk to her in Russian about my regiment all the way home." He laughed and looked at his friend, at Ilse Dumont, at the drooping figure he was to take under his escort. He glanced down at his own ragged attire where he stood hatless, collarless, one sleeve of his evening coat ripped open to the shoulder. "Isn't it wonderful?" he cried, bursting out into uncontrollable laughter. Neeland, my dear comrade, this has been the most delightfully wonderful night of my entire life. But the great miracle is still to come. Hurrah for 1,000 lances! Hurrah! Town taken by Prince Erlich! Hurrah! And he seized the young girl whom he was to escort to her home, wherever that hazy locality might be, and carried her in his arms to the taxicab, amid encouraging shouts of laughter from the line of cavalrymen who had been watching the proceedings from the corner of the Rue Vilna. That shout of Gallic appreciation inflamed Sangoon. He reached for his hat to lift and wave it, but found no hat on his head, so he waved his tattered sleeve instead. Hurrah for France, he shouted. Hurrah for Russia. I'm Sangoon of the Terek, and I am to have 1,000 lancers with which to explain to the Germans my opinion of them and of their emperor. The troopers cheered him from their stirrups, in spite of their officers who pretended to check their men. Vive la France! Vive la Russie! They roared. Forward the Terek Cossacks! Sangoon turned to Ilse Dumont. Madame, he said, in gratitude and admiration, and he gracefully saluted her hand. Then to his comrade, Neeland, seizing both the American's hands, such a night and such a comrade I shall never forget. I adore our night together. I love you as a brother. I shall see you before I go? Surely, Sangoon, my dear comrade. Alors, au revoir. He sprang into the taxicab. To the Russian embassy, he called out, and turned to the half-fainting girl on the seat beside him. Where do you live, my dear? He asked very gently, taking her icy hand in his. End of chapter 33. Read by Kate Adams, New York, New York, March 31st, 2024.
Chapter 34 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kendra Scarlavai. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Chapter 34. Sunrise. When the taxicab carrying Captain Sangoon and the unknown Russian girl had finally disappeared far away down the boulevard in the thin gray haze of early morning, Neeland looked around him, and it was a scene unfamiliar, unreal, that met his anxious eyes. The sun had not yet gilded the chimney tops. East and west, as far as he could see, the boulevard stretched away under its double line of trees, between ranks of closed and silent houses, lying still and mysterious in the misty bluish-gray light. Except for police and municipal guards, and 2 ambulances moving slowly away from the ruined café across the street, the vast boulevard was deserted. No taxicabs remained. No omnibuses moved. No early workmen passed. No slow-moving farm wagons and milk wains from the suburbs. No chiffonniers with scrap-filled sacks on their curved backs, and steel-hooked staves furtively sorting and picking among the night's debris on sidewalk and in gutter. Here and there, in front of half a dozen wrecked cafes, little knots of policemen stood on the glass-littered sidewalk in low-voiced consultation. Far down the boulevard, helmets gleamed dully through the haze where municipal cavalry were quietly riding off the mobs and gradually pushing them back toward the Montmartre and Villette quarters, whence they had arrived. Mounted municipals still sat their beautiful horses in double line across the corner of the Rue Vilna and parallel streets, closing that entire quarter where, to judge from a few fitful and faraway pistol shots, the methodical Apache hunt was still in progress. And it was a strange and sinister phase of Paris that Neeland now gazed upon through the misty stillness of early morning. For there was something terrible in the sudden quiet, where the swift and shadowy fury of earliest dawn had passed, and the wrecked buildings sagged like corpses, stark and disemboweled, spilling out their dead intestines indecently under the whitening sky. Save for the echoes of distant shots, no louder than the breaking of a splinter, save for the deadened stamp and stir of horses, a low-voiced order, the fainter clash of spurs and scabbards, an intense stillness brooded now over the city, ominously prophetic of what fateful awakening the coming sunrise threatened for the sleeping capital. Neeland turned and looked at Ilsa Dumont. She stood motionless on the sidewalk, in the clear, colorless light, staring fixedly across the street at the debris of the gaping, shattered Café des Bulgars. Her evening gown hung in filmy, tinted shreds. Her thick, dark hair in lustrous disorder shadowed her white shoulders. A streak of dry blood striped one delicate bare arm. To see her standing there on the sidewalk in the full, unshadowed morning light, silent, disheveled, scarcely clothed, seemed to him part of the ghastly unreality of this somber and menacing vision from which he ought to rouse himself. She turned her head slowly. Her haggard eyes met his without expression, and he found his tongue with the effort of a man who strives for utterance through a threatening dream. "We can't stay here," he said. The sound of his own voice steadied and cleared his senses. He glanced down at his own attire, blood-stained and ragged, felt for the loose end of his collar, rebuttoned it, and knotted the draggled white tie with the unconscious indifference of habit. "What a nightmare," he muttered to himself. "The world has been turned upside down overnight." He looked up at her. "We can't stay here," he repeated. "Where do you live?" She did not appear to hear him. She had already started to move toward the Rue Vilna, where the troopers barring that street still sat their restive horses. They were watching her and her disheveled companion with the sophisticated amusement of men who, by clean daylight, encounter fagged-out revelers of a riotous night. Neeland spoke to her again, then followed her and took her arm. "Where are you going?" he repeated uneasily. "I shall give myself up," she replied in a dull voice. "To whom?" "To the municipals, over there." "Give yourself up?" he repeated. "Why?" She passed a slender hand over her eyes, as though unutterably weary. "Neeland," she said, "I am lost already, and I am very tired." "What do you mean?" he demanded, drawing her back under a porte-cochere. "You live somewhere, don't you? If it's safe for you to go back to your lodgings, I'll take you there. Is it?" "No." "Well, then I'll take you somewhere else. I'll find somewhere to take you." She shook her head. "It is useless, Neeland. There is no chance of my leaving the city now. No chance left. No hope. It is simpler for me to end the matter this way." "Can't you go to the Turkish embassy?" She looked up at him in a surprised, hopeless way. "Do you suppose that any embassy ever receives a spy in trouble? Do you really imagine that any government ever admits employing secret agents or stirs a finger to aid them when they are in need?" "I told you I'd stand by you," he reminded her bluntly. "You have been kind, Neeland. And you have been very loyal to me, Scheherazade. I shall not abandon you." "How can you help me? I can't get out of this city wherever I go, now." "It will only be a matter of a few hours before I am arrested." "The American embassy. There is a man there," he reminded her. She shrugged her naked shoulders. I cannot get within sight of the Trocadero before the secret police arrest me. Where shall I go? I have no passport, no papers, not even false ones. If I go to the lodgings where I expected to find shelter, it means my arrest, court-martial, and execution in a caserne within 24 hours. And it would involve others who trust me, condemn them instantly to a firing squad if I am found by the police in their company. No, Neeland, there's no hope for me. Too many know me in Paris. I took a risk in coming here when war was almost certain. I took my chances and lost. It's too late to whimper now. As he stared at her, something suddenly brightened above them, and he looked up and saw the first sunbeam painting a chimney top with palest gold. Come, he said. We've got to get out of this. We've got to go somewhere, find a taxi cab and get under shelter. She yielded to the pressure of his arm and moved forward beside him. He halted for a moment on the curb, looking up and down the empty streets for a cab of any sort. Then, with the instinct of a man for whom the Latin Quarter had once been a refuge and a home, he started across the boulevard, his arm clasping hers. All the housetops were glittering with the sun as they passed the ranks of the municipal cavalry. A young officer looked down mischievously as they traversed the boulevard, the only moving objects in that vast and still perspective.
Mon Dieu,
he murmured.
a night like that is something to remember in the winter of old age.
Neeland heard him. The gay, bantering, irresponsible Gallic wit awoke him to himself. The rising sun, tipping the city's spires with fire, seemed to relight a little long-forgotten flame within him. His somber features cleared. He said confidently to the girl beside him, "Don't worry, we'll get you out of it somehow or other. It's been a rather frightful dream, Scheherazade, nothing worse." Her arm suddenly tightened against his, and he turned to look at the shattered Café des Bulgars, which they were passing, where two policemen stood looking at a cat which was picking its way over the mass of debris, mewing dismally. One of the policemen, noticing them, smiled sympathetically at their battered appearance. "Would you like to have a cat for your lively ménage?" he said, pointing to the melancholy animal which Neeland recognized as the dignified property of the Cercle Extranationale. The other policeman, more suspicious, eyed Elsa Dumont closely as she knelt impulsively and picked up the homeless cat. "Where are you going in such a state?" he asked, moving over the heaps of splintered glass toward her. "Back to the Latin Quarter," said Neeland, so cheerfully that suspicion vanished and a faint grin replaced the official frown.
Allons, mes enfants, he muttered. Faut pas s'attraper dans la rue. Also, you both are a scandal. Allons, Philly, whoop! The sun is up already.
They went across the Rue Royale toward the Place de la Concorde, which spread away before them in deserted immensity and beauty. There were no taxicabs in sight. Ilsa, carrying the cat in her arms, moved beside Neeland through the deathly stillness of the city, as though she were walking in a dream. Everywhere in the pale blue sky above them, steeple and dome glittered with the sun. There were no sounds from quay or river. No breeze stirred the trees. Nothing moved on esplanade or bridge. The pale blue August sky grew bluer. The gilded tip of the obelisk glittered like a living flame. Neeland turned and looked up the Champs-Élysées. Far away, on the surface of the immense avenue, a tiny dark speck was speeding, increasing in size, coming nearer. "A taxi," he said with a quick breath of relief. "We'll be all right now." Nearer and nearer came the speeding vehicle, rushing toward them between the motionless green ranks of trees. Neeland walked forward across the square to signal it, waited, watching its approach with a slight uneasiness. Now it sped between the rearing stone horses, and now, swerving, swung to the left toward the Rue Royale. And to his disgust and disappointment, he saw it was a private automobile. "The devil," he muttered, turning on his heel. At the same moment, as though the chauffeur had suddenly caught an order from within the limousine, the car swung directly toward him once more. As he rejoined Ilsa, who stood clasping the homeless cat to her breast, listlessly regarding the approaching automobile, the car swept in a swift circle around the fountain where they stood, stopped short beside them, and a woman flung open the door and sprang out to the pavement. And Ilse Dumont, standing there in the rags of her frail gown, cuddling to her breast the purring cat, looked up to meet her doom in the steady gaze of the Princess Naya Mischenka. Every atom of color left her face, and her ashy lips parted. Otherwise, she made no sign of fear, no movement. There was a second's absolute silence. Then the dark eyes of the princess turned on Neeland. "Good heavens, James," she said. "What has happened to you?" "Nothing," he said gaily, "thanks to Miss Dumont." "To whom?" interrupted the princess sharply. "To Miss Dumont. We got into a silly place where it began to look as though we'd get our heads knocked off, Sangoon and I. I'm really quite serious, Princess. If it hadn't been for Miss Dumont," he shrugged. "And that is twice she has saved my idiotic head for me," he added cheerfully. The Princess Naya's dark eyes reverted to Ilse Dumont, and the pallid girl met them steadily enough. There was no supplication in her own eyes, no shrinking, only the hopeless tranquility that looks destiny in the face. The gaze riveted unflinchingly upon the descending blow. "What are you doing in Paris at such a time as this?" said the princess. The girl's white lips parted stiffly. "Do you need to ask?" For a full minute, the princess bent a menacing gaze on her in silence. Then, "What do you expect from me?" she demanded in a low voice. And, stepping nearer, "What have you to expect from anyone in France on such a day as this?" Ilse Dumont did not answer. After a moment, she dropped her head and fumbled with the rags of her bodice, as though trying to cover the delicately rounded shoulders. A shaft of sunlight, reflected from the obelisk to the fountain, played in golden ripples across her hair. Neeland looked at the Princess Naya. "What you do is none of my business," he said pleasantly. "But—" He smiled at her and stepped back beside Ilse Dumont and passed his arm through hers. "I'm a grateful beast," he added lightly, "and if I've 9 lives to lose, perhaps Miss Dumont will save 7 more of them before I'm entirely done for." The girl gently disengaged his arm. "You'll only get yourself into serious trouble," she murmured. "And you can't help me, dear Neeland." The Princess Naya, flushed and exasperated, bit her lip. "James," she said, "you are behaving absurdly. That woman has nothing to fear from me now, and she ought to know it." And, as Ilse lifted her head and stared at her, "Yes, you ought to know it," she repeated. "Your work is ended. It ended today at sunrise, and so did mine. War is here. There is nothing further for you to do. Nothing for me. The end of everything is beginning. What would your death, or mine, signify now? when the dawn of such a day as this is the death warrant for millions. What do we count for now, Mademoiselle Minaminti? Do you not mean to give me up, madame? Give you up? No. I mean to get you out of Paris if I can. Give me your cat, mademoiselle. Please help her, James. You offer me your limousine? Stammered Ilsa. Give that cat to me. Of course I do. Do you suppose I mean to leave you in rags with your cat on the pavement here? And, to Neeland, where is Alec? Gone home as fit as a fiddle. Am I to receive the hospitality of your limousine also, dear lady? Look at the state I'm in to travel with two ladies. The Princess Naya's dark eyes glimmered. She tucked the cat comfortably against her shoulder and motioned Ilsa into the car. I'm afraid I'll have to take you, James. What on earth has happened to you? She added as he put her into the car, nodded to the chauffeur, and, springing in beside her, slammed the door. I'll tell you in 2 words, he explained gaily. Prince Erlich and I started for a stroll and landed, ultimately, in the Café des Bulgars. And presently a number of gentlemen began to shoot up the place, and Miss Dumont stood by us like a brick. The Princess Mischenka lifted the cat from her lap and placed it in the arms of Ilse Dumont. That ought to win our gratitude, I'm sure, she said politely to the girl. We Russians never forget such pleasant obligations. There is a Cossack jingle. To those who befriend our friends, our duty never ends. Ilse Dumont bent low over the purring cat in her lap. The princess watched her askance from moment to moment, and Neeland furtively noted the contrast between these women, one in rags and haggard disorder, the other so trim, pretty, and fresh in her morning walking suit. James, she said abruptly, we've had a most horrid night, Ruhana and I. The child waited up for you, it seems. I thought she'd gone to bed, and she came to my room about 2 in the morning. The little goose. As though men didn't stay out all night. I'm terribly sorry, he said contritely. You ought to be. And Ruhana was so disturbed that I put on something and got out of bed. And after a while, the princess glanced sardonically at Ilse Dumont. I telephoned to various sources of information and was informed concerning the rather lively episodes of your nocturnal career with Sengun. And when I learned that you and he had been seen to enter the Café des Bulgars, I became sufficiently alarmed to notify several people who might be interested in the matter. One of those people, said Neeland, smiling, was escorted to her home by Captain Sengun, I think. The princess glanced out of the window where the early morning sun glimmered on the trees as the car flew swiftly through the Champs-Élysées. I heard that there were some men killed there last night, she said without turning. Several, I believe, admitted Neeland. Were you there, then? Yes, he replied uncomfortably. Did you know anybody who was killed, James? Yes, by sight. She turned to him. Who? There was a man named Kestner, another named Weishem. 3 American gamblers were killed also. And Karl Breslau? Inquired the princess coolly. There was a moment's silence. No, I think he got away across the roofs of the houses, replied Neeland. Ilse Dumont, bent over the cat in her lap, stared absently into its green eyes where it lay playfully patting the rags that hung from her torn bodice. Perhaps she was thinking of the dead man where he lay in the crowded café, the dead man who had confronted her with bloodshot eyes and lifted pistol, whose voice, thick with rage, had denounced her, whose stammering, untaught tongue stumbled over the foreign words with which he meant to send her to her death. This dead man who once had been her man, long ago, very, very long ago, when there was no bitterness in life, no pain, no treachery, when life was young in the Western world, and fate gaily beckoned her, wearing a smiling mask and crowned with flowers. "I hope," remarked the Princess Mitschenka, "that it is sufficiently early in the morning for you to escape observation, James." "I'm a scandal, I know it," he admitted, as the car swung into the Rue Soleil door. The princess turned to the drooping girl beside her and laid a gloved hand lightly on her shoulder. "My dear," she said gently, "there is only one chance for you, and if we let it pass, it will not come again, under military law." Ilsa lifted her head, held it high, even tilted back a little. The princess said, 24 hours will be given for all Germans to leave France. But you took your nationality from the man you married. You are American." The girl flushed painfully. "I do not care to take shelter under his name," she said. "It is the only way. And you must get to the coast in my car. There is no time to lose. Every vehicle, private and public, will be seized for military uses this morning. Every train will be crowded, every foot of room occupied on the channel boats. There is only one thing for you to do. Travel with me to Havre as my American maid." "Madame, would you do that? For me?" "Why, I've got to," said the Princess Mitschenka with a shrug. "I am not a barbarian to leave you to a firing squad, I hope." The car had stopped. The chauffeur descended and came around to open the door. "Caron," said the princess. "No servants are stirring yet. Take my key, find a cloak, and bring it out, and a coat for Monsieur Neeland. The one that Captain Sangoon left the other evening. Have you plenty of gasoline?" "Plenty, madame." "Good. We leave for Havre in 5 minutes. Bring the cloak and coat quickly." The chauffeur hastened to the door, unlocked it, disappeared, then came out carrying a voluminous wrap and a man's opera coat. The princess threw the one over Ilse de Mont. Neeland enveloped himself in the other. "Now," murmured the Princess Naya, "it will look more like a late automobile party than an ambulance after a free fight, if any early servants are watching us." She descended from the car. Ilse Dumont followed, still clasping the cat under her cloak, and Neeland followed her. "Be very quiet," whispered the princess. "There is no necessity for servants to observe what we do." A small and tremulous voice from the head of the stairs interrupted her. "Naya, is that you?" "Hush, Ruhana. Yes, darling, it is I. Everything is all right, and you may go back to bed." "Naya, where is Mr. Neeland?" continued the voice, fearfully. "He is here, Rue. He is all right. Go back to your room, dear. I have a reason for asking you." Listening, she heard a door close above. Then she touched Ilse on the shoulder and motioned her to follow up the stairs. Halfway up, the princess halted, bent swiftly over the banisters. "James," she called softly. "Yes?" "Go into the pantry and find a fruit basket. and fill it with whatever food you can find. Hurry, please." He discovered the pantry presently, and a basket of fruit there. Poking about, he contrived to disinter from various tins and ice boxes some cold chicken and biscuits and a bottle of claret. These he wrapped hastily in a napkin, which he found there, placed them in the basket of fruit, and came out into the hall just as Ilse Dumont, in the collar and cuffs and traveling coat of a servant, descended, carrying a satchel and a suitcase. "Good business," he whispered, delighted. "You're all right now, Scheherazade. And, for heaven's sake, keep out of France hereafter. Do you promise?" He had taken the satchel and bag from her, and handed both and the fruit basket to Caron, who stood outside the door. In the shadowy hall, those two confronted each other now, probably for the last time. He took both her hands in his. "Goodbye, Scheherazade, dear," he said, with a new seriousness in his voice, which made the tone of it almost tender. Goodbye." The girl's voice choked. She bent her head and rested her face on the hands he had clasped in his. He felt her hot tears falling, felt the slender fingers within his own tighten convulsively, felt her lips against his hand, in instant only. Then she turned and slipped through the open door. A moment later, the Princess Naya appeared on the stairs, descending lightly and swiftly, her motor coat over her arm. "Jim," she said in a low voice, "it's the wretched girl's only chance. They know about her. They're looking for her now. But I am trusted by my ambassador. I shall have what papers I ask for. I shall get her through to an American steamer. Princess Naya, you are splendid." "You don't think so, Jim. You never did. Be nice to Rue. The child has been dreadfully frightened about you. And," added the Princess Mischenka with a gaily forced smile, resting her hand on Neelan's shoulder for an instant, "don't ever kiss Rue Carew unless you mean it with every atom of your heart and soul. I know the child, and I know you. Be generous to her, James. All women need it, I think, from such men as you. Such men as you," she added laughingly, "who know not what they do." If there was a subtle constraint in her pretty laughter, if her gay gesture lacked spontaneity, he did not perceive it. His face had flushed a trifle under her sudden badinage. "Goodbye," he said. "You are splendid, and I do think so. I know you'll win through." "I shall. I always do. Except with you," she added audaciously, and, "Look for me tomorrow," she called back to him through the open door and slammed it behind her, leaving him standing there alone in the dark and curtained house. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kendra Scarlavai. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Chapter 35. The First Day. Neeland had undressed, bathed his somewhat battered body, and had then thrown himself on the bed, fully intending to rise in a few moments and await breakfast. But it was a very weary young man who stretched himself out for 10 minutes' repose, and, when again he unclosed his eyes, the austere clock on the mantel informed him that it was 5, not 5 in the morning either. He had slept through the first day of general mobilization. Across the lowered latticed blinds, late afternoon sunshine struck red. The crests of the chestnut trees in the Rue Soleil door had turned rosy, and a delicate mauve sky, so characteristic of Paris in early autumn, already stretched above the city, like a frail tent of silk from which fragile cobweb clouds hung, tinted with saffron and palest rose. Hoisting the lateen shades, he looked out through lace curtains into the most silent city he had ever beheld. Not that the streets and avenues were deserted, they swarmed with hurrying, silent people, and with taxicabs. Never had he seen so many taxicabs. They streamed by everywhere, rushing at high speed. They passed through the Rue Soleil d'Or. The Rue de la Lune fairly whizzed with them. The splendid avenue was merely a vista of flying taxis, and in every one of them there was a soldier. Otherwise, except for cyclists, there seemed to be very few soldiers in Paris, an odd fact immediately noticeable. Also, there were no omnibuses to be seen, no private automobiles, no electric vehicles of any sort, except great gray army trucks trundling by with a sapper at the wheel. And, except for the whiz and rush of the motors and the melancholy siren blasts from their horns, an immense silence reigned in the streets. There was no laughter to be heard, no loud calling, no gay and animated badinage. People who met and stopped conversed in undertones. Gestures were sober and rare. And everywhere, in the intense stillness, Red Cross flags hung motionless in the late afternoon sunshine. Everywhere were posted notices warning the Republic of general mobilization, on dead walls, on tree boxes, on kiosks, on bulletin boards, on the facades of public and ecclesiastical buildings. Another ordinance, which Neelan could read from where he stood at the window, warned all citizens from the streets after 8 o'clock in the evening, and on the closed iron shutters of every shop in sight of his window were pasted white strips of paper bearing, in black letters, the same explanation: Fermé à cause de la mobilisation. Nowhere could he see the word war printed or otherwise displayed. The conspiracy of silence concerning it seemed the more ominous. Nor, listening, could he hear the sinister voices of men and boys calling extra editions of the papers. There seemed to be no need for the raising of hoarse and threatening voices in the soundless capital. Men and youths of all ages traversed the avenues and streets with sheafs of fresh, damp newspapers over their ragged arms. But it was the populace who crowded after and importuned them, not they the people. And no sooner did a paper seller appear than he was stripped of his wares and was counting his coppers under the trees before hurrying away for a fresh supply. Neelan dressed himself in sections, always returning to the window to look out, and in this manner he achieved his toilet. Marotte, the old butler, was on the floor below, carrying a tea tray into the wide, sunny sitting room as Neelan descended. "I overslept," explained the young American, "and I'm nearly starved. Is Mademoiselle Carew having tea?" "Mademoiselle requested tea for two, sir, in case you should awake," said the old man solemnly. Neelan watched him fussing about with cloth and table and silver. "Have you any news?" he asked after a moment. "Very little, Monsieur Neeland. The police have ordered all Germans into detention camps, men, women, and children. It is said that there are to be 12 great camps for these unfortunates, who are to assemble in the Lycée Condorcet for immediate transportation." Neelan thought of Ilse Dumont. Presently, he asked whether any message had been received from the Princess Mitschenka. Madame the Princess telephoned from Havre at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Mademoiselle Carew has a message. Neeland, reassured, nodded. No other news, Marot? The military have taken our automobiles from the garage and have requisitioned the car which Madame la Princesse is now using, ordering us to place it at their disposal as soon as it returns from Havre. Also, Monsieur le Capitaine Sengun has telephoned from the Russian embassy, but Mademoiselle Carew would not permit Monsieur to be awakened. What did Captain Sengun say? Mademoiselle Carew receives the message. And did anyone else call me up? Asked Neeland, smiling. Il y avait une espèce de dame, replied the old man doubtfully, who named herself Fifi la Tzigane. I permitted myself to observe to her, added the butler with dignity, that she had the liberty of writing to you what she thought necessary to communicate. He had arranged the tea table. Now he retired, but returned almost immediately to decorate the table with cloth of gold roses. Fussing and pottering about until the mass of lovely blossoms suited him, he finally presented himself to Neeland for further orders, and, learning that there were none, started to retire with a self-respecting dignity that was not at all impaired by the tears which kept welling up in his aged eyes, and which he always winked away with a demi-tour and a discreet cough correctly stifled by his dry and wrinkled hand. As he passed out the door, Neeland said, "Are you in trouble, Marot?" The old man straightened up, and a fierce pride blazed for a moment from his faded eyes. "Not trouble, monsieur. But when one has 3 sons departing for the front, damn, that makes one reflect a little." He bowed with the unconscious dignity of a wider liberty, a subtler equality which, for a moment, left such as he indifferent to circumstances of station. Neeland stepped forward, extending his hand. "Bonne chance. God be with France, and with us all who love our liberty. Luck to your 3 sons." "I think, monsieur." He steadied his voice, bowed in the faultless garments which were his badge of service, and went his way through the silence in the house. Neeland had walked to the long windows giving on the pretty balcony with its delicate, wrought-iron rails and its brilliant masses of geraniums. Outside, along the avenue, in absolute silence, a regiment of cuirassiers was passing, the level sun blazing like sheets of crimson fire across their helmets and breastplates. And now, listening, the far clatter of their horses came to his ears in an immense, unbroken, rattling resonance. Their gold-fringed standard passed, and the sunlight on the naked sabers ran from point to hilt like liquid blood. Sons of the cuirassiers of Morsbron, grandsons of the cuirassiers of Waterloo. What was their magnificent fate to be? For splendid it could not fail to be, whether tragic or fortunate. The American's heart began to hammer in his breast and throb in his throat, closing it with a sudden spasm that seemed to confuse his vision for a moment and turn the distant passing regiment to a glittering stream of steel and flame. Then it had passed. The darkly speeding torrent of motor cars alone possessed the avenue, and Neeland turned away into the room again. And there, before him, stood Rue Carew. A confused sense of unreasoning, immeasurable happiness rushed over him, and, in that sudden, astounding instant of self-revelation, self-amazement left him dumb. She had given him both her slim white hands, and he held to them as though to find his bearings. Both were a trifle irrelevant and fragmentary. "Do you care for tea, Jim? What a night! What a fright you gave us! There are croissants, too, and caviar. I would not permit anybody to awaken you, and I was dying to see you. I am so sorry you were anxious about me. And I'm tremendously hungry. You see, Sengun and I did not mean to remain out all night. I'll help you with that tea, shall I?" He still retained her hands in his. She smiled and flushed in a breathless sort of way, and looked sometimes at the tea kettle as though she never before had seen such an object, and looked up at him as though she had never until that moment beheld any man like him. "The Princess Naya has left us quite alone," she said, "so I must give you some tea." She was nervous and smiling and a little frightened and confused with the sense of their contact. "So I shall give you your tea now," she repeated. She did not mention her manual inability to perform her promise, but presently it occurred to him to release her hands, and she slid gracefully into her chair and took hold of the silver kettle with fingers that trembled. He ate everything offered him, and then took the initiative, and he talked. Oh, heaven, how he talked! Everything that had happened to him and to Sengun from the moment they left the Rue Soleil door the night before. This garrulous young man detailed with a relish for humorous circumstance and a disregard for anything approaching the tragic, which left her with an impression that it had all been a tremendous lark. Indiscreet, certainly, and probably reprehensible, but a lark for all that. Fireworks, shooting, noise, and architectural destruction he admitted, but casualties he skimmed over, and of death he never said a word. Why should he? The dead were dead. None concerned this young girl now, and, save one, no death that any man had died there in the shambles of the Café de Bulgars could ever mean anything to Rue Carew. Some day, perhaps, he might tell her that Brandy's was dead. Not where or how he had died, but merely the dry detail. And she might docket it, if she cared to, and lay it away among the old, scarcely remembered, painful things that had been lived, and now were to be forgotten forever. The silence of intensest interest, shy or excited questions, and the gray eyes never leaving his. This was her tribute. Gray eyes tinged with golden lights, now clear with suspense, now brilliant at a crisis, now gentle, wondering, troubled, as he spoke of Ilse Dumont and the Russian girl, now charmingly vague as her mind outstripped his tongue and she divined something of the sturdy part he had played. Golden gray eyes that grew exquisite with her pride in him, tender with solicitude for him in dangers already passed away. This was her tribute. Engaging gray eyes of a girl with the splendor and mystery of womanhood possessing her, attracting him, too, fascinating him, threatening, conquering, possessing him. This, the Greek gift of Rue Carew, her tribute. And he took all, forgetting that the Greeks bore gifts, or, perhaps, remembering, rejoicing, happy in his servitude. He took into his heart and soul the tribute this young girl offered, a grateful, thankful captive. The terrible cataclysm impending, menacing the world, they seemed powerless, yet to grasp and comprehend and understand. Outside, the street rippled and roared with the interminable clatter of passing cavalry. The girl looked into the eyes of the boy across the tea table, and her young eyes, half fearful yet enchanted, scarce dared divine what his eyes were telling her, while his hurrying tongue chattered irrelevancies. 3 empires, 2 kingdoms, and a great republic resounded with the hellish din of arming 20 million men. Her soft lips were touched with the smile of youth that learns for the first time it is beloved. Her eyes of a child, exquisite, brooding, rested with a little more courage now on his, were learning, little by little, to sustain his gaze, endure the ardor that no careless, laughing speech of his could hide, or dim or quench. In the twilight of the streets there was silence, save for the rush of motors and the recurrent trample of armed men, but the heart of Rue Carew was afire with song, and every delicate vein in her ran singing to her heart. There was war in the Eastern world, and palace and chancellery were ablaze. But they spoke of the West, of humble places and lowly homes, of still woodlands where mosses edged the brooks, of peaceful villages they both had known, where long, tree-shaded streets slept in the dappled shadow under the sun of noon. Marotte came, silent, self-respecting, very gray and tranquil in his hour of trial. There were 2 letters for Neeland, left by hand, and, when the old man had gone away bearing his silver tray among his heavier burdens, "Read them," nodded Rue Carew. He read them both aloud to her. The first amused them a little, not without troubling them a little, too. Monsieur Neeland, it is the Stygian, Fifi, who permits herself the honor of addressing you. Breslau escaped. With him went the plans, it seems. You behaved admirably in the Café des Bulgars. A Russian comrade has you and Prince Erlich to remember in her prayers. You have done well, monsieur. Now your task is ended. Go back to the Western world and leave us to end this battle between ourselves. It is written and confirmed by the stars that what the Eastern world has sown, it shall now reap all alone. We Tziganes know. You should not mock at our knowledge. For there is a dark star, Erlich, named from the Prince of Hell. And last night it was in conjunction with the red star, Mars. None saw it. None has ever beheld the dark star, Erlich. But we Tziganes know. We have known for 5,000 years that Erlich hung aloft, followed by 10 black moons. Ask your astronomers. But we Tziganes knew this before there ever were astronomers. Therefore, go home to your own land, monsieur. The Prince of Hell is in the heavens. The Yellow Devil shall see the golden horn again. Empires shall totter and fall. Little American, stand from under. Adieu. We Tziganes wish you well. Fifi and Nini of the Jardin Russe. Adieu, beau jeune homme, and to her whom you shall take with you, homage, good wishes, good augury, and adieus. To her whom you shall take with you, he repeated, looking at Rue Carew. The girl blushed furiously and bent her head, and her slender fingers grew desperately busy with her handkerchief. Neeland, as nervous as she, fumbled with the seal of the remaining letter, managed finally to break it, glanced at the writing, then laughed, and read, My dear comrade Neeland, I get my 1,000 lances. Congratulate me. Were you much battered by that canaille last night? I laugh until I nearly burst when I think of that absurd bousculade. That girl I took with me is all right. I'm going to Petrograd. I'm going on the first opportunity by way of Switzerland. What happiness, Neeland. No more towns for me, except those I take. No more politics, no more diplomacy. I shall have 1,000 lances to do my talking for me. Hurrah! Neeland, I love you as a brother. Come to the east with me. You shall make a splendid trooper. Not, of course, a Tarot Cossack. A Cossack is God's work. A Tarot Cossack is born, not made. But, good heavens, there is other most excellent cavalry in the world, I hope. Come with me to Russia. Say that you will come, my dear comrade Neeland, and I promise you we shall amuse ourselves when the world's dance begins. Oh, breathed the girl, exasperated. Sengun is a fool. Neeland looked up quickly from his letter. Then his face altered, and he rose. But Rue Carew was already on her feet, and she had lost most of her color, and her presence of mind, too, it seemed, for Neeland's arms were half around her, and her hands were against his shoulders. Neither of them spoke, and he was already amazed and rather scared at his own incredible daring, already terribly afraid of this slender, fragrant creature who stood rigid and silent within the circle of his arm, her head lowered, her little, resisting hands pressed convulsively against his breast. And after a long time, the pressure against his breast slowly relaxed. Her restless fingers moved nervously against his shoulders, picked at the lapels of his coat, clung there as he drew her head against his breast. The absurd beating of his heart choked him as he stammered her name. He dropped his head beside her hot and half-hidden cheek, and, after a long, long time, her face stirred on his breast, turned a very little toward him, and her young lips melted against his. So they stood through the throbbing silence in the slowly darkening room, while the street outside echoed with the interminable trample of passing cavalry, and the dim capital lay like a phantom city under the ghostly lances of the searchlights, as though probing all heaven to the very feet of God in search of reasons for the hellish crime now launched against the guiltless motherland. And high among the planets sped the dark star Erlich, unseen by men, rushing through viewless interstellar space, hurled out of nothing by the Prince of Hell into the nothing toward which all hell is speeding too, and whither it shall one day fade and disappear and pass away forever. My darling. Oh, Jim, I have loved you all my life, she whispered, and her young arms crept up and clung around his neck. My darling Rue, my little Rue Carew. Outside the window, an officer also spoke through the unbroken clatter of passing horsemen, which filled the whole house with a hollow roar. But she heard her lover's voice alone, as in a hushed and magic world. And in her girl's enchanted ears his words were the only sounds that stirred a heavenly quiet that reigned between the earth and the stars. End of chapter 35. End of The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers.